Chapter 158. Yi Qinghan tidied up everything and steadied his mind for a while before gritting his teeth and pretending to be relaxed as he walked into the hall of the manor. Most of the people in the hall had already woken up. They had finished their breakfast and were chatting in the hall. "Qinghan, come and have a seat. I'm not trying to nag you youngsters, but you need to practice your alcohol tolerance. When I was young, I drank for 3 days straight without getting drunk." Yi Qinghan hurriedly laughed and joked when he saw Yi Qinghan walk out. His words were full of concern for Yi Qinghan. Everyone in the hall turned to look at Yi Qinghan in unison. Yu Qingqing, who was sitting to the side, gave him a concerned look, as if asking why he had woken up so late. "Yi, that's right. Old Feng didn't drink any less than you last night, but I woke up a few hours earlier than you. You can't do it, kid." Feng Zi also grinned and teased. "Brat, you're Old Feng? What am I? Little Feng?" Feng Zi's words drew a round of reprimand from an elder of the Feng family. This elder was Feng Zi's uncle, and when he saw Feng Zi's impolite words, he actually dared to call himself elder in front of Yi Qinghu and the other elders. Ha! The hall was filled with laughter and joy. This was a great victory for the House of Aries in the prefecture battle. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan did not hog all the points for himself, allowing the other clans to receive many points that could be exchanged for a large number of treasures. Of course they were secretly delighted. "Why isn't Xiao Wu up yet? Did you see her when you woke up?" Yi Qinghan had a guilty conscience and nodded shyly at the crowd, not daring to speak further. However, he had just sat down next to Yi Qinghan when the latter unexpectedly turned his head and asked him about Yi Qingwu in a friendly manner. "Oh, why did I see her when I woke up? I wasn't in the same room as her. I didn't see her. Should I send someone up to ask?" Yi Qinghan felt guilty as he looked at Yi Qinghan's bulging eyes. He hurriedly tried to explain himself, but he almost spilled the beans in his panic, so he awkwardly explained himself. Yi Qingyo waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry about her. She probably has a headache from drinking too much. After we eat, if she still hasn't woken up, then there's no need to wait for her. Let's go to the Immortal incineration house together to exchange for a spirit pill. The Patriarch has already sent word that he has already exchanged for a spirit pill. We're just waiting for this spirit pill of yours to save your sister." "Really?" Yi Qinghan almost jumped to his feet when he heard this. All of his worries and vexations were thrown off the divine mountain. He stood up with a thump and looked at Yi Qinghan with an expression of wild joy. When he saw Yi Qinghan, he nodded very seriously. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled up into a smile. Then the smile widened and the smile turned into a hearty laugh, and finally into a maniacal laugh. Looking at Yi Qinghan, who was laughing maniacally in the hall, not only did the crowd not feel any dissatisfaction or disgust towards him. Instead they admired and liked him even more. They roughly understood Yi Qinghan's story. When they learned that he had killed a few core members of the Yi family because of his sister's death, and that he had crippled Yi Qingquang, who was the heir to the Yi family, without hesitation, and that he had killed Yi Rong in seconds, they were filled with endless love and admiration for Yi Qinghan's character of daring to love, hate, and kill. In order to win back Yi Qinghan's heart, the Yi family had no choice but to let him participate in the prefecture battle. In order to save his sister, Yi Qinghan had worked hard and crazily all along the way. In the end, through his own hard work and luck, Yi Qinghan had successfully obtained a large number of points and established an unprecedented victory for the House of Aries. At this moment, when Yi Qinghan learned that his sister was about to open for business and was awakened, he suddenly laughed unscrupulously. In this regard, not only did the crowd not feel the slightest disgust or disgust, but they also liked and admired his genuine temperament and character. On the contrary, he was very fond of and admired Yi Qinghan's genuine and affectionate character. At the same time, he placed Yi Qinghan in the category of friends that could be made the most. Everyone saw Yi Qinghan's crazy laughter and was ecstatic. Yu Qingqing, however, saw the faint tears in Yi Qinghan's eyes under his crazy laughter. At this moment, not only was she not happy, she instead felt heartache and grievance. She was already faintly proud. She felt heartache for the heavy burden that Yi Qinghan carried, for all the grievances that he had experienced, and proud that she was able to have such an indomitable man. "Let's go to the Immortal burning house." Yi Qinghan laughed wildly for a while and didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked out resolutely. At this moment he didn't want to wait a moment longer. He wanted to use the fastest speed to exchange for spirit pills and return to the Yi family. He wanted to return to the side of that white-haired, white-clothed girl and save that girl. After that, he wouldn't be separated from her for even a moment. This little bastard. Let's go. Everyone, let's go to the Immortal burning house together. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had already disappeared at the entrance of the hall, Yi Qingyo helplessly sighed, stood up and said to everyone with a smile. Let's go, let's go. Let's exchange for treasures. Feng Zihua hurriedly also stood up and followed with quick steps. The Immortal Burning Tower was located on the east side of the Divine City. It was an organization that specialized in handling the affairs of the three manors. The tower master was the Burning God Guard. At this moment, a group of people from the House of Ares directly rushed towards the Immortal Burning Tower. Along the way, all the famous people in the Divine City turned to look at them. The residents of the Divine City were originally people from the three manors. Of course, when the God-slaying Slayer built the Divine City, 10,000 people were transferred from each of the three manors. After thousands of years, the number of residents in the Divine City gradually increased. The Divine City had also been expanded several times, and the population soared. This time the House of Ares really won a great victory. Not only did they not lose many people, they also occupied two manors by themselves and killed the Demon God and Barbarian God manor. Although the residents of the Divine City were descendants of the three manors, after thousands of years, they already considered themselves to be high and mighty people of the Divine City. They no longer admitted that they were descendants of the three manors. Yeah, I heard that there's a human called Yi Qinghan. He's so fierce, I heard that he even became the son of Xianxia. Yesterday Xianxia was just about to go crazy in the Glory Square. Yi Qinghan, I wonder if that's Yi Qinghan? I heard that he's only 16 years old. So fierce. The residents of the Divine City began to discuss. Although they didn't know much about the manor wars, they were still people of the Divine City. Naturally they were more informed. At this time, when they saw the people from the House of Ares rushing towards the Immortal Burning Tower, they couldn't help but discuss. Yi Qinghan didn't have the mood to listen to the discussions of the passers-by. He angrily rushed into the Immortal Burning Tower and directly said to the few golden-robed people inside, House of Ares, Yi Qinghan is here to exchange points. The hall of the Immortal Burning Tower was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people. However, there were less than 10 golden-robed people in the hall. In the middle of the hall, there was a golden-robed person who didn't cover her head, revealing a mature and beautiful face. It was actually a woman. Greetings, Burning God Guard. My son doesn't understand etiquette and has offended you. Please forgive him. Yi Qinghan was the second to rush into the Immortal Burning Tower. However, when he saw the golden-robed woman sitting in the middle, he was startled. He hurriedly glared at Yi Qinghan and cupped his hands in salute. Greetings, Burning God Guard. The elders behind him also followed in and saluted together. It's alright, no need to be so courteous. The Burning God Guard lightly waved her hand and said with a smile on her mature face. Looking at the situation, this Burning God Guard didn't seem to be young, but her voice was gentle and clear like a young girl's. The Burning God Guard then turned his head to look at Yi Qinghan. Finally, his eyes fixed on the yellow ring on Yi Qinghan's left hand and said, You are Yi Qinghan, right? Not bad, heroes have always been young. You have a lot of points, more than 20,000. What do you want to exchange for? Spirit pill. Yi Qinghan hurriedly cupped his hands in salute and said respectfully. I've heard a little about your matter. I'm also quite touched. A young hero with unparalleled affection. Take this spirit pill. The Burning God Guard lightly smiled again. There was a hint of faint admiration in his eyes. With a wave of his left hand, a green jade box on the table flew directly toward Yi Qinghan. Looking at the jade box that was glowing with a beautiful green light, Yi Qinghan hurriedly reached out to receive it. His heart was abnormally excited. The spirit pill was finally in his hands. His hard work had finally paid off. His sister could be saved. Don't fight, the spirit chi will evaporate. This spirit pill is the real deal. Hurry up and thank the Burning God Guard. Yi Qinghan was just about to open the jade box to see what the legendary spirit pill looked like when he received Yi Qingyo's sound transmission. He didn't dare to be careless and put away the jade box. Once again he deeply bowed to the Burning God Guard. No need to be so courteous. These are the treasures for this sect battle. Among them there is 1 low-ranked sacred tool and 50 high-ranked precious tools. Everyone discuss for a while and take turns to exchange. Chapter 159. Low-grade Saint Artifact? Everyone looked at the back of the Burning God Guards, their eyes burning with passion. The number 1 treasure, the Spirit Pill, had been announced before the Divine City Prefecture battle began. However, no one expected that there would be another Saint Artifact. Saint Artifacts were good stuff. Even the 5 great families only had 1 or 2 Saint Artifacts. The Yi family had only announced one Yi Tianlong slaughter god saber. In fact, the Yi family had 5 saint artifacts, but they had not announced them. The other great families also had 4 or 5 saint artifacts, but they would not announce them. However, even the 5 great families who were as rich as countries, only had a few saint artifacts. It could be seen that these saint artifacts were rare and precious. Perhaps only the divine city would be rich enough to not treat saint artifacts as treasures. The eyes of the various family representatives began to shine. If they could obtain a saint artifact, then their family's strength would rise by a level. However, when the golden-robed envoy from the Burning God House took out the list of rewards for this prefecture battle and showed it to everyone, everyone sighed and had a look of realization. The saint artifact was broken. Strictly speaking, only a quarter of it was an arm guard. According to the information, this was originally the left arm guard of an upper-grade saint artifact, the Fire God Battle Armor. However, the other 3 saint artifacts had been lost, so this arm guard had lost its ability to protect its owner. Therefore it was judged to be a lower-grade saint artifact. Countless people shook their heads and sighed. Moreover, more people revealed looks of disdain. Without the ability to protect its owner, it could not be called a saint artifact for a long time. Moreover, it was the cheapest arm guard of all armors. This thing could actually be passed off as a saint artifact. Most importantly, it could be exchanged for such a high amount of points, the same price as the spirit pill. One had to know that an upper-grade artifact, especially a weapon or a full set of armor, was only around 6,000 to 7,000 points. Therefore, everyone looked at the information of the saint artifact below. Yi Qingyo also sighed. If this arm guard was just a small inner armor, he would not hesitate to ask Yi Qinghan to exchange it for it. However, it was just an arm guard. The points were not worth it. It would be better to exchange it for an upper-grade armor. After all, the arm was not the most lethal part of the body. The body was. Yi Qinghan also sighed. Originally, he had exchanged for the spirit pills and still had nearly 20,000 points left. If the sacred tool was completed, he would have exchanged for it even if he had to use up all his points. After all, he was well aware of the might of a sacred artifact. After escaping from death many times, he understood how important a sacred artifact was to a cultivator. Boss, quickly replace that arm guard. This arm guard is a super treasure. Just as Yi Qinghan was preparing to follow the others to search for treasures and other treasures, he wanted to understand them beforehand so that when it was his turn, he would be able to exchange for them. However, Xiaohei's voice transmission suddenly rang in his mind. Super good treasure? Xiaohei, what's going on? Yi Qinghan was shocked and hurriedly asked. Since even Yi Qingyo thought that this thing was not worth this price, how could Xiaohei be so sure? I don't know the details, but I feel that this thing is definitely a good treasure. Trust me, you can just exchange for it. Xiaohei's explanation was very vague, but it was unusually firm. Yi Qinghan could not help but nod silently. In his heart, Xiaohei was not as simple as a beast. Ever since Xiaohei could communicate with him through voice transmission in the desolate mountain range, Yi Qinghan no longer treated him as a beast. Instead, he treated him as a person, a brother who would accompany him in battle. At this moment, Xiaohei asked him to do something for the first time. Not to mention that this thing was a sacred artifact, even if it was an ordinary piece of trash, he would not hesitate to exchange for it. Everyone looked at the things on the screen clearly and understood them. Then they began to exchange for items. Yi Qinghan originally thought that since he had exchanged for the spirit pill first, it would be Long Sainan's turn to exchange for items. He did not expect that Long Sainan would once again propose to give Yi Qinghan an opportunity to exchange for his rights, in order to repay him for his contribution to the House of Ares in the prefectural war. Of course, no one would have any objections to this proposal, if Yi Qinghan was not around. Presumably, many of them would not have the opportunity to exchange for treasures, and many of them would remain on Netherworld Island forever, turning into dust and nourishing the flowers and plants there. Exchange for the 6th high-grade treasure. Of course, Yi Qinghan would not act pretentiously. Seeing that everyone was so insistent, he did not refuse. However, when they were exchanging for treasures, Yi Qingyo immediately transmitted a message to him. The 6th treasure was a set of dragon scale armor. The entire set was made of 8th grade silver dragon scales, and its defensive power was extremely strong. It could be said to be a top-grade treasure among high-grade treasures. Yi Qingyo knew that Yi Qinghan did not have any armor, so he naturally chose the best one for him. I choose that sacred artifact. Deduct the points directly from my ring and the 10,000 points just now. Yi Qinghan did not follow Yi Qingyo's instructions. Instead, he extended his left hand and pointed at the second-ranked sacred artifact, the fire god's arm guard. Wow! Everyone was in an uproar. They all felt that Yi Qinghan was young and immature, thinking that the sacred artifact was the best and wasting so many points for nothing. Yi Qingyo transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. Yu Qingqing also faintly shook her head at Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan's stubbornness seemed to have flared up and he insisted on the arm guard. Yi Qinghan, are you sure? I will directly remove your ring and deduct your points. The golden-robed emissary did not say much and only said coldly, I'm sure. Yi Qinghan firmly said. Good. The emissary did not say anything else. He extended a pale hand and directly suspended it above Yi Qinghan's ring. Then a green stream of qi flowed out from his palm. The yellow ring on Yi Qinghan's middle finger directly separated from his finger and quickly flew into the golden-robed emissary's hand. This is the sacred artifact, the fire god's arm guard. You have a total of 26,300 points. After deducting the divine spirit pills and the sacred artifact, you still have 6,300 points left. May I ask, do you want to continue exchanging your remaining points in the divine city, or do you want to return to the dragon city to exchange them? The golden-robed emissary took a fiery red jade box from another emissary and directly handed it to Yi Qinghan. Then he directly recorded the remaining points on a record. Elder Yi Qingyo has full authority to deal with my remaining points. Yi Qinghan directly took the jade box and directly put it into his clothes. Then he clasped his hands towards the crowd and said, Everyone properly exchange your points. I drank too much last night and my head hurts a little. I will return to the manor to rest first. With that, he directly walked back to the manor under the teasing of the crowd and the worried expression of Yu Qingqing. Yi Qingyo nodded and said to Yi Ping behind him, Yi Ping, you go back with Yi Qinghan. Everyone continue. This child's alcohol tolerance is too low. We have to train more in the future. Miss Long, it's your turn. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not feeling dizzy because of the hangover, but he was worried about Yi Qingwu who was in the manor. With the spiritual divine pills in hand, he needed to return to the Yi family as soon as possible. Thus, he wanted to see if Yi Qingwu's body was better and if she could take the teleportation array with him to the Dragon City and then rush back to the Yi family. Seeing Yi Qinghan following behind him, Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of a problem and turned his head to ask, Elder Yi Ping, can the teleportation array in the Divine City directly send me to the Blue City? Of course not. The teleportation array in the Divine City can only send you to the main cities of the three big prefectures. Although the Blue City is the main city, it does not have the qualifications to directly send you there. Yi Ping looked at Yi Qinghan's anxious expression and secretly found it funny. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, his footsteps paused and he said with a puzzled expression, Young Master Han, I'm afraid that you won't be able to return to the Dragon City today. I received news today that there was a small problem with the teleportation array in the Divine City this morning. It is currently being repaired. I estimate that you will have to wait a few days? Yi Qinghan's footsteps also paused and he said in astonishment, The teleportation array is broken? Chapter 160. The transportation array is spoiled? And it's spoiled in the morning? Yi Qinghan asked in astonishment. This transportation array spoiled right on time, huh? Why was it not spoiled before or after, but coincidentally spoiled today when the people from the House of Ares were preparing to teleport back to Dragon City? Could it be that there was some mystery behind this? Young Master Han, don't worry. The transportation array at Dragon City is spoiled, and it was spoiled 2 days ago. Grand Elder has already investigated this, so there won't be any problems. Just wait a few days. Yi Ping saw Yi Qinghan's worry and hurriedly explained. Actually, when they first received the news they also thought there was some conspiracy, but later they found out that there was a problem at Dragon City. Then there shouldn't be any problems since it was just a matter of waiting a few days. Alright then. Just wait. Yi Qinghan shook his head helplessly. He had already waited for more than a year, so a few more days wouldn't make a difference. Inside the Yi family's manor, Yi Qinghan said he was back to rest, but he ran to Yi Qingwu's room. He had just done something bad last night, so if he didn't console her today, he would feel very apologetic. Of course, he was also worried that Yi Qingwu would find out about this. Although he was a little nervous and embarrassed to see Yi Qingwu as a man, he felt that some things should be faced bravely and not avoided. After knocking more than 10 times, Yi Qingwu finally opened the door. Yi Qinghan hurriedly dashed in and looked at the pale Yi Qingwu. He was a little ashamed, a little guilty and also very embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and said, Sister Xiao Wu, are you all right? Silence. Yi Qingwu didn't say anything and still sat on the bed. She hugged her knees, leaned against the wall and sat with her head lowered. All right. You haven't had breakfast yet, you need to eat. What do you want to eat? I'll bring it over for you. Seeing that Yi Qingwu didn't speak, Yi Qinghan felt even more embarrassed. He twitched his mouth and laughed dryly, then continued. Silence. It was still silence. Yi Qingwu shook her head slightly and rejected Yi Qinghan's proposal. Sister Xiaowu, don't be like this. If you want to hit me or scold me, I'm willing. Don't be so silent. Yi Qinghan was anxious. If this went on, something bad would happen. Looking at Yi Qingwu's pale face, he felt distressed. No matter what, Yi Qingwu was his woman. There was still silence. The atmosphere in the room became awkward and dull. Pa, pa, pa. There was no other way. Yi Qinghan's mind raced for a few rounds at high speed. He clenched his teeth and started to slap his face hard. Palm prints quickly covered Yi Qinghan's entire face. His delicate smiling face started to turn white and red. What are you doing? Still not stopping? Yi Qinghan's trick had finally worked. Yi Qingwu looked at Yi Qinghan, who kept slapping her face hard. Her delicate face was full of red palm prints. She quickly stood up and said angrily, Sister Xiaowu, I'm a beast. I'm an animal. I've ruined your innocence. I'm sorry. Please punish me. How about you hang me on a tree and beat me 8 to 10 times? Whip and candle, I won't make a sound. Yi Qinghan looked remorseful and said sincerely, Get lost, you bastard. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Qingwu's tears turned into laughter. But she immediately realized that she shouldn't laugh. She quickly pulled her face and looked away. Sister Xiaowu, this is a sacred bracer that I just exchanged for. I'm giving it to you. This is a good thing. Yi Qinghan saw that his words were effective. He quickly took out a fiery red jade box and handed it over. To deal with a girl, one had to strike while the iron was hot. Take advantage of her good mood to coax her and divert her attention. Then this matter would be completely settled. Sacred bracer? Yi Qinghan's trick worked again. When Yi Qingwu heard that it was a sacred bracer, she immediately turned her head and looked at the red box in bewilderment. A sacred bracer was a treasure of heaven and earth. She was slightly touched that Yi Qinghan gave it to her. It's not really a sacred bracer. It doesn't have a protector or a spirit. However, the people of the Divine City define it as a sacred artifact. I reckon it can be considered as an extremely strong defensive arm guard. Yi Qinghan hurriedly opened the jade box and showed it to Yi Qingwu. How terrifying. I don't want it. When the box was opened, Yi Qingwu and Yi Qinghan were shocked. Although this bracer was made of fiery red tiny scales, there was a sinister and terrifying demon head on the top of the bracer. When the lines on the entire body were combined, it actually gave off an evil feeling. It does look a bit scary. But other than this, I don't have anything good to give you. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose in embarrassment. He didn't think that this thing would look so evil and scary. Of course girls wouldn't like it. But he really didn't have anything good to take out. Although he still had a sacred bracer, the bronze ring, he couldn't take it off after the Savage Mountain Range automatically protected its owner. As for the treasured bracer, the blue dragon dagger, Yi Qingwu probably wasn't used to it. There was also the inner armor, but it was a man's style. Moreover, it wouldn't be easy for him to take it off in this situation, right? Who wants your broken things? Also, you want to use these broken things to send this sister away? Yi Qingwu saw that Yi Qinghan was racking his brains over what to give her. Her complexion turned slightly better and she said angrily, There's hope. When Yi Qinghan saw Yi Qingwu's expression and tone, he was overjoyed in his heart. It seemed that this last didn't have much anger or resistance towards him for taking her virginity. His complexion became even more sincere as he solemnly said, Of course not. I'm prepared to give you my most important treasure to make up for the wrong thing I did last night. This treasure can be said to be priceless. It's hard to see even once in 1,000 years. Moreover, it will continue to rise in value in the future. The most important thing is that this treasure can accompany you for a lifetime and make you happy forever. You actually have such a precious treasure? What is it? Yi Qingwu was completely confused by Yi Qinghan's words. She blinked her big eyes and asked in puzzlement. This treasure is Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan grinned. His serious and solemn expression immediately turned into a mischievous one. He said with a charming smile, Sister Xiaowu, I'm prepared to give it to you. Sister Xiaowu, I'm going to give myself to you. Think about it, someone like me who is affectionate, approachable, willing to help others, self-sacrificing, generous, chivalrous, broad-minded, hard-working, heaven-defying. Wait, such a good person, wouldn't he be priceless and hard to find in 10,000 years? Moreover, I'm still young and have unlimited potential in the future. Moreover, I can accompany you for a lifetime and make you happy forever. What do you think? Tiske. Yi Qingwu blushed at Yi Qinghan's words. For 20 years, she had never heard such bold words of love and such shameless boasting. For a moment, her pretty face seemed to be on fire. She snorted and lowered her head shyly without saying anything. If you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree. I'll count to 3. If you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Yi Qingwu, you're mine from now on. Yi Qinghan saw that his trick had worked. He continued to strike the iron while it was hot. He wanted to thoroughly take down Yi Qingwu. Then he could have Yi, could have Qingwu. Go to hell. How can you count like this? You're a big bastard. Haha, I don't care. You're my wife from now on. I'll kill you. After a moment, Yi Qingwu's angry voice and Yi Qinghan's dissolute laughter came from the room. Chapter 161. Shui Wuhan felt wronged, extremely wronged. He used to be the young master of the Shui family, the successor of the next patriarch, the young master of the drifting snow city. He was the center of attention, welcomed everywhere. But now he was holed up in a small building in the divine city. He was told that he could not go out for 5 years or else he would die. The building belonged to Tu Qianjun. Although it wasn't big, the environment was not bad. There were several servants and maids, so he didn't have to worry about food and drinks. A young master of a family who was used to living a luxurious life, surrounded by followers, and loved to play was told that he had to stay in a building and was not allowed to go out. Moreover, he had to stay there for 5 years. How could he endure such a boring life? How could he endure the days that were like a prison? However, Shui Wuheng knew that he had no choice but to endure it even if he could not endure it. Because, as soon as he went out of the building, he would be discovered by the 4 families and the spies of the Dragon City. Then, no one would be able to protect him. On the Dark Island, Tu Qianjun had given him an order, a pledge of allegiance to the Divine City, to help him kill Yi Qinghan. He didn't hesitate. Not to mention Tu Qianjun's order, the hatred between him and Yi Qinghan was enough for him to take action. Therefore, when he saw Yi Qinghan for the first time, he immediately used the invisible worm on him. He also sent 2 locating crystal balls to Yao Kaka and Man Gone through the messengers in the Divine City. He thought that with the power of the Monster Clan and the Barbarian Clan, killing Yi Qinghan would be as easy as stepping on an ant. But, he didn't expect that Yi Qinghan could escape alive, and even had a fortuitous encounter. He alone could defeat thousands of soldiers and horses and even killed Yao Kaka. After he received the news, he didn't hesitate and fled in the night. He spent more than half a year in a cave. When the final battle was over, he didn't enter the Scarlet Plain, but went to the temporary headquarters. After the final battle, the people of the Scarlet Plain would be teleported directly to the God City. The teleportation array of the temporary headquarters would also be open for a month. Those who were not in the Scarlet Plain could teleport to the Battle Island through the temporary headquarters and then to the God City. After a few days and nights of wandering, Shui Wuhan finally arrived at the Divine City the night before yesterday. He was brought into the Immortal Slaughtering Tower through the token that Tu Qianjun gave him. He thought that he had sacrificed so much for Tu Qianjun. Tu Qianjun would definitely put him in an important position and take good care of him. He would directly become a member of the Divine City's Immortal Slaughtering Tower and be bestowed with high-grade cultivation methods and holy tools. Only he didn't even get to see Tu Qianjun's face before he was directly brought here. Furthermore, he was told that he had to stay here for 5 years. Once he stepped out of the tower, he would undoubtedly die. He didn't understand what was going on. He was terrified. He wanted to go out of the building to take a look, but he was afraid that he would really die. It wasn't until this morning when Tu Qianjun finally sent someone to explain everything to him that he completely understood. Tu Qianjun had been imprisoned for 5 years. Everything that he had done had been exposed. Yi Qingyo was currently offering a high-grade treasure as a reward for his whereabouts. It was probably because of Tu Qianjun that the Massacre God Guards had arranged a tower for him. Now that everything had been exposed, the House of Ares wouldn't be able to tolerate him anymore. Although he didn't know if he would implicate the Shui clan, he knew that once he appeared in the House of Ares, he would definitely die. In fact, he already knew this beforehand and was mentally prepared for it. What he didn't expect was that God City actually couldn't tolerate or protect him now. Even the big tree that he had always wanted to rely on, Tu Qianjun, was imprisoned. It was very obvious that the massacre god guards wouldn't give a damn about a young master like him. They had already given him a lot of face by temporarily giving him a tower to stay in. Now that he had become a stray dog, he didn't know if the Shui clan would be implicated. Tu Qianjun was imprisoned and he was also imprisoned. His future was bleak and bleak. How did things turn out like this? How did things turn out like this? This wasn't the life that he wanted. It wasn't the life that he had expected. Therefore, for an entire day, Shui Wuhan's gray and black eyes were filled with grievance and anger. Rage and shame filled the entire tower. Yi Qinghan's mood was very good and he felt rather good. He had inexplicably slept with Yi Qinggu. After an entire morning of hard work, he finally settled this matter. Although Yi Qinggu didn't express it clearly, Yi Qinghan could tell from many details that Yi Qinggu actually didn't reject him. In fact, she even liked him a little. He had obtained a beautiful wife out of thin air. Furthermore, she was the kind that had power and influence. Of course, he wasn't in a good mood. Moreover, towards Yi Qinggu, he originally felt more gratitude and admiration. However, after the skin contact last night, he couldn't help but like Yi Qinggu no matter how he looked at her. Her every frown and smile, her pure and pretty face, and her devilish figure. Any man who didn't like her would definitely be a castrated man. When he first saw Yi Qinggu in the Yi clan, he was conquered by her charm. Of course, at that time his status in the Yi clan was very low. He could only look up to a beauty like Yi Qinggu. After that, he didn't have the time to think about these things during the mansion battle. At Duanren Peak, his strength had greatly improved and his worries had been resolved. However, at that time he was in the honeymoon period with Yu Qingqing. Of course, he didn't have the time to think about other women. Last night, after a violent drunkenness and an exciting erotic dream, he accidentally obtained Yi Qingwu's body. Of course, he wouldn't let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity. He resolutely and decisively captured Yi Qingwu. He believed that as long as Yi Qingwu didn't resist and didn't hate him, he would capture her sooner or later. After all, he had already obtained her body. So, sooner or later, her heart would also be completely conquered. What are you thinking about? Little bastard, why are you smiling so lewdly? At this time, Yi Qinghan was at the side of a garden in the manor. He was silently thinking about how to completely capture Yi Qingwu. He didn't expect that a figure would suddenly appear beside him. Hello, Supreme Elder. I'm not thinking about anything. I'm thinking about some things that happened in the mansion battle. Why are you looking for me? Yi Qinghan quickly turned his head and saw Yi Qingyo slowly walking over. He was startled and thought that the matter between him and Yi Qingwu had been exposed. I'm here to ask you, why did you choose such a useless sacred tool in the morning? Yi Qingyo didn't seem to know about the matter between Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu. Instead, he asked about the Immortal burning building in the morning. At this, I suddenly received a message from Xiaohe. He said that this sacred tool is a super treasure. Seeing that Yi Qingyo wasn't asking about Yi Qingwu, Yi Qinghan relaxed and quickly explained. Yi Qingyo raised his eyebrows and said with some surprise, "Your sacred beast said that? Take out that sacred tool arm guard and let me take a closer look. Is it really a good treasure?" Chapter 162. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan hurriedly took out the arm guard. This arm guard was made up of small fiery red scales. It was soft and very comfortable to the touch. However, there was a frightening and ferocious demon head on top of the arm guard. It was very lifelike and if worn on the arm, it would look like a little demon was clinging to the arm. This thing doesn't look very special. Apart from the strange material, it's very ordinary. Yi Qingyo took the arm guard and carefully examined it for a while. He also used his soul power to examine it, but didn't find anything special. After a moment of silence, he suddenly threw the arm guard into the air. Then, a cyan stream of air shot out from his left hand and fiercely collided with the arm guard. Pung! The cyan stream of air fiercely collided with the fiery red arm guard, but the arm guard suddenly burst with a dazzling red light. The red light flashed and quickly disappeared. Then the arm guard was sent flying. Yi Qingyo's eyes flashed. He turned his hand into a claw and grabbed the arm guard in the distance. Then he carefully examined it for a while before laughing and saying, "It's indeed a good item. Unexpectedly, my attack didn't damage it in the slightest. Its defense is very strong. And little Han, take it and wear it. This thing can probably save your life in times of danger." Yi Qinghan also clearly saw the red light just now and happily took it. Then he quickly took off his shirt and wore the arm guard inside his right arm. This thing was unexpectedly undamaged by the attack of a Saint Realm martial artist. Although Yi Qingyo probably hadn't used his full strength, its defense was still very strong. Just now, you said you were thinking about the mansion battle? Don't worry, I'll help you get revenge for Shui Wuhan plotting against you. This time, go back and gather the patriarchs of the major clans and discuss it. Don't think too much about it. Yi Qingyo suddenly thought of something and comforted him. I'm not worried about that. You can make the decision. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly and suddenly thought of a question he wanted to ask a long time ago. Grand Elder, I want to ask you a question. You must answer me truthfully. Is there a god in this world? This question had been bothering Yi Qinghan for a long time. He had heard the legend of the God City since he was young. The legendary god of the God City, too, was actually a god. Furthermore, according to the legends of the Yi family, the disciples of the 5 great clans were all descendants of God. They had the blood essence of God, the mysterious summoning space, and the mysterious techniques of the 5 great clans. Once again he saw the power of God. There were teleportation portals all over the continent, the wonders of Nether Island, and the mysteries of God City. Everything made Yi Qinghan very puzzled. Was there really a god in this world? If there was a god, then what did he look like? What kind of power did he have? Could he split the heavens and earth? Could it stop the flow of the river? Could he escape to the heavens and enter the earth? Or omnipotent God? Yi Qinghan frowned and looked at the joyful Yi Qinghan. He knew that Yi Qinghan was also very curious about the legendary god when he was Yi Qinghan's age. He was filled with all kinds of fantasies and longings. After a moment of silence he said, Originally, I wouldn't tell you these things before you reach the Emperor realm. I don't want to affect your state of mind and cultivation. Since you asked, I will tell you. This world has a god and there is more than one. There are 3. This news shocked Yi Qinghan to the point where his whole body trembled. There were really gods in this world and there were 3 of them? Yes. Actually, you all think too highly of gods. You must think that gods are omnipotent, right? Actually, gods are also a type of martial artist. However, they are just the most powerful martial artist. They are just one realm higher than the Saint realm. We call this realm the God realm. I believe you also know that when a martial artist reaches the Emperor realm, they need to start comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. The more laws they comprehend, the higher their realm will be. When you completely comprehend a law of heaven and earth to perfection, you will become a god. You will break through the Saint realm and reach the God realm. Yi Qinghan spoke slowly and introduced the cultivation direction of the Emperor realm to Yi Qinghan in advance. Although Yi Qinghan was only at the first level of the martial realm, and there was still a long distance between the Divine City and Dragon City to reach the Emperor realm, Yi Qinghan's cultivation speed was indeed rare. However, Yi Qinghan's speed of advancement was indeed something that could only be seen once every 10,000 years. His comprehension ability was probably also very heaven-defying. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to jump so many realms in just a short period of a year just by relying on luck and hard work. His overall strength had also reached the peak of the Duke realm. Therefore he broke the rules and explained to Yi Qinghan in advance. Yi Qinghan nodded in satisfaction when he saw that Yi Qinghan seemed to understand. He continued. As for the god of this world, the master god of the Divine City is undoubtedly one. Another one lives on the East Sea called the Hidden Island. He also calls himself the Island Master of the Hidden Island. In order to save your sister, the chief went to the Hidden Island and successfully exchanged for a spirit pill. There is also the most mysterious one. He lives in the Dark Forest, one of the 3 forbidden lands in the north. He has no name. We all call him Lord Devour. He is the king of the Dark Forest. As for the god that you think is omnipotent and can create the world, it is all fake. You know the Saint Realm in the House of Ares has the Saint Realm, and the Demon Saint has the Demon Shadow. You also saw the lion behind Xianxia that day. The Barbarian Saint has the power of the Barbarian God. Above the Saint Realm is the Heavenly God Realm. The most common and special skills of the Heavenly God Realm have 2 obvious points. First, they have an extremely long life force. Normally, a Saint Realm warrior can live up to 300 years, but if you break through to the Heavenly God Realm, you will have at least 10,000 years of life. Second, a Heavenly God Realm warrior can teleport. As for the other skills, it depends on the laws of heaven and earth that you have comprehended. 10,000 years of life. This is almost equivalent to immortality. Who can dodge teleportation? Who can kill it? Yi Qingyo's words and explanation had brought Yi Qinghan to a whole new level, a completely new realm, a realm that had never been known before and was incomparably mystical. Work hard. When you enter the Emperor realm, I will explain everything to you. You know too much now, so it is useless for you. What I want to tell you is that as long as you work hard, anyone can become a Heavenly God Realm warrior, a god. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qinghan, his eyes sparkling. He knew that his words had touched Yi Qinghan, so he didn't say anything more. He patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder and left. Immortality, teleportation, an invincible existence. The God Lord of the Divine City, the Island Master of the Hidden Island, Lord Devour? Yi Qinghan stood in the garden with a silly look for a long time. His mind was filled with the longing and fantasies of becoming a God Realm warrior. It turned out that a god wasn't a god, but a powerful heavenly God Realm warrior. Not everyone could succeed with their hard work. Although no one had ever become a god in the past several thousand years, it still gave Yi Qinghan a strong motivation. Work hard. As long as he worked hard, he could become a god in the legends. Although this path was vague and far, at least it was a hope, a peak that he could surpass. Chapter 163. Yi Tianlong was very excited. This kind of excitement caused his soul to tremble slightly. It was just like a year ago when he first learned that Yi Qinghan had a holy beast. Ever since Yi Dao died over a decade ago, he had been cold-hearted and went into seclusion. He no longer cared about the matters of the Yi family. He had not been excited or happy for over a decade. But a year ago, Yi Qinggu had resolutely crushed the communication jade token that Yi Qingyo had given him, alarming him. In the end, he had come to the enchanted garden and seen Yi Rong's corpse, the unconscious Yi Qingyu who had been sacrificed, and that unyielding youth standing in the middle of the field. At that time he had been so excited that his soul had trembled. Thus he had acted decisively. He had imprisoned Yi Jian, banished Yi Qingquang, and sent all the young elites of the family to Nether Island. He had even disgraced himself and gone to the East Sea to beg for a spirit pill. Everything had been for the sake of that youth, that grandson who had resolutely said that he would never call him grandfather again. Today he had finally received a piece of news. It was an urgent letter from Yi Qingyo. He had received a letter that made his soul tremble with excitement once again. Yi Qinghan had broken through to the martial realm, and his body fusion technique had advanced. His current overall strength was invincible under the Emperor realm, absolutely invincible. He had slaughtered thousands of Yao and barbarians alone, and had even killed Yao Kaka. This was because his House of Ares had obtained an unprecedented victory in history. The hand holding the letter trembled slightly. It was not because he was crazy but because he was too excited. The smile on his lips slowly widened until it turned into a wild laugh. "Family head, what great news is there?" The laughter startled Yi Baihu, who was outside the loft. Yi Baihu looked at the laughing Yi Tianlong with a puzzled expression. He understood Yi Tianlong, so he was even more puzzled. What had happened to make the old-fashioned and serious Yi Tianlong laugh like this? Yi Tianlong did not say anything and continued to laugh. He only handed the letter in his hand to Yi Baihu. Yi Baihu quickly skimmed through the letter, and his puzzled expression was quickly replaced by shock and ecstasy. They were extremely familiar with Yi Qingyo's notes. Since it was personally written by Yi Qingyo, this matter could not be wrong. A 16-year-old martial. Most importantly, his heaven-defying body fusion could actually level up. Such an abnormal skill had actually leveled up, and it actually had the power of a godly skill? This was simply great news. If Yi Qinghan continued to cultivate at this speed, he would probably be able to threaten Sage Realm warriors once he stepped into the Emperor Realm in another 10 years. He didn't know how to describe such an abnormal cultivation speed and such abnormal skills. He could only say that it was too heaven-defying. Family head, nurture this kid well. Perhaps in the future, he might break through to the heavenly god realm. The Yi family might be able to restore the glory of the ancient god era. Yi Baihu sighed inwardly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he said this to Yi Tianlong. Yi Tianlong's eyes sparkled with joy. This is hard to say now. It's not like you don't know how difficult it is to break through to the heavenly god realm. However, I know that if this kid is nurtured well, he can at least lead the Yi family to glory for hundreds of years. Yes. I predict that the glory of the Yi family will be born from this kid. This kid has too many secrets. His future is limitless. Yi Baihu sighed as he thought of all the things that had happened to Yi Qinghan. In the past, he had been worried that Yi Qinghan, with his low strength, would be injured on Nether Island. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, this kid would actually be invincible on Nether Island. He carefully calculated in his mind. When this kid returned to the Yi family, he would ask him properly. Otherwise, he suddenly remembered a piece of news he had received this morning. He couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Family head, I received news this morning that the teleportation formation of Dragon City has been damaged. It will probably take 2 or 3 months to repair. Do you think that someone deliberately damaged it?" The teleportation formation has been damaged? Yi Tianlong frowned slightly. He carefully digested this news. Unexpectedly, after a moment, he suddenly shouted, "Oh no, there must be a problem here. How could the teleportation formation have been damaged so coincidentally? It hasn't been damaged for more than 10 years. Now it's damaged just as little Han is preparing to return?" Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu looked at each other. They both felt that something was definitely wrong. After a moment, Yi Tianlong seemed to have thought of something. His expression suddenly darkened and he shouted angrily, "No, according to Yi Qinghan's mentality, he definitely wouldn't wait for a few months after knowing that I obtained the spirit pill. I'm afraid that he has already set off and rushed back to Tsang City. No, Baihu, quickly bring some people to protect him. It would take at least a month to rush back to Tsang City. Most importantly, if they wanted to rush back in a straight line, they would have to pass through an unregulated place. It was one of the 3 most dangerous places on the continent, the Goddown Mountain. Yi Dao had been killed by the demon race at the Goddown Mountain. Thinking of this, Yi Baihu's expression changed several times. He didn't say anything and quickly prepared to go down the mountain to gather people. "No, you stay at home and keep watch. I will personally bring people there," Yi Tianlong suddenly shouted as he paced back and forth. Then his figure suddenly dashed out. At the same time, he let out a loud roar that shook the entire Yi family. "So, elders, gather at the torture chamber." Yi Tianlong's loud roar alarmed everyone in the Yi family. Yi Chang put away his spear. There was a shocked expression on his delicate face. Then he put the spear on his back and quickly ran towards the torture chamber. Yi Tianqing put down the book in his hand. Yi Tianqing put down the teacup in his hand. Dozens of elders rushed to the entrance of the torture chamber immediately. They looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know why Yi Tianlong was so angry and why he gathered everyone in the torture chamber. Then another elder offended Yi Tianlong's dragon might. Was the incident with Yi Jian from a year ago going to repeat itself? Swish! Yi Tianlong turned into a black shadow and flew over from the mountain behind the Yi family. Then he glanced at the elders present and quickly called out their names. Yi Chang, Yi Tianqing, Yi Quan. You guys come with me. The rest of you stay at the Yi family and listen to Yi Baihu's arrangements. Let's go. Not long after, the Yi clan's black shadows rose into the air and quickly flew southwest. The citizens of Tsang City were shocked. They didn't understand what was going on. Why did the Yi family send out so many experts? Were they going to slaughter the holy beast Blue Dragon in the dense fog forest? Yi Qinghan had indeed left the Divine City. On the 3rd day, he received news from the Divine City that the teleportation portal in Dragon City would need another 2 to 3 months to be repaired. Yi Qinghan found Yi Qingyo and requested to rush back. The Divine City was located in the center of the 3 residences. If Yi Qinghan rushed back in a straight line, it would only take him 5 days to reach the House of Aries. Then it would take him another half a month to reach Tsang City. Of course, if Yi Qingyo directly flew back with Yi Qinghan, it would only take 7 to 8 days. However, when she heard that Yi Qinghan wanted to go back, Yi Qinggu also hurriedly wanted to go back. When Yi Qinghan went back, Yi Qingqing definitely had to follow him to the Yi family and watch as Yi Qinghan woke up Yi Qingyu. Then she could marry Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan, Yi Qingqing and Yi Qinggu had all gone back. Feng Zi and Hua Zi also lost interest in staying. Yi Qingqing had promised to give each of them 2 tranquil lake girls. Of course, they also wanted to go back. Emperors could fly, so the elders could fly as well. Originally, Yi Qinghan wanted to ask Yi Qingyo and the elders to fly everyone back to Tsang City. However, Yi Qingyo immediately rejected this childish idea. Of course, Yi Qingyo, a sage, had no problem flying with a person. The elders also had no problem carrying people, but the young masters and young mistresses were the ones who had a problem. One had to know that flying at high speed in the air would cause them to suffer from strong air pressure. At their realm, they couldn't withstand it for a long time. Emperors could use their battle chi to protect themselves, but they couldn't protect the people they brought with them. If they flew slowly, they might as well take a carriage back. Therefore, after some discussion, they decided that Yi Qingyo would lead the team and the elders of the major clans in Dragon City would protect them together. They would first escort the young masters and young mistresses to Tsang City and wake up Yi Qinghan's sister. Then they would gather the patriarchs of the major clans to discuss the Shui family. As for Yi Shisan and the elite disciples of the major clans, they were allowed to follow slowly back to the House of Aries. On the 4th day after the battle, 6 or 7 super luxurious and fast carriages drove out of Divine City and headed straight for the House of Aries. Inside the carriage, Yi Qingyo looked at Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu with a big smile. He looked outside and began to introduce the surrounding terrain to them. Little Han, in another day we will arrive at the number 1 forbidden ground, the Goddown Mountain. This is the birthplace of all the precious and saint artifacts on the continent. It is said that there are even divine artifacts there, but no one has been able to obtain them. The Goddown Mountain will open the heavenly path again in 5 years. If you become an emperor by then, I can let you go in to broaden your horizons and search for treasures. Chapter 164. God-Slaying Mountain? Yi Qinghan was sitting cross-legged in the carriage, pretending to be asleep with his eyes half closed. In fact, it was a little awkward to sit in the same carriage with Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyo. He had secretly slept with their granddaughter, and now that the 3 of them were in the same carriage, he felt awkward no matter what he did. Therefore, apart from cultivating, he closed his eyes and remained silent. At this time, he heard Yi Qingyo mention God-Slaying Mountain and say that they would pass by God-Slaying Mountain tomorrow. Yi Qinghan opened her eyes in astonishment and listened attentively to his explanation. God-Slaying Mountain. This place was both familiar and strange to Yi Qinghan. It was familiar because this place was where Jiang Yi's father died. Back then, Yi Dao came to the Fallen God Mountain alone and was killed by 4 upper-tier demon thearchs. By the time the Yi clan's rescue team arrived, Yi Dao was already on the verge of death. After being rescued and brought back to the Yi clan, Yi Dao left behind a few words and passed away. Therefore he was very familiar with this place since he was a child. Of course, he didn't understand the specific situation of God-Slaying Mountain at all. Hearing Yi Qingyo's explanation, he hurriedly asked with great interest, "Supreme Elder, why does God-Slaying Mountain have treasured weapons and sacred weapons? And there are even divine weapons? What's so special about divine weapons? And why can't we go there until 5 years later?" "Yes, Grandpa, can't you take us in to play tomorrow? I heard that God-Slaying Mountain is the cave residence of an ancient giant god, and there are countless treasures inside. Grandpa, tell us quickly, I'm about to die of boredom." Next to him, Yi Qingwu also hurriedly joined in the fun. She had been bored for the past few days. With her grandfather next to her, she certainly wouldn't drink Yi Qinghan and talk too much. She couldn't even be too intimate with him, so she was a little bored. Since I have nothing to do, I'll tell you. Anyway, you'll have to go in to search for treasures in the future. Strictly speaking, God-Slaying Mountain isn't a mountain, but a passage connected to the spatial turbulence. Yi Qingyo touched Yi Qingwu's head and said with a doting smile. After pondering for a while, he began to explain to the two. Not a mountain? Passageway? What else? Space turbulence? This was the first time Yi Qinghan had heard of such a novel thing, so he asked with great interest. Space turbulence. I'll explain these things to you after you enter the Emperor realm. You don't need to ask too many questions. Just listen carefully. Moreover, there are many questions that I can't explain clearly. They were all passed down by my ancestors. Yi Qingyo shook his head and did not answer Yi Qinghan's question. A long time ago, about 100,000 years ago, there was an extremely powerful god. Unfortunately, he was gravely wounded. Before he died, he hid all of his treasures in a place called the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Then he created many small divine pavilions in the spatial turbulence of countless planes and set up connecting passages. These warriors from the material planes, within a certain range of strength, could enter the small divine pavilion to search for treasures every 10 years. If they were lucky enough to survive and obtain the most important treasure in the small divine pavilion, they would be able to enter the small divine pavilion to search for treasures. When this person became a god in the future, he would have the opportunity to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion to search for treasures left behind by the ancient god. Yi Qingyo chuckled as he looked at Yi Qingwu and Yi Qinghan, who seemed to be listening to a fairy tale. Of course, he had the same expression when he first heard this story. He paused for a moment to allow the two to digest it before continuing. Fortunately, our Flame Dragon Plain, which is also the Flame Dragon Continent, also has a small divine pavilion in the spatial turbulence. The connecting passage is the God-Slaying Mountain. As for the realm of strength that our continent can enter, only the Emperor realm can enter. Those above or below this realm can't enter. In other words, those above the Emperor realm can't enter at all. Those below the Emperor realm who enter will definitely die. After Yi Qingyo's words fell, Yi Qingwu and Yi Qinghan were silent for a long time before they reacted. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, the two of them thought that they were really two frogs at the bottom of a well. They had originally thought that their strength and knowledge were very powerful, but they didn't expect that the waters of the Flame Dragon Continent were so deep. Perhaps they had only seen a small corner of it. Then isn't the God-Slaying Mountain very dangerous? Yi Qingwu patted her chest to express her shock and asked with a tilt of her head. There are 3 trials in the God-slaying mountain. You must remember that you must be careful when you enter in the future to search for treasures. In the first trial, once you enter the God-slaying mountain, you will first enter an illusory realm. This is a powerful illusory realm set up by the ancient god. Those whose soul realm hasn't reached the Emperor realm will definitely never be able to walk out of this illusory realm. They might even die directly. That's why I said that martial artists below the Emperor realm will definitely die if they enter. In the second trial, you will encounter puppets with the same strength as you. You can't use any skills inside because they are puppets without souls. Skills will be ineffective. Unless you comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, you will never be able to defeat them in your lifetime. If you can't defeat them, you can forget about passing the second trial. In the third trial, I don't know what it's like because everyone who enters has died. So fierce that no one has succeeded in passing the third trial? Then how did the Flame Dragon continent obtain so many precious and sacred weapons? Yi Qinghan asked anxiously. Yi Qingyo was both annoyed and amused as he scolded, "You idiot! After passing the third trial, that person will directly enter the small divine pavilion and obtain the treasures in the small divine pavilion. You idiot, once you pass the third trial, that person will enter the small divine pavilion and obtain the treasures in the small divine pavilion. The entire God-slaying mountain will be destroyed. As for the divine tools, as long as you enter the God-slaying mountain, you will have a chance to obtain them. Treasures will occasionally fly out from the central passageway of the God-slaying mountain. Whether you can find them or not will depend on your luck. Of course, only when the heavenly road opens will the Flame Dragon continent organize people in the Emperor realm to search for treasures. The time limit is 10 days and everyone will only try their luck in the first and second trials. Very few people, or even almost no one, go to the third trial. Remember, when you go to search for treasures in the future, you cannot enter the third trial. I see, It's quite fun. Little Han, work hard at cultivating. In the future, the two of us can go treasure hunting together. Yi Qingwu obviously didn't take Yi Qingyo's warning to heart and giggled. My father, how did he die back then? Yi Qinghan ignored Yi Qingwu and stared blankly at Yi Qingyo, asking about the cause of Yi Dao's death. Sigh, your father was an idiot. Yi Qingyo shook his head helplessly and said with a sigh, your father used his astonishing strength and the 8th grade battle beast, Draconic Lion, to make a name for himself in the chaotic prefecture battle 30 years ago. Your grandfather didn't want to allow him to participate in the treasure hunt at the God-slaying mountain 10 years ago to avoid being targeted and killed by the monster race and barbarian race. But unexpectedly, that idiot father ran out of the Yi family in the middle of the night and sneaked in the moment the path of heaven opened. In the end, he was surrounded and killed by 4 monster emperors of the monster race. When the rest of the family found him, he was already on the verge of death. So that's how it happened. Yi Qinghan nodded indifferently. He was indeed more curious about the God-slaying mountain that they would arrive at the next day. What was one of the 3 most dangerous places on the continent like? Chapter 165. Creek. The carriages slowly stopped beside a small river, and a commotion started outside the carriages. The sun was about to set, and it seemed like the main group was going to find a place to set up camp. After several days of traveling day and night, everyone was probably a little tired, so they decided to rest here for the night and continue tomorrow. Grand Elder, young Master Han, Miss Wu, the tents have been set up. You can go down and rest. After a while, Yi Ping's faint voice came from outside the carriage. Yi Qingyo nodded, glanced at the two and walked down the carriage first. Yi Qinghan winked at Yi Qingwu, then took her hand and prepared to walk down with her. Yi Qingwu rolled her eyes at him and her charming little mouth curled up. She shook off his hand and walked down with Yi Qingyo. Greetings, Elder Yi. The moment Yi Qingyo walked down, all the clan elders and young masters outside hurriedly saluted. Yi Qingyo's strength and seniority were the highest, and he was known as one of the top 3 in terms of attack power in the House of Ares, so it was only natural that he would receive such courtesy. Do as you please. We were in such a hurry this time and everyone must have worked hard. Yi Qingyo said with a smile and nodded, then sat down beside a fire that was already lit. Young Master Han, Miss Wu, sit here. On the other side, Feng Zi waved at Yi Qinghan, indicating that Yi Qinghan and the others should go to another fire, where Yu Qingqing, Long Sainan and Long Shuelu were already sitting. Yes. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands at Yi Qingyo and the elders, then walked over with Yi Qingwu. Young people like to sit with other young people. There was no pressure and they were more casual. Come. Young Master Han, this is your seat. It's arranged with sister-in-law. Young Lady Wu, you should also sit next to young Master Han. Feng Zi laughed mischievously and pointed at the seat next to Yu Qingqing. Young Master Feng, you've been very active recently. Why don't I ask Qingqing to give you a special selection when she sends off the Tranquil Lake disciples? When Yi Qinghan saw that his wife was being teased, of course, he couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately began to retaliate, but he wasn't polite at all. He directly sat beside Yu Qingqing and didn't conceal his attitude at all. Damn, there's no need for that. Just follow the usual specifications. Haha, consider it a slip of the tongue, I'll punish myself with a jar. When Feng Zi heard this, he immediately surrendered. If Yu Qingqing didn't care about the Yu clan's reputation and gifted him 2 ugly freaks, he would have to suffer in silence. Yu Qingqing was in a good mood when she saw that her man didn't even try to hide his protection for her. She raised her head and smiled at Yi Qinghan. Then she stretched out 2 white fingers towards Feng Zi and said, 2 jars. Ah! Everyone burst into laughter. They had witnessed Yu Qingqing's prowess on the prefecture battle island. Now Feng Zi was asking for trouble. Wasn't this the same as hanging himself? Was he tired of living? The accompanying guards carried over portions of cooked meat and jars of wine. However, perhaps because of Yi Qingyo's instructions, not much wine was served. Of course, everyone knew that they had to continue their journey tomorrow. Moreover, with their elders around, they didn't dare to get drunk. Thus, everyone began to enjoy the delicacies, drink the wine and chat idly. Tomorrow we'll pass by the god-slaying mountain. Everyone should observe carefully. If there's a chance in the future, we'll have to go in and search for treasures. Especially young Master Han. Maybe you'll be able to go in and search for treasures in 5 years. Long Xuelu picked up a jar of wine and took a big gulp. His handsome face was faintly disappointed. Seeing Yi Qinghan sitting beside 2 peerless beauties, talking to one and flirting with the other, Long Xuelu couldn't help feeling a little unbalanced. It seemed that Yi Qinghan had taken all the good things. Haha, the world is unpredictable. Maybe in a few years, young Master Long will suddenly break through to the imperial family. The god-slaying mountain of course is a good place. If there's a chance, you must go in and have a look. Yi Qinghan was whispering to Yu Qingqing. Hearing Long Xuelu mention him, he had to respond. Long Xinan glanced at Long Xuelu indifferently and saw his serious disappointment. She couldn't help but scold him. If he had spent all his time on women on cultivation, he would have reached the lowest level of the martial realm. When we go back, everyone must cultivate well and try to enter the god-slaying mountain with me in 5 years to search for treasures. Divine tools and precious tools may have a chance to break through 3 levels, or the precious treasures in the small divine pavilion. Small divine pavilion? Precious treasures? Even more valuable than divine tools? Long Sainan's words attracted everyone's attention. Yi Qinghan and the others had learned some things from Yi Qingyo today. However, Hua, Feng Ziyue, Qingqing and Long Xuelu had not reached a certain level of strength yet. Of course, their families would not tell them these secrets of the Fire Dragon continent. Hua couldn't help but ask. The Hua family was the most passionate about treasure hunting and adventuring. You can ask your family elders about the details. I will only tell you that the god-slaying mountain is said to have a chance to obtain a divine tool. Of course, no one knows whether anyone has obtained a divine tool in the past thousands of years. However, according to the legend, as long as you can pass 3 levels, you can definitely obtain a divine tool. If the path of heaven opens in 5 years, we might be able to obtain a divine tool. Of course, this depends on luck. Whether we can obtain the treasures in the god-slaying mountain doesn't depend entirely on our strength, but mostly on our luck. Long Xinan said confidently. As the only daughter of the chief of the Dragon Institute and with such high talent, the Dragon City's database was naturally open to her. She also knew many secrets that others didn't know. Divine tools. Long Sainan's words made everyone's hearts burn. The most powerful families only had a few divine tools, and they didn't even have the chance to touch them, let alone use them. Now that they were told that there were a large number of divine tools in the god-slaying mountain, and there were even legendary divine tools, they were naturally tempted and excited. Long Xinan looked at everyone's expressions and nodded with satisfaction. After more than a year of contact during this trip to the school battle, they had become life-and-death friends. Since they were friends, it was necessary for her to encourage them to work hard on their cultivation, especially Hua Kaihua, Feng Zi and Long Xuelu. Although they were talented, they were too playful. If they continued to play, they probably wouldn't achieve much in this life. Therefore, she mentioned the matter of the god-slaying mountain to encourage them. Looking at their expressions, she knew that her words had a certain effect. After a moment of silence, she decided to add fuel to the fire and said, "However, don't be too happy. Don't think too highly of yourself. Let me tell you, if you haven't broken through to the Emperor realm, you won't have the chance to go in and search for treasures. Therefore, if you want to go in and search for treasures in 5 years, you have to work hard. Otherwise, you will have to wait for the next opening of the heavenly path in 10 years. During this time school battle, I comprehended a lot and touched the threshold of the laws of heaven and earth. It won't be long before I enter the Emperor realm. 5 years later, I will definitely be able to enter the God-slaying mountain. As for whether or not all of you are lucky enough to be able to enter the God-slaying mountain 5 years later, it will depend on how hard you train. I really hope that when the time comes, the few of us can enter the God-slaying mountain together. Ah! Long Sainan's words shocked everyone, and they all looked at Long Sainan in astonishment. Long Sainan was actually going to break through to the Emperor realm? It wouldn't take long, at most 1 or 2 years. Long Sainan was now 28 years old, which meant that she was very likely to break through to the Emperor realm before the age of 30. This was very shocking news. After all, in the past 100 years, except for Yi Qinghan's father Yi Dao, no one had been able to break through to the Emperor realm before the age of 30. After hearing this news, their first reaction was shock, and their second reaction was great pressure and slight shame. After a slight pause, they all understood her painstaking efforts at the same time. After getting along for so long, they all knew that Long Sainan wasn't someone who liked to show off. She said this and told everyone such private news to remind them that if they wanted to enter the God-slaying mountain 5 years later and try their luck to obtain treasures, holy weapons, or even divine weapons, they must break through to the Emperor realm within 5 years. She was indirectly encouraging everyone, advising them, and reminding them of the importance of cultivation. Ah, thank you for reminding me, Miss Long. It's like a blow to my head. I'll definitely cultivate hard and strive to enter the God-slaying mountain with everyone in 5 years. We'll go on an adventure together again. Feng Zi was silent for a moment before he spoke first. He was a straightforward person, so when he said this directly, no one felt that he was showing off at all. Instead, they felt his determination. Hua Hua also said, "Me too. I'll definitely catch up to you in 5 years. I'm still an excellent scout and assassin." "Thank you for reminding me, cousin. Xuelu knows his mistake. I'll go into seclusion when I return to Dragon City. I won't come out until I'm done cultivating. I hope that I can go on an adventure with you in 5 years, Long Xuelu said seriously to Long Sainan with a fiery expression. Since everyone is so serious, I also have to work hard. Otherwise, I will be overtaken by you guys." Yi Qingwu chuckled, stretched her waist, stuck out her proud peaks and said, "Yes, work hard. We'll go to the God-slaying mountain together in 5 years. Yu Qingqing faintly nodded her head. She had incomparable confidence in her cultivation because she had Yi Qinghan who could enter into a state of spiritual stillness. As long as she married Yi Qinghan, when the time comes for them to dual cultivate, their strength would definitely soar. "Little Han, why aren't you saying anything? You're not confident?" Yi Qingwu asked curiously when she saw that Yi Qinghan only smiled at them without saying anything. Breaking through to the Emperor stage in 5 years? That's a piece of cake. Isn't it just 2 realms? I've broken through 3 realms in the past year. Yi Qinghan chuckled and said nonchalantly. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't have the habit of showing off. He thought of Madman and Hua Hua as his brothers and deliberately provoked them. Yi Qinghan's words had obviously irritated the few of them. Even Long Sainan felt slightly awkward. Not to mention Hua Hua, Feng Zi, Long Shui and the others, even she, who was 28 years old and had the strength of a peak duke, was too ashamed to show her face in front of Yi Qinghan's terrifying cultivation speed and powerful strength. Chapter 166. After resting for a night, the group set off again at dawn the next day. The carriages creaked as they traveled on the uneven mountain road, which surprised the birds in the forest. After walking for about 3 or 4 hours, the carriages slowly passed through the forest and came to a plain. Is that the God-slaying mountain? Through the curtain of the carriage, Yi Qingwu and Yi Qinghan saw an unusually tall mountain surrounded by white fog on the flat land in the distance. It was like a tall building rising from the ground, which stood out in the grassy plain. "Yes, that's the God-slaying mountain. When we pass by, we'll stop and let you have a good look." Yi Qingyo nodded. He was not surprised by their surprised expressions. He had the same expression when he saw the God-slaying mountain for the first time. Isn't this mountain too tall? Moreover, it's standing tall and straight, and the entire mountain is surrounded by white fog, but there isn't even a trace of white fog at the top? Oh my God! There seems to be a pavilion floating above it? Is that the small divine pavilion? Yi Qingwu stood up and leaned against the window of the carriage to carefully observe the god-slaying mountain. This was the first time she had seen such a marvelous sight, and she was very surprised. When she looked up at the top of the mountain, she cried out in surprise. "Oh, it really does look like a pavilion? Could the legend be true? Can one really reach the small divine pavilion from the god-slaying mountain?" Yi Qinghan also saw this strange situation. He opened his mouth wide and his eyes wide in disbelief. The entire god-slaying mountain was surrounded by white fog. Yi Qinghan could clearly see the scenery at the top of the mountain, and there was a loft-like building suspended at the top. The reason why we were so sure that we could reach the small divine pavilion as long as we passed the third test is that no one has ever doubted this legend for thousands of years. It's because the small divine pavilion at the top really does exist, and there are many wonderful things about the god-slaying mountain that prove this point. Yi Qingyo nodded and sighed. Amazing, it's really amazing. The small divine pavilion can actually be seen? Then why doesn't anyone just fly up, barge into the small god pavilion and directly take the treasures? Yi Qingwu twitched her little nose as she asked in confusion. Silly girl, if it was so easy, the little divine pavilion would have long ceased to exist. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingwu's cute twitching nose, and a trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes as he teased. Xiaowu, you're a little confused recently. Little Han is right. If it were that easy, the Goddown Mountain would have been destroyed long ago. According to legend, as long as you get the treasure of the little divine pavilion, the Goddown Mountain will be destroyed automatically. As for why no one directly flies up, it's because of the wonderful thing about the Goddown Mountain that I mentioned just now. As long as you get close to the Goddown Mountain, you'll be affected by an invisible restrictive force. No one can fly, so you can only walk step by step. Moreover, the gravity inside is very strong. You'll know when you personally experience it. Yi Qingyo lovingly stroked Yi Qingwu's head and patiently explained to her. Uncle Ping, drive faster. I want to go to the Goddown Mountain to have some fun. Yi Qingwu rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan, then turned to Yi Ping, who was sitting in front of the carriage. Although the Goddown Mountain could be seen from afar, it took the carriages more than an hour before they finally reached the foot of the mountain under the watchful eyes of the young masters and young ladies. Let's rest here and let them play for half an hour. Yi Qingyo's faint voice came from the carriages. All the elders in the carriages faintly smiled and ordered the carriages to stop. The young masters and young ladies in the carriages had already jumped off the carriages the moment the carriages stopped, preparing to go down and have a good look at the famous Goddown Mountain. With a faint smile, Yi Qinghan followed Yi Qingwu's footsteps and jumped off the carriage, preparing to walk towards the Goddown Mountain. He wanted to have a good look at the dangerous place where his father Yi Dao had died. However, the moment he jumped off the carriage, he felt that his body was many times heavier than usual. A huge force suddenly pressed down on his body. When his feet landed on the ground, his legs involuntarily bent and he almost sat on the ground. Additionally, he felt that his blood flowed a bit slower, his chest was stuffy, and he felt uncomfortable all over. What's going on? Enemy attack? Yi Qinghan immediately operated his battle chi at high speed and merged with his battle beast. He looked around and began to investigate the situation. However, there were no strangers around, and he found that Yi Qingwu and Feng Zihua, who had landed at the same time, were also looking around nervously with shocked expressions. Obviously, they had encountered the same situation. At this time, Long Shuelu had just jumped off the carriage. Perhaps because he had gotten off too hastily, he did not stand firm and directly fell on the ground. He immediately drew his sword and began to look around nervously. Don't be nervous. Long Sainan slowly and gently walked down from another carriage. Looking at the tense crowd, she smiled and said, "This is one of the wonderful environments of the Goddown Mountain. The gravity here is 10 times that of ordinary places. You'll be fine once you get used to it." Yi Qinghan immediately reacted. Yi Qingyo seemed to have told him in the morning that the gravity here was stronger than ordinary places. He didn't pay much attention to it at that time, but he didn't expect the gravity here to be so terrifying. He didn't notice it when he was in the carriage, but now that he was out of it, he found it difficult to walk. Moreover, when he jumped just now, he felt as if his blood was flowing in reverse and he felt uncomfortable all over. At this moment, with Long Sainan's reminder, Yi Qinghan hurriedly dispelled his battle beast fusion. He circulated his battle chi a few times and began to adjust his body's condition. Yi Qingyo and so many emperors were at the side. If someone had come to assassinate them, they would have discovered it long ago. At this moment, they were still sitting quietly in the carriage, which meant that this place was very safe and there was no need to worry. After Long Sainan's reminder, they all relaxed their bodies. Although they were still very confused about this phenomenon, when they remembered that Yi Qingyo, who was the top 3 in the attack on the House of Aries, was sitting in the carriage next to them without saying much, their doubts were immediately dispelled. They began to circulate their battle chi to adjust their bodies. This is amazing. There's actually such a terrifying gravity here. Walking here is much more difficult than walking outside. I have to circulate my battle chi at full strength to resist the gravity and walk freely. After a period of adjustment, they slowly adapted to the strange terrain here. Feng Zi's mouth twitched as he exclaimed in surprise. I feel like I can't even jump here. My speed is also greatly reduced. It's really amazing. After the flowers and grass recovered, he tried to jump lightly. Unexpectedly, before his feet touched the ground, he felt his blood and chi churning. He didn't dare to try again and spoke with lingering fear. Almost no one can fly near the god-slaying mountain. The stronger one is, the stronger the gravity. Everyone can only move forward on foot. Even a peak Saint Realm martial artist can only fly 1 or 2 meters at most, and that's under the forceful suppression of the sacred region. However, the consumption of battle chi is an astronomical figure. Therefore, most people basically move forward on foot. Long Sinan smiled faintly and explained to everyone again. Yi Qinghan nodded his head and looked up at the little divine pavilion that was floating high up in the sky. He thought to himself, no wonder no one can fly up there and directly enter the little divine pavilion to obtain the treasures. Under such strong gravity, who can fly up there? But don't the Fire Dragon continent have 3 heavenly god realm experts? Can't they fly up as well? Chapter 167. How did this white fog form? It's so dense that we can't even see the mountain clearly despite being so close to it. It's so magical. Yu Qingqing's words pulled everyone's attention away from the mountain in front of them. The god-slaying mountain was indeed one of the 3 perilous lands. When they looked at it from afar, the entire mountain looked like a stone pillar that was emitting white smoke. However, when they got closer, they could still see a white fog. This white fog was constantly rolling and completely obscuring the inside of the mountain. I wonder what's inside the white fog? Is it also a vast expanse of white? If it's a vast expanse of white, how can treasure hunters find their way? How can they see where the treasures are? Where's the danger? Hua Chao crossed his arms and looked puzzled. Actually, this white fog isn't white fog. It's something similar to an energy shield. Long Sinan already knew these things like the back of her hand. Of course, she was duty-bound to answer everyone's questions. Don't be fooled by the white fog. It's this white fog that prevents everyone from entering the god-slaying mountain. Once someone touches the white fog, it will automatically repel people and objects that get close to it. Every 10 years, 3 doors and a row of stairs will automatically appear in the white fog. This is the path of heaven. Everyone in the Fire Dragon continent will be able to enter the god-slaying mountain through the path of heaven. Of course, warriors above the Sage Realm will be automatically repelled. This is too magical. This isn't something that can be done by humans. It must have been created by some ancient god with great power. Such a grand creation, it's worthy of being one of the 3 perilous lands. Feng Zi's eyes were filled with infatuation as she listened. Such a miraculous thing, such a fantastical existence, was naturally not something that could be created by humans. Only the legendary ancient gods who had the power to split the heavens and the earth could have such earth-shattering power and such great boldness to create such a miraculous mountain. This was indeed created by a great god. There are many magical things inside. Little Feng Zi, if you want to explore and search for treasures in 5 years, you'll have to work hard. Otherwise, you'll have to wait for another 15 years. It's 10 times more dangerous for martial practitioners below the Imperial Realm. You'll die without a doubt. Long Sinan smiled as she tried to motivate Feng Zi again. As soon as Long Sinan finished speaking, Yu Qingqing raised the doubt in her heart. Sister Sinan, this white mist, is it possible that even a Saint Realm expert can't break through the energy barrier? Even if there's a small crack, people can take the opportunity to sneak in. Looking at the white mist, it doesn't seem to have a strong defense. Besides, such a big mountain and such a big protective shield, there must be a weak spot, right? Long Sinan was silent for a moment, then she shook her head and said, since you can think of this, the predecessors must have thought of it as well. Indeed, Sage Realm experts have the ability to tear a small hole in the barrier. In fact, there have been people who have done this in history, but none of the Emperor Realm experts who were sent and survived, including 3 peak Emperor Realm experts. After the Heavenly Road opened, none of them came out alive, so no one dared to try it. Strange, too strange. This place was too mysterious. The Fiery Dragon continent's waters are too deep. Yi Qinghan took over the conversation and sighed. The fiery dragon continent had too many secrets. The high and mighty divine city, the mist-shrouded god-slaying mountain, the hidden island in the East Sea, the boundless dark forest in the north, and the king of the forest, the god realm expert Lord Devour. There was also the misty swamp with powerful sacred beasts and many unknown existences. Yi Qinghan knew that the flame dragon continent definitely had many mystical existences and many unknown secrets. It was just that they hadn't reached a certain level of strength yet. They hadn't entered a certain realm yet, so they wouldn't be able to come in contact with and understand these things. If you want to know more, you need to be strong. Let's go closer to the white mist and have a look. Then we'll continue our journey. Yi Qingwu smiled, interrupting Yi Qinghan's thoughts. Everyone began to lift their heavy legs and walk forward. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they finally got close to the white mist. The god-slaying mountain was indeed magical. It was like an inverted cone on the flat ground. They could clearly see the mountain shrouded in white mist, extending upward in a straight line. And this white mist, from a close distance, looked like a fluttering roll of wool. It was snow-white and constantly wriggling, but it didn't spread out. Moreover, it didn't disperse, making people unable to see the situation inside the white mist. Unable to contain his curiosity, Fengzi gently extended his hand towards the white mist. Unexpectedly, before he could even touch the white mist, he was knocked back by an invisible force. He almost fell to the ground, and his arm also went numb from the force. It's so fun. So magical. Seeing that Fengzi was fine after touching it, Yi Qingwu also touched it. However, she was much gentler this time and was also gently bounced back. She couldn't help but play around like a child who had seen a fun toy. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingwu's happy expression and smiled gently. After a while he said, "All right, let's go if you've had enough. Your grandfather and the elders are probably waiting anxiously." Long Sinan also smiled faintly. "Yes, let's go. Cultivate hard and strive to enter the god-slaying mountain in 5 years. Yes, in 5 years, I will work hard to come here again and enter the mountain to search for treasures." Fengzi gritted her teeth and once again gave herself a great pressure and goal. Everyone talked and laughed as they began to walk toward the convoy. After their trip to the god-slaying mountain, they all understood that there were still many mysterious and unknown places on this continent. Only by becoming stronger would they be qualified to know, understand, and explore. "What's that?" Long Sinan, who was walking, suddenly stopped as the smile on her face instantly froze. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan, who had an extremely high soul realm, also noticed the abnormal situation on the right side of the mountain. His face turned solemn at once. Black shadows. There were actually 3 black shadows that were rushing towards them from the other side of the mountain. Their speed was so fast that it was shocking to hear. Yet, they could move so fast even under the heavy gravity of the god-slaying mountain. Obviously, the 3 people's realms were much higher than those present. "Foreign race, it's the demon race." Hearing Long Sinan's words, Fengzi suddenly turned around. When he saw the 3 black shadows clearly, he roared in horror. "Run!" Yi Qinghan and Long Sinan exchanged a glance with each other. Yi Qinghan roared as she hurriedly ran her battle chi at full strength. Closely after that, she started to run towards the fleet with Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu crazily. "Run!" Fengzi, Huachao, and Long Shuelu also ran madly toward the convoy, not even bothering to wipe the cold sweat off their faces. They didn't know why there were 3 demons in this place. They didn't know why the demons had suddenly appeared, but Yi Qingyu reacted quickly. All they knew was that these 3 demons could run faster than them. Moreover, they probably knew that Yi Qingyu and the other Emperor Realm experts were present and still dared to attack them. In that case, all 3 of them were at least at the peak of the demonic the Arch Realm. Or perhaps all 3 of them were demonic saints. Swoosh! A green light suddenly lit up and enveloped them. Yi Qingyu finally reacted and immediately activated his saint realm. At the same time, his furious voice rang out like a clap of thunder. "Demon, how dare you use underhanded means? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Chapter 168. It was not that Yi Qingyu did not react. In fact, he had been using his spiritual consciousness to sense the situation around him while he was sitting in the carriage. To be exact, he had been on high alert ever since they were 100 miles away from the divine city. Although Xianxia had been defeated by the god-slaying guards, he was still worried that Xianxia or the barbarian tribe would kill him along the way. However, he was still worried that the demons or the barbarian race would ambush and kill them along the way. After all, Yi Qinghan's talent was too heaven-defying. She had such a high cultivation at such a young age. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan's abnormal skills. If Yi Qinghan was allowed to grow, she would definitely become a nightmare for the demon race and barbarian race. However, just before Xianxia appeared, there was a violent anomaly in the chi of heaven and earth in the northeast. Yi Qingyo and the elders sensed it, and they were all investigating the anomaly in the northeast. There was indeed an anomaly in the northeast, and it came from the sky. A group of people flew over from the northeast sky, and their auras were released at full force. They were extremely arrogant and could be detected from afar. Yi Qinghan and the others had low cultivation levels, so they naturally did not know, but Yi Qingyo discovered it immediately. At the same time, he immediately began to investigate whether the people in the northeast sky were friend or foe. When he sensed a familiar aura, he was slightly shocked for a moment. Why was Yi Tianlong here? And why did he bring so many experts from his clan? However, before he could figure out the answer to this question, Feng Zi's roar gave him a pleasant surprise. He immediately shivered, and with a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, he discovered that behind Yi Qinghan and the others, there were 3 demon clan members flying straight towards them. Before he could think about how Xianxia had sneaked over without alerting him, the elders in the carriage had already arrived. With a furious roar, he first activated his Saint Realm, but he directly rushed out of the carriage. His level 8 battle beast, Kuenyo, merged with his battle beast in the air, and rushed towards Xianxia and the others behind Yi Qinghan and the others. Xianxia, you are a holy lord, how can you be so shameless? Sneak attacking a junior? Yi Ping reacted, and a fierce aura emanated from his body. He rushed towards Yi Qinghan and the others like a sharp sword. At the same time, he took out a signal flare and threw it into the air. Demon, you dare? Almost at the same time, several people flew out of the carriages, surrounded by battle chi, their faces filled with anger. Their young masters and young mistresses were all in front of them. If they were all slapped to death by the demon's palm, how were they going to explain this to their clan leader? They had all sensed the surging momentum in the northeast sky, and they had all sensed Yi Tianlong's domineering dragon might. Once the Yi family's unique signal flare exploded, Yi Tianlong would definitely rush over at full speed. They only needed to delay him for a moment, and they would be able to successfully protect a few young masters and young mistresses. Bang! Before the signal flare could explode, Blue Knight Cao's Saint Domain suddenly shattered. Under the all-out attack of Xianxia and the 2 Fei, Blue Knight Cao's Saint Domain actually disintegrated in a single strike. At the same time, a huge golden-furred lion phantom appeared behind Xianxia. Its blood-red eyes stared at the running Yi Qinghan and said viciously, Yi Qinghan, you killed my son. This old demon will make sure you die without a complete corpse. After Xianxia finished speaking, the lion phantom behind him roared and transformed into a huge golden palm, slapping down at the running Yi Qinghan and the others. Xianxia, how dare you? Yi Qinghan roared again and his speed soared again. At the same time, the battle chi in his hand flashed and transformed into a green kueox. With an incomparably domineering aura, it crashed into Xiaoxia's huge palm. Damn it, there is another demon sage? And a peak stage Feather Arch from the Panther race? The 4 of you, go and delay the demon sage. I will go and stall that panther. The Hua clan's Emperor Realm expert Hua Ruoruo laughed bitterly and shouted angrily at Yi Ping and the others. She instantly moved stealthily towards a peak demonic emperor of the panther race on Xiaoxia's left. Long Xiaoxiang, concubine Yuxiang, Feng Hua, the 4 of us will go and stop the monkey demon sage. As long as we can delay them for 5 minutes, our clan head will definitely arrive. Yi Ping gritted his teeth and shouted at the Emperor Realm experts of Dragon City and the Yu clan. The few people present had all experienced the chaotic provincial battle 30 years ago. Just now, the 3 Fei race experts had joined forces and shattered Yi Qinghan's Saint Domain. It was easy for them to see the strength of the 3 Fei race experts. There was no need to mention Xianxia. The Fei race Holy Venerate had entered the demonic sage realm 50 years ago. The 4-meter-tall ape-like Fei race expert on the right was obviously a demonic sage as well. The last Panther race expert was a peak demonic emperor. After all, if he entered the demonic sage realm, his speed would be even faster. Yi Qinghan and the others would have died under his claws. Bang! Yi Ping threw the signal flare with all his might. In the end, it rose more than 10 meters into the air and exploded with a bang. A fiery red light illuminated the surroundings. After the fiery red light flashed, an even louder and more violent roar came from the distant sky. Xianxia, if you dare to kill Yi Qinghan, I will make the 100,000 members of the Fei race accompany him in death. Yi Tianlong had already sensed Yi Qinghan and the others when he released his spiritual consciousness. He had released his aura without restraint because he hoped that Yi Qinghan and the others would sense it. However, he did not have the time to be happy. He did not even have the time to fantasize about how to praise this grandson of his that he had neglected for more than 10 years. He sensed Yi Qinghan's Saint Domain and the chaos in the surroundings when Xianxia and the other two destroyed the Saint Domain. Then he saw the image of a huge golden-furred lion and a dazzling red light. The red light was the Yi family's unique signal flare that Yi Ping had released. As for the image of the golden-furred lion, it was the only one in the entire continent. It was the demon shadow battle technique of one of the Fey race's Saint Venerables, Xianxia. Therefore he immediately merged with his battle beast and activated his battle chi at full force. He frantically rushed down the god-slaying mountain and roared. "Hold on, you must hold on." Behind him, Yi Chang and Yi Tianxing also saw the huge golden-furred lion at the foot of the god-slaying mountain. Without further ado, they merged with their battle beasts and multiplied their speed. They followed Yi Tianlong and rushed toward the god-slaying mountain. Although they did not say much, they were silently praying in their hearts. They were not very far from the god-slaying mountain. Based on their usual speed, they would arrive in 1 or 2 minutes. However, if they moved forward a little more, they would enter the range of the god-slaying mountain's gravitational field and their speed would decrease. Therefore, they estimated that they would need at least 5 minutes to reach the battlefield. Yi Tianlong's roar made Yi Qinghan and the others who were running feel joy at the same time. Yi Tianlong was coming? As long as Yi Tianlong arrived, they would be absolutely safe. Yi Qingyu's attack was strong, but his defense was mediocre. It was evident that his Saint Domain had been instantly shattered by the 3 Fey race members' joint attack just now. But Yi Tianlong was different. His battle beast was the Earth Bear, which had the strongest defense. As long as he was within the range of his Saint Domain, Xianxia and the others would definitely not be able to break through it in a short period of time. However, their joy only lasted for a short second. The huge golden palm above their heads had already slammed down on their heads. The golden palm contained a supreme pressure that made them feel as if the air around them had stopped flowing. Their hearts felt as if they were about to jump out of their chests. Their feet, which were already difficult to walk, felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them at this moment. They could not move at all. Chapter 169. Yi Qinghan stopped moving. Under such gravity and pressure he could not move at all. Even if he circulated his battle chi and ruptured his meridians, he probably wouldn't be able to escape the golden palm's range. Since he couldn't escape, then he wouldn't. He looked at the pale-faced Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing beside him and felt a wave of remorse and guilt. It was all because of him that they had suffered such a calamity. He had implicated everyone. He looked at Yi Qinghan, whose face was filled with guilt and pain, and at Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu, whose faces were as pale as snow, but he suddenly calmed down. However, he suddenly calmed down. The hand that was being held by Yi Qinghan also grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand. A faint blush appeared on his face and he shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with tenderness. He seemed to be telling Yi Qinghan that they didn't blame him. They didn't blame him and they were willing to die together with Yi Qinghan. "What are you standing there for? Give me your battle chi shields. Get down." Just as they were waiting for death to come, Yi Qinghu roared angrily again. At the same time he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale, and his eyes bulged even more as if they would fall out at any moment. Bang! Just as the golden palm was about to descend, Yi Qinghu's battle chi transformed Kuei suddenly sped up and collided with the golden palm just as it was about to descend. The 2 enormous waves of energy collided, resulting in a shocking explosion. "Young master! Young mistress!" The elders cried out involuntarily. Long Sinan Yi Qinghan, and the others immediately used their battle chi to form a defensive shield after Yi Qinghu roared. But under such an enormous impact of energy and such a violent explosion, how could they withstand it with their meager strength? "They're not dead yet. All of you hurry up and hold them off." Yi Qingyo scanned the area with his spiritual sense, and his pale face regained some color. He shouted at Yi Ping and the others behind him. Not bothering to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yi Qingyo widened his eyes and continued to charge at the demons. Since Yi Qingyo had said so, Yi Ping and the others were relieved. They split up and charged towards the demon saint of the monkey clan and the demon emperor of the leopard clan. The sound of the explosion was still echoing at the foot of the mountain. The dust around Yi Qinghan's group that was caused by the explosion slowly settled down, revealing bodies that had been blown up. Feng Zihua, Hua Lushui, and Long Shuelio's faces were covered in blood from the explosion. Of course, the blood did not flow out of their mouths, but they spat it out. Their internal organs had been injured by the strong impact, and they had suffered severe internal injuries. Long Sinan was in a slightly better state. Her strength at the peak of the Marquis realm allowed her battle chi shield to form an extremely powerful defense. She wasn't injured, but she was in a rather sorry state. There was a large hole in her purple robe, revealing her snow-white skin and a red undergarment. Han, how are you? Are you okay? Little Han, you can't die, okay? Hua Lushui was fine, but Yi Qinghan seemed to be in a rather serious state. Yi Qinghan immediately formed a battle chi shield after Yi Qingyu's warning. At the same time he pulled Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu into his arms and threw them to the ground. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu, who were in a sorry state but had not suffered any injuries, had just woken up. They immediately crawled out of Yi Qinghan's arms and couldn't help but cry out when they saw Yi Qinghan's bloody back. Hearing Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu's cries, Long Sinan didn't bother to hide her exposed back and walked over with difficulty. Hua Lushui, Feng Zihua and Long Shuilu also wiped their mouths and walked over with heavy steps. They knew that Xianxia wanted to kill Yi Qinghan, so the center of the explosion had been above Yi Qinghan, which was why he had suffered such severe injuries. Cough cough. I'm fine. Why aren't you guys running away? Yi Qinghan coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. He stood up slowly. He was indeed fine. The moment he was injured, the bronze ring on his ring finger had already begun to emit a white stream of air to heal him. Although his injuries looked terrible, they didn't hurt his muscles or bones, which was why he had reminded everyone to run away. Go. Seeing that Yi Qinghan could still walk freely despite being badly mutilated, Long Sinan didn't say much. She turned to Feng Zihua and Long Shuilu and said. She knew that this wasn't the time to be loyal. Everyone was an ant under a giant and could die at any time, so it was better for them to escape. She knew that Yi Tianlong was rushing over with people. Before Yi Tianlong arrived, this place wasn't safe, so they had to get away from the god-slaying mountain. The further they went, the safer they would be. Although Yi Qingyu and a few elders had gone to buy time, there were still 2 demon saints over there. As long as they attacked casually, they would be turned into ashes. Han, I'll help you escape. Hurry. Yu Qingqing placed Yi Qinghan's hand on her shoulder and prepared to help him escape. Yi Qingwu looked at Yi Qinghan's mangled back with heartache. She didn't hide her affection for Yi Qinghan in the slightest. She held Yi Qinghan's other hand and sobbed, Little Han, hurry, we'll help you escape. As long as the chief arrives, we'll be saved. Yi Qinghan, I'll definitely kill you today. Yi Qingyu, get out of my way. Why are you 2 idiots fighting? Why aren't you going to kill Yi Qinghan? Yao Xie roared angrily. He tried to get past Yi Qingyu to kill Yi Qinghan several times, but was stopped every time. Yi Qingyu's Kuei battle technique was based on the laws of darkness and destruction. Its attacks were ferocious and overbearing, and he would be injured if he wasn't careful. Moreover, he knew that Yi Tianlong, who was known to have the best defense in the House of Aries, was about to arrive. He became even more anxious and hurriedly roared at his subordinates. Roar! Roar! The Panther Beast Emperor, who was being held back by Hua Ruoruo, sensed Yao Xie's fury and didn't dare to be careless. He quickly twisted his body and left Hua Ruoruo to run toward Yi Qinghan. Meanwhile, the other demon saint ignored Yi Ping and the others' attacks and charged toward Yi Qinghan with his powerful defense. Yi Qinghan heard Yao Xie's angry roar and saw 2 demon tribe members trying their best to break free and rush toward him. You 2 hurry and leave. Their target is me. He instantly understood that if Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing continued to stay with him, they would be in even more danger. His expression was extremely resolute. No, little Han, if you're dead, what's the point of me living? You said you'd take responsibility for me, so don't you dare abandon me. Yi Qingwu shook her head forcefully, tears streaming down her face like rain. She tightly held onto Yi Qinghan's hand, as if afraid that he would abandon her. I'm yours to live and your ghost to die. Yi Qinghan, don't you dare abandon me. Yu Qingqing didn't cry. She merely looked at Yi Qinghan indifferently. There was no pain, no sadness, nothing else in her quick-witted eyes, only deep affection and tenderness. Xiao. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything, even though he was so moved that he almost cried. However, he knew that this wasn't the time to talk about love. There were no flowers on the fallen god mountain, and there was no moon at the moment. There was only a monstrous killing intent and danger that could descend at any time. Therefore, Yi Qinghan decisively used his body fusion battle skill, Soul Confusion, and directly knocked the 2 out. With a flash of bewitching purple light, Yi Qinghan's hands emitted 2 powerful battle chi and heavily struck the backs of Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu, sending them flying dozens of meters away. Then he took a deep look at the 2. He actually turned around and walked towards the right side of the fallen god mountain. Young Lady Long, take them away. The demon race's target is me. Hearing Yi Qinghan's resolute and decisive voice, Long Xinan slightly paused. She lightly gritted her teeth and turned her head to look at Yi Qinghan's back, which was still badly mutilated, but was unusually resolute as he ran towards the back. A desolate feeling welled up in her heart. She slightly shook her head and stamped her feet, running towards the place where Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu had landed. Not far away, the leopard demon emperor seemed to have gotten rid of Hua Ruoro's obstruction and was chasing after Yi Qinghan at lightning speed. Chapter 170. Hua Ruoro, go and stop that leopard for me. I'll give you 100 bottles of top-grade snow panacea later. Although Yi Qingyo was busy fighting with Xianxia, he had left a trace of consciousness to keep a close eye on Yi Qinghan and the others. The future hope of the Yi family and his precious granddaughter were down there. How could he not keep an eye on them? At this moment he saw that Yi Qinghan had actually left Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu behind and was heading towards the fallen god mountain. He couldn't help but call him an idiot, but he also admired Yi Qinghan's actions. Xiaoxia's target was Yi Qinghan. If Yi Qinghan continued to stay with Yi Qingwu and was accidentally hit, he would suffer even greater losses. He saw the leopard emperor tremble after Xiaoxia's angry roar. His body actually trembled and shrank a little. Then his speed suddenly increased and he broke free from Hua Ruoro in an instant. He flew towards Yi Qinghan. He knew that the leopard emperor had used his trump card to save his life. Hua Ruoro, who was only a level 2 emperor, would definitely not be able to catch up to his soaring speed. Xiaoxia saw that the leopard emperor was flying towards Yi Qinghan and his attacks became even more ferocious. He had no way of saving Yi Qinghan himself, so he could only shout at Hua Ruoro. F***ck, I'm going all out. Hua Ruoro was already very anxious after being left behind by the leopard emperor. She tried her best to catch up, but she couldn't keep up with the leopard emperor's speed. Now that she heard Yi Qingyo's sky-high price of 100 bottles of snow panacea, she couldn't care less anymore. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through her eyes, and a blood-red mist bloomed from her body. Her eyes also turned blood-red. Her speed more than doubled, and she turned into a series of afterimages as she madly flew towards the leopard emperor. Hua Ruoro is going all out. Let's go all out too. Feng Hua, the emperor realm expert of the Feng clan, suddenly sped up with a short flying sword. It kept circling around the demonic saint of the monkey clan, targeting its eyes and nose. Once it saw the demonic saint of the monkey clan coming to block it, it immediately retreated. Every minute and every second was controlled to the extreme, and his mind was rapidly consumed. The emperor realm expert of the Yu clan, concubine Yu Xiang, looked at Hua Ruoro, who was covered in blood, and knew that he was risking his life. She knew about this skill. It was the Hua family's life-saving skill called Blood Escape. Every time he used it, he would need to spend a lot of effort in cultivation, but it could double his speed for half an hour. However, after using this skill, Hua Ruoro's absolute strength would be greatly reduced. She would need to lie in bed for at least a month to recover. Under normal circumstances, the members of the Hua family would not easily use this skill until the very last moment. Yi Qingyo had offered a sky-high price of 100 bottles of top-grade snow panacea, so Hua Ruoro did not hesitate at all. He estimated that he would be able to make up for the loss of his cultivation with less than 50 bottles of snow panacea. He had definitely profited, so of course he would go all out. After Yi Ping attacked with all his might, he quickly retreated again. Hua Ruoro was only going all out now, but he had been going all out long ago. It looked like the four of them had easily stopped the demonic sage of the monkey race. In fact, only he knew how desperate he was to stop this demonic sage. Although the wind and fire flying swords were constantly attacking the eyes and nose of the monkey race, they could only cause chaos. Aunt Yu Xiang's mental attack could only affect the mind of the demonic sage of the monkey race. It was not even enough for 0.1 seconds. As for Long Xiaoxiang, although he was also constantly attacking, the target of the demonic sage was Yi Qinghan. Since Long Xinan was already out of danger, he did not go all out. At this moment, he was the only one who was completely resisting the attacks of the monkey race demonic sage. Although the other three were causing chaos, he was also having a hard time resisting and almost died from severe injuries several times. However, the target of the demonic sage was Yi Qinghan. As an elder of the Yi clan and a good friend of Yi Dao in the past, how could he not resist and fight with his life on the line? Yi Qinghan was running. Although he had left Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu behind, he was running in the direction of the fallen god mountain. Of course he did not want to commit suicide. Instead, he was running in two different directions with Long Sinan and the others. However, this running was different from the running on Nether Island. At that time he had already reached the martial realm. Although running was tiring, he was very happy and satisfied. This time he was running for his life. No one would sit and wait for death before their hopes were completely extinguished. Yi Tianlong was about to arrive. At this moment, the further he ran, the safer he would be. However, the strange gravity here made running very uncomfortable. Every time he lifted his leg, he had to use all the strength in his body. His battle chi was being consumed like water. Every muscle in his body felt slightly sore because of the intense exercise, and his chest felt stuffy. However, could he not run? Boom! With every passing second, violent explosions of energy clashing rang out behind him. With his strength, a casual attack from the demonic sage would probably be smashed to pieces. The demonic sage was attacking, and Yi Qingyo was defending. This place was very wide. Yi Qingyo could defend against the demonic sage's attacks for a while, but could he defend against them every time? Swish swish. An intense air-piercing sound rang out behind him. From the corner of his eyes, Yi Qinghan saw a short leopard-like demon-race demonic sage rushing towards him. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. At this moment he did not dare to think and could only run like crazy. A moment later he heard Yi Qingyo's angry roar. Then, another air-piercing sound came from behind him. Hua Ruoruo was surrounded by a blood-colored mist. Like a ghost in the sky, she suddenly emerged from the air and turned into 9 figures that enveloped the Panther Demon Emperor. Ha! Suddenly surrounded by Hua Ruoruo, the Panther Demon Emperor knew that it would be very difficult for him to escape from Hua Duo and catch up to Yi Qinghan. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes, and with a ferocious expression, he shouted. His left palm actually broke off at the wrist. 5 sharp claws spread out and turned into a black light that grabbed at Yi Qinghan. Little Han, be careful. Yi Qingyo was relieved when he saw Hua Ruoruo use the blood escape technique and catch up to the Panther Demon Emperor. He did not expect that this demon-race demonic sage would be so ruthless as to break his palm and kill Yi Qinghan. Yi Qingyo roared angrily. Young Master Han, be careful. Hua Ruoruo was also shocked. She had expended a great deal of her profound chi to use the blood escape technique, but she did not expect that the Demon Emperor would be even more ruthless and use her palm as a hidden weapon to attack Yi Qinghan. Oh! Yi Qinghan did not need Yi Qingyo and Hua Ruoruo's warning. He had already heard the air-piercing sound of something hard behind him. Moreover, the speed was even faster than the demon-race demonic sage and Hua Ruoruo. He did not dare to look back and used his battle chi to form a shield to defend his back. At the same time he quickly dodged to the side. However, he had underestimated the speed and power of the Panther Demon Emperor's broken palm. Just as he formed his battle chi shield and was about to dodge, the golden, spotted, and hairy broken palm struck his back. At the same time the broken palm suddenly exploded, sending Yi Qinghan flying into the air. He smashed into the white mist of the god-slaying mountain not far away and fell heavily to the ground. Little Han. Chapter 171. Little Han. Yi Qingyo spat out another mouthful of blood. He waved his palm and sent out a strong green stream of air, repelling the demon. He hurriedly used his spiritual sense to scan Yi Qinghan, who was lying on the ground in a bloody mess. He knew of the leopard tribe's exploding skill. It was a desperate skill unique to the leopard tribe. It was extremely difficult to learn and had a low success rate, but it was quite powerful. Yi Qinghan was only a first-level martial. Even if he could reach the first level of Marquis by combining with his battle beast, how could he block the attack? Yi Tianlong was about to die. If Yi Qinghan died now, how could he face Yi Tianlong? So he used his secret technique again, expending a lot of effort to forcibly increase his attack power and repel the demon. He hurriedly used his spiritual sense to scan Yi Qinghan. He's still breathing. With a sweep, he discovered that Yi Qinghan still had a weak breath. Although there seemed to be many fractures all over his body and his internal organs had suffered severe internal injuries, it was fine as long as he wasn't dead. Yi Qingyo forced himself to let go of his worries and pounced at the demon again. At the same time, he roared at Hua Ruoruo, "Hua Ruoruo, kill that leopard and I'll give you another 100 bottles of snow panacea." The demon was also very angry. Looking at the crazed Yi Qinghan, his mouth twitched helplessly. With his cultivation level, he could obviously sense that Yi Qinghan still had a trace of breath. He wasn't dead. The Yi family had a large business. As long as he wasn't dead, he could probably be saved, no matter how serious his injuries were. Yi Tianlong was about to arrive. If he didn't kill Yi Qinghan now, he would probably have no chance when Yi Tianlong arrived and activated the sanctuary. So he was prepared to fight with his life. He had a son at an old age and hoped that Yao Kaka would continue the family line and continue the glory of the Golden Lion tribe. He didn't expect that Yi Qinghan would kill him at Duanren Peak. Of course he wouldn't stop until he killed Yi Qinghan. This was the best opportunity. In order to create this opportunity for him, the Massacre God Guards had risked the wrath of the Divine Master by sending people to destroy the teleportation formation in the Dragon City. If he allowed Yi Qinghan to escape, he would have to cultivate in the Yi family for a few decades, and he would never have the chance to take revenge. Little bastard, go to hell. Xianxia let out a loud roar. His golden hair stood on end and a fiery light appeared in his eyes. He charged head-on at the Blue Night Bull that was charging at him. Xianxia, you are no match for me. My clan leader is about to arrive, so why don't you retreat? You can stay here forever. Yi Qingyo exchanged countless blows with the demon at lightning speed, but he felt helpless. Both he and Xianxia were the offensive type. One cultivated the Tao of Destruction, while the other cultivated the Law of Fire. The two of them were evenly matched. If they fought head-on, both of them would be injured. So neither of them used their strongest moves. I want to leave, but no one in the House of Aries can stop me. Xianxia continued to exchange blows with Yi Qingyo, but his eyes flickered from time to time as he stared at Yi Qinghan, who was outside the white fog barrier of the Fallen God Mountain. He seemed to be calculating how he could land another palm strike and kill Yi Qinghan. Little Han? What happened to Little Han? Han, what happened to you? The exchange just now seemed to have lasted for a very long time. However, from the moment Yi Qinghan left Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing behind, the moment the Panther Demon Emperor caught up and threw out the broken palm, to the moment Yi Qinghan fell to the ground with heavy injuries, only a few seconds had passed. At this moment, Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing slowly regained consciousness. Their eyes rolled around in a daze for a few times before they regained consciousness at the same time. They hurriedly looked around for Yi Qinghan, but when they finally saw Yi Qinghan sprawled on the ground in the thick white fog at the foot of the Fallen God Mountain, their expressions changed at the same time. They hurriedly pulled Long Sinan, who had come to help them up, and asked her. He was sent flying by the Panther Demon Emperor's broken palm. I don't know what's going on, what are you two doing? Long Sinan was also worried. When she saw that the two of them had broken free from her grasp and were actually running towards Yi Qinghan, she hurriedly grabbed them and shouted. That's right, Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingwu, don't go over. Young Master Han will be fine. Feng Zi hurriedly followed and helped to hold the two of them back. Her expression was also very ugly, and she occasionally glanced at Yi Qinghan, who was lying in the distance, and said gloomily, Let me go. Let me go. Although Yu Qingqing usually looked very weak at this moment, her tone was unusually firm as she shouted at Long Sinan. Her eyes were fixed on Yi Qinghan's mangled body. Yi Qingwu's face was full of tears. She shook her head desperately and roared at Feng Zi, I want to go over and take a look. Feng Zi, if you don't let go, I'm going to attack. You two girls be quiet. Yi Qinghan is not dead yet. Long girl, take them away. Yi Qingyo noticed the situation and hurriedly transmitted a message to the others, telling them to stay away from the battlefield to avoid innocent casualties. Evil demon, do you want your demon race to suffer my wrath? At this moment, Yi Tianlong's angry roar came from the northeast again, and everyone could see that there was a figure in the distance. In the northeast sky, a black shadow was breaking through the air and shooting straight towards them like a cannonball. It was likely that he had reached the periphery of the Fallen God Mountain and was affected by gravity, so he could no longer fly so high. Evil demon, old man, how dare you injure my nephew? This time you will not be able to return. Three demons, how dare you injure the children of my Yi family? In the future I will repay you 100-fold. The dozen or so Emperor Realm experts of the Yi family behind Yi Tianlong rushed over as if they were stepping on clouds. Their auras were astonishing as they cursed in pain. They did not slow down even after reaching the area enveloped by the gravity of the Fallen God Mountain. Instead, they allowed their bodies to be affected by the gravity and rushed towards the Fallen God Mountain. Evil demon's expression changed drastically. He was prepared to attack with all his might and escape regardless of success or failure. Unexpectedly, the demon saint of the monkey race, who was being attacked by Yi Ping and Long Xiaoxiang, was the first to show his might. His entire body shook and his entire body more than doubled in size. With a flurry of attacks, he actually sent Yi Ping and Long Xiaoxiang flying. Then, this demon emperor actually ignored the attacks of Feng Hua and concubine Yu Xiang and rushed straight towards Yi Qinghan. Monkey, you dare? When Yi Qingyo saw that Yi Tianlong and Long Xiaoxiang had already arrived, he was overjoyed. As long as he could hold on for another minute, Yi Tianlong's domain would be able to completely envelop this place. Then he would be completely safe. When he saw that the demon emperor of the monkey race had actually transformed again, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He quickly diverted a bit of his attention, using his left hand to fight against evil while his right hand struck out at the demon emperor of the monkey race. Haha, Yi Qingyo, go and die. Seeing that Yi Qingyo actually dared to divert his attention and battle chi to attack the demon emperor of the monkey race, Xianxia couldn't help but be overjoyed. His golden hair stood up once again and actually fell off on its own, turning into thousands of sharp spikes that danced in the air. Finally, the thousands of golden hair actually condensed into a golden spear that stabbed towards Yi Qingyo. This was a technique that he used to put his life on the line. His golden hair was the natal demon weapon of the lion race. The stronger he was, the sharper his golden hair would be, and the more destructive it would be. At this moment he attacked Yi Qingyo with all his might. If Yi Qingyo was hit by him, he would most likely be severely injured even if he didn't die. Damned ladyboy, you actually abandoned your natal demon weapon. Kuei armor transformation. When Yi Qingyo saw the sky full of golden hair turn into a spear and madly attack him, he was horrified. He had no choice but to use his life-saving technique as well. Vomiting a mouthful of blood, an azure kuei appeared behind him. The kuei roared angrily and transformed into a suit of battle armor that covered Yi Qingyo's body. Yi Qingyo only had two life-saving techniques. One was the kuei armor transformation, and the other was the kuei armor transformation. One was for offense and the other was for defense. Both techniques consumed all of his battle chi and a large amount of blood and effort. After using them, he would be weakened for a month, so he definitely wouldn't use them unless absolutely necessary. Ah, old kuei, you've been tricked. Little bastard, die. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had transformed into the kuei armor transformation, Xianxia immediately laughed maniacally. At the same time, the golden spear actually turned illusory and directly passed by Yi Qingyo, shooting straight towards Yi Qinghan. Chapter 172. No. Yi Qingyo's face instantly turned ashen. His eyes widened as he watched the golden spear fly past him and shoot straight at Yi Qinghan. He let out a powerless roar. No. Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing shouted at the same time. There were no tears in their eyes, only infinite fear. Long Sainan was stunned. Feng Zihua was stunned. Hua Ruoruo stopped attacking. Yi Ping did not care about the bleeding wounds on his body. The flying sword floating in wind and fire seemed to have stopped moving forward. Everyone seemed to be frozen. They all stared blankly at the golden spear. It turned into a golden light with an extremely shocking destructive aura. It shot straight at Yi Qinghan, who was lying motionless on the ground and covered in blood. Yi Qinghan, wake up. The peaceful scene was awakened by Yi Tianlong's earth-shaking roar. Everyone felt as if their eardrums had been shattered. They could not hear anything in their ears, only a constant buzzing sound. Even the god-slaying mountain seemed to tremble a few times because of this loud roar. Yi Tianlong used his battle chi to release an earth-shaking roar, as if he wanted to wake up the sleeping Yi Qinghan. He wanted to make him move his body slightly to avoid the fatal stab of the golden spear. Yi Qinghan was not dead, nor was he unconscious. He could clearly feel the injuries on his body. He could feel that almost half of his bones were broken. He could feel that his internal organs were almost shattered. He could also clearly feel that something was shooting at him at high speed. He heard Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu's cries when they woke up. He wanted to move and tell them not to come over. However, he could not move, nor did he want to move. He was healing his injuries. The white chi flow from the bronze ring had already circulated in his body several times. However, it only stopped his bleeding. It would take at least a day for his bones and internal organs to fully recover. At this moment he heard Yi Qingyo's unwilling roar and Yi Tianlong's unwilling roar. He felt the extremely powerful chi behind him. Although he did not know what it was, he knew that if he was hit, he would be smashed into pieces and completely die. At that moment, many scenes appeared in his mind. His heart was filled with extreme unwillingness. He had not seen Yi Qingyu wake up. How could he die? He had not completely taken care of Yi Qingwu. How could he die? He had not slept with Yu Qingqing. How could he die? He had not gone to the barbarian city to tell the coquettish lady boss that her man was very strong and could protect her. How could he die? He had not completed the oath in front of his mother's coffin. There was too much unwillingness, too much unwillingness. Yi Qinghan's heart surged with a strong desire to live. In the end, this desire turned into a trace of strength in his body. This bit of strength, however, led to a trace of battle chi in his body. He slightly opened his left palm and used all his strength to attack the white mist beside his palm. Bang! The white mist did not disappoint him. It released a weak white light that rebounded his body and sent him flying a few meters away. The long spear stuck close to Yi Qinghan's body and fiercely pierced towards the white mist. The strong chi flow from the long spear once again scraped Yi Qinghan's skin, revealing the white bones. It was a tragic sight. Bang! The long spear fiercely pierced the white mist. The white mist instantly released a light that was 100 times brighter than before. Then there was a violent explosion. After the explosion, a 2-meter-long hole was blown open in the white mist. However, the inside of the hole was pitch black. It was as if an ancient giant beast had opened its bloody mouth. Phew! Thank goodness. Yi Qingyu let out a long breath and sighed inwardly. However, halfway through his exhalation he seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed again. He quickly looked at Yi Qinghan and shouted at the same time, "Not good." However, before he finished shouting, the black hole in the white mist actually began to devour the things outside of the hole like a huge mouth. For a moment, the nearby wind, sand, grass and stones, as if pulled by an invisible force, began to madly fly towards the hole. This was not important. What was important was that Yi Qinghan was also slowly being pulled towards the hole by the huge suction force. At this moment, he happened to see Yi Qinghan's face full of blood and his eyes full of reluctance and guilt. Whoosh! Hold on. A yellow light finally descended and covered the entire god-slaying mountain battlefield. Yi Tianlong had finally rushed over. He immediately activated his holy domain in an attempt to use the power of the holy domain to stop the suction force on Yi Qinghan. However, the suction force was too strong. Yi Tianlong was too far away. Yi Qinghan was still constantly approaching the black hole. The closer he got to the hole, the faster his speed became. It seemed that he would disappear in the next second. Han Qinghan? Yu Qingqing knelt on the ground weakly. Her hair was disheveled and she no longer looked like a saintess. Her pair of lively eyes stared at Yi Qinghan in the air like a dead fish. She did not dare to blink, as if he would disappear in the blink of an eye. Little Han, you liar. You said that you would take responsibility for me? Yi Qinggu shook her head unwillingly, as if she could not believe everything in front of her eyes. Tears poured down like rain, drenching her clothes and drenching the ground. Yi Qinghan shook his head feebly. Looking at Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinggu, he smiled instead, as if silently telling them not to be sad, not to be sad. In the end, he used all his strength to take out a green box from his bosom. With only a little bit of battle chi left in his hand, he sent the box flying. Before his body disappeared into the black hole, he shouted, "Save my sister. Wait for me to come back." No. Seeing Yi Qinghan slowly disappearing into the black hole, Yu Qingqing screamed at the top of her lungs. Then she closed her eyes and opened them again, as if she wanted to see whether Yi Qinghan could appear in her eyes again. However, she saw the black hole slowly disappearing and white fog slowly filling the air. Yi Qinghan completely disappeared. In the end, her body softened and she directly passed out. No way, no way. Yi Qingwu seemed to have gone crazy. She kept rubbing her face and eyes and pinching her thighs, as if she wanted to prove that she was dreaming and that Yi Qinghan had not disappeared. However, after a while, she rolled her eyes and directly passed out. Long Sinan pulled her hand back, shook her head and hugged her limp body. Given Yi Qingwu's condition, it was best for her to pass out. Young Master Han disappeared just like that? Lunatic and Hua Hua looked at each other and saw pain and helplessness in each other's eyes. Xianxia, I will definitely make you pay a heavy price. Earth roar. Yi Tianlong descended from the sky and slowly landed in the center of the battlefield. His body shook, and the yellow holy domain expanded again and became denser, directly covering Xianxia and the other two demons. His face was livid and his long hair fluttered without wind. With a 2-meter-long crescent blade in his hand, boundless anger and killing intent rolled out from his body, as if he was going to freeze the space below the god-slaying mountain. Kill. The Yi clan's elders, whose faces were filled with anger and killing intent, continuously descended from the sky. The Night Gunner took the lead with his long spear, and without saying anything, he fiercely attacked the Leopard clan's demon the Arch. Chapter 173. Earthen Roar. Following Yi Tianlong's roar, the ground beneath the god-slaying mountain began to tremble as if it was really roaring. The heaven Yuan Qi within the range of his saint domain began to fluctuate slightly, causing Xianxia and the two demons who were preparing to escape to panic and almost fall from the sky. It should be known that regardless of whether it was the demons, barbarians, or humans, All cultivators relied on absorbing heaven-earth yuan qi to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. From there, their bodies would become stronger, and their attacks and defenses would become more powerful. Thus, no matter how one cultivated or how high one's realm was, the heaven-earth yuan qi was the foundation. Cultivators were used to the heaven-earth yuan qi in the air at every moment. They were used to using heaven-earth yuan qi to fight, defend, and support themselves in using various skills and abilities. At this moment, Yi Tianlong's earthen roar actually caused the ground to tremble and the heaven-earth yuan qi nearby to fluctuate. The three demons couldn't help but be shocked. Didn't they say that Yi Tianlong's defense was extremely strong because he had an 8th grade earth bear? How did his comprehension of the laws of earth reach such a high level? If this technique was a little stronger and the heaven-earth yuan qi fluctuated a little more, they wouldn't even need to fight. They could just surrender. Retreat. Xianxia steadied himself and looked at the dozen or so emperors behind Yi Tianlong. He hurriedly gave the order to retreat. Yi Qinghan had suffered such heavy injuries. If he had been rescued by the Yi family, there was still a chance that he could be saved. However, now that he had been sucked into the god-slaying mountain, he was dead for sure. The mission this time had been completed and his son's death had been avenged. Facing the furious Yi Tianlong and the dozen or so emperors from the Yi family, if he still didn't know how to run, he would be completely finished. Trying to run? No way, all three of you will stay here today. Great Earth Swamp. Yi Tianlong once again looked deeply at the white mist that had swallowed Yi Qinghan. A trace of sorrow flashed across his eyes, but it was instantly replaced by boundless anger. With a furious roar, his body suddenly glowed with a burst of yellow light, which quickly radiated in all directions. The yellow sacred realm also shone brightly, turning from a pale yellow to a deep yellow. As for the three demons who were frantically trying to escape from the sanctuary, their speed suddenly slowed down by more than half. The Yi family's Imperial Realm experts inside the sanctuary were not affected at all. Instead, their speed increased greatly, and they surrounded the three demons in an instant. They raised their weapons and began attacking Xianxia and the others. F***CK, which bastard said that Yi Tianlong is just a turtle with strong defense. When I get back, I'll definitely tear his mouth apart. His comprehension of the laws of earth has at least reached the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. That old tortoise sure hid his strength well. Xianxia cursed inwardly. The invisible suction force around his body caused his movement and reaction speed to become extremely slow. He, an upper-tier demonic saint, was actually having a hard time fending off the attacks of 5 or 6 emperors from the Yi family. No. The monkey race demonic saint had just entered the arch realm not long ago. He was much weaker than Xianxia. Under the joint attacks of several emperors, he suffered injuries all over the place. Although they were all light injuries, they weren't fatal. However, if he continued, he knew that he would definitely die here today. He hurriedly roared, and a giant ape phantom formed above his head. It fiercely struck forward in an attempt to open up a path for him to escape from Yi Tianlong's sacred realm. However, under the influence of Yi Tianlong's great earth swamp, his body's reaction speed was slightly slower than usual. The moment the phantom formed, the nearby Yi family elders hurriedly dodged, causing his demonic saint's special skill to hit nothing but air. When he finished using his skill, he instantly surrounded the monkey race demonic saint again. All kinds of attacks poured down on the monkey race demonic saint as if they were free. Damned leopard, die for me. Yi Chang had been in closed-door cultivation for the past year after the incident with Yi Jian and Yi Qinghuang. He only came out of closed-door cultivation when Yi Tianlong summoned him not long ago. He was originally at the peak of the first-level Emperor realm. After a year of quiet cultivation, he finally broke through to the second-level Emperor realm. After merging with his battle beast, his strength reached the peak of the third-level Emperor realm. He also had a huge breakthrough in his understanding of the fire elemental law. He created a set of blazing spear techniques based on his understanding of the fire elemental law. He hadn't had the chance to practice its power. Now that he was facing the demon race that killed Yi Qinghan, he naturally wouldn't be polite. The leopard demon race's strength was already greatly reduced after attacking Yi Qinghan's arm. Now that he was enveloped by Yi Tianlong's great earth swamp, his speed was extremely slow. Under the attack of Yi Chang's fiery red spear, he couldn't even last 10 moves. He already felt that it was difficult to resist. He couldn't help but let out a few strange cries at Xianxia, as if hoping that Xianxia would come to his rescue. Xianxia, on the other hand, couldn't say anything. He watched as Yi Tianlong controlled the sanctuary step by step and slowly approached him. Forget about saving the other two demons. If he didn't think of a way, he wouldn't be able to escape. His natal demon weapon, a golden lion hair, had been used up in order to completely kill Yi Qinghan. His strength had also decreased by 10 to 20%. Although Yi Qingyo had used his life-saving skill, Kuei-Ox armor, and temporarily lost his attack power, once Yi Tianlong got close and used any particularly powerful skills to attack him, he was afraid that he would die on the god-slaying mountain in the end without his natal demon weapon to protect himself. Therefore he couldn't care less about the lives of the two demons. Once again he transformed into a lion shadow and protected his body. He struggled to escape from the sanctuary. Raging Inferno Body. Yi Chang's spear was like a blazing fire stick. The spear shadow flashed and transformed into 12 spear shadows, piercing towards the panther demon the arch in all directions, completely sealing off his escape route. Moreover, with Yi Tianlong's great earth swamp slowing him down, even if the panther demon the arch wanted to escape, he couldn't keep up with Yi Chang's spear shadows. Finally, the panther demon the arch screamed and died under Yi Chang's raging inferno spear. The panther demon the arch was dead. The panther demon Thearcha's tragic death made the monkey demon sage feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. He knew that Xianxia couldn't even protect himself now and definitely didn't have the strength to save him. He couldn't help but roar. His body glowed with a red light, and he actually ignored the attacks of the 7 or 8 elders around him. He didn't defend himself anymore, and his speed suddenly increased as he desperately flew away. Trying to escape? Great Earth Roar. Yi Tianlong took slow and strange steps and constantly approached Xianxia and the others. At this moment, when he saw the monkey demon sage trying to escape from the encirclement at the risk of serious injuries, he snorted coldly and released the Great Earth Roar. A moment later, the ground below Mount Fallen God shook again, and the heaven and earth essence chi in the air also fluctuated. This caused the monkey demon sage, who was flying at high speed, to almost tumble down. Raging Inferno Pierce. Yi Chang had just killed the panther demon the arch and flew over. Seeing that the monkey demon sage was about to escape, Yi Tianlong released the Great Earth Roar. The monkey demon sage shuddered in the air and was trying to stabilize himself. Seeing such a good opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it go. The flames on the outside of the raging inferno spear converged and eventually submerged into the spear. His palm glowed with a wave of fire, and with a forceful push, the raging inferno spear left his hand and pierced through the air towards the demon sage's back. Ah! The raging inferno spear pierced straight through the demon sage's back, leaving a long trail of blood mist. It directly pierced through the monkey demon Thearcha's body. The monkey demon sage let out a tragic cry, and his body fell lifelessly. He died instantly and fell straight to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Chapter 174. Yi Tianlong, I'll pay you back double for what you've done today. Xianxia saw 2 of his subordinates die horribly in quick succession and knew that he would not be able to leave if he did not leave now. A pair of blood-red eyes glared viciously at Yi Tianlong. The phantom image of the golden-furred lion enveloping his body and his calf actually began to burn with a raging fire. His entire body erupted with an incomparably powerful aura, causing the Yi family elders to retreat and the yellow light around his body to burn into a vacuum. His speed suddenly increased by several times and he turned into a blur as he fled into the distance. Don't chase after him. That Xianxia is actually burning his demonic image and calf. We can't catch up. I'm afraid that his strength has been greatly damaged and his body has been crippled. The status of the demon race's Saint Venerate will be in jeopardy. He has so many enemies in the demon race. Let's see how he'll deal with the demon race's pursuit. Yi Tianlong looked at Xiaoxia's gradually disappearing figure in the distance and stretched out his hands to stop the Yi family elders from pursuing him. He knew about Xiaoxia's technique of burning his demonic image and calf. This was a life-saving technique that only an upper-level demon saint could use. Once it was burned, one's strength would be reduced to that of a lower-level demon saint. Not only would one's vitality be greatly damaged for the next few years, but it would also require a large amount of time and precious treasures to heal his calf. Furthermore, Xianxia had actually used the Lion Clan's natal demon weapon to kill Yi Qinghan. His strength was probably no match for an average demon saint. In the past, Xianxia had made many enemies in order to fight for the position of the demon race's Saint Venerate. If he dared to return to the demon race this time, he would definitely be torn apart by the demon saints. Yi Tianlong shook his head and sighed as he walked towards Yi Qingyo. If Yi Qingyo had not used Kuei armor and instead used Kuei slash, he would definitely have been able to kill Xianxia. Now that things had come to this, he could only helplessly retract his Saint Venerate and walk towards Yi Qingyo, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground recuperating. Qingyo, how is it? Is it serious? Seeing Yi Qingyo's pale face and the traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, Yi Tianlong hurriedly leaned over and whispered to him. Yi Qingyo slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yi Tianlong. His expression was one of shame and regret. He coughed violently a few times and said, "Chief, I've let you down, I've let down the ancestors of the Yi family. I've sinned. Green Ox, don't be like this. Now that things have come to this, I don't blame you. You've already done your best. Moreover, little Han might not die." Seeing Yi Qingyo like this, Yi Tianlong hurriedly patted him on the back and comforted him. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he looked at the thick white fog of Mount Luotian and said, "Don't you remember that he was injured so badly in the Garden of Enchantment, but he completely recovered in a day? I reckon that he has a holy artifact and a healing one at that. What I'm worried about now is whether he can withstand the killing realm of the Land of Illusions in the God-Slaying Mountain. Because of Yi Qingyu, this child's inner demons are too strong. I'm afraid that he will forever fall into the Land of Illusions and become a killing machine." Yi Qingyo's spirits were greatly lifted when he heard Yi Tianlong say that Yi Qinghan might not die. Thinking back, it seemed that Yi Qinghan really had a lot of secrets. However, when he heard the latter part, he frowned again and said anxiously, "The killing realm is too terrifying. What should we do? It wasn't easy for such a good seedling to appear in the Yi family. If he dies in our hands, how can we face our ancestors after we die? There's no other way." Yi Tianlong sighed deeply and looked at the eastern sky. He gritted his teeth and said, "We can only ask the great ancestor to come out of seclusion. Little Han is too important to the Yi family. No matter how the great ancestor punishes me, I have to disturb his seclusion." Great ancestor. When Yi Qingyo heard these three words, his eyes suddenly shone brightly. However, after a moment, he said somewhat dispiritedly, "The great ancestor left a will that unless the Yi family is in a life-and-death situation, we are not to disturb his seclusion. Moreover, even if you want to disturb him, you can't break the restrictions set up by the great ancestor. Little Han's life and death concerns the rise and fall of the Yi family for 100 years, or even 10,000 years. I believe the great ancestor will understand. Even if the great ancestor wants to punish me, I will accept it." A hint of ruthlessness appeared in Yi Tianlong's eyes, as well as a hint of reckless madness. He gritted his teeth and said, "There's a simple restriction on the ancestral tomb that was set up by the great ancestor. If I go back now and directly break it, the great ancestor will definitely appear. Do you want to go back with me now or go with them?" Sigh. "I hope that the great ancestor can rescue little Han. You should go back first. I still have to watch over those two girls. I'm afraid that when they wake up, they will try to kill themselves." Yi Qingyo nodded, then glanced at Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing who were in Long Sanan's arms and said gloomily. Yi Tianlong did not hesitate. He nodded at Yi Qingyo, then turned around and stood up. He said to the Yi family elders in the crowd, "All elders and disciples of the Yi family, listen up. Escort Elder Yi Qingyo, the boys and the girls back. When you return, cultivate well. One Moon Queen will follow me to the demon god estate and completely wipe out the demon evil tribe from the demon race." After saying this, Yi Tianlong directly opened his saint domain and soared into the sky, flying rapidly towards Tsang City. "Great Elder. Qinghan? Why is father not caring about him? We have to find a way to go in and bring Qinghan out. Moreover, he is so seriously injured, I'm afraid that he won't be able to hold on." Yi Tianlong did not allow the elders to question him. He hastily gave a few instructions and flew away. This caused Yi Chang and the others to feel annoyed and puzzled. They hurriedly surrounded Yi Qingyo and questioned him. "Yi Qinghan has already been sucked into the God-Slaying Mountain, and besides my Kuei-Nyo transformation, no one else can break the white mist restriction of the God-Slaying Mountain. My vitality is now seriously injured, so how can I break it? You don't have to worry about this matter. The Patriarch is free to make the arrangements. Assemble the team and return to Tsang City first." Yi Qingyo opened his eyes and weakly waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to return first and think about the matter at length. Hearing Yi Qingyo's answer, the elders all sighed in sorrow. The Yi family had only produced a peerless genius in hundreds of years, but he had fallen just like that. This was a heavy loss for the family. Their only hope now was to see if Yi Tianlong could find a way to save Yi Qinghan, otherwise. Fengzi and Wuxia sighed and looked coldly at the God-Slaying Mountain, which was still covered in white mist. They could not help but think of all the things that had happened with Yi Qinghan and could not believe it. But so many important figures of the Yi family had come, and none of them could do anything about it. What could they do? They could only place their hopes on Yi Tianlong, who had left in a hurry. Long Sanan's heroic eyes were also dim. Looking at Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu who were sleeping in her arms, she did not know how to explain it to them when they woke up. The servants of the 4 clans and Dragon City near the carriage all sighed. The insufferably powerful Yi Qinghan, who was like an invincible god of war on the Netherworld Island, had disappeared just like that. Had he died just like that? For a moment they all felt a speechless sorrow and a sense of powerlessness. Chapter 175. Jianghu City was still bustling with noise and excitement. People who woke up early began to walk through the streets and alleys. Perhaps they were rushing about for a better life, or perhaps they were working hard for a better tomorrow, or perhaps they were cultivating to become stronger. The morning sun began to rise slowly. The warm sunlight illuminated the entire Fire Dragon continent and the entire Jianghu City. Swish! A sharp ear-piercing sound came from the southwest sky, attracting the attention of the people of Jianghu City. People who were drinking morning tea put down their teacups, people who were walking stopped in their hurry, and people who were bargaining in the market stopped talking. Everyone turned their attention to the southwest sky. Jianghu City was a place guarded by the Yi family. Under normal circumstances, no one in the sea would fly so recklessly and powerlessly towards Jianghu City. This was a provocation to the Yi family and the people of Jianghu City. Swish! Who goes there? A black shadow flew up from Jianghu City and shouted. It was the elder of the Jianghu City Lord residence. This elder seemed to be very dissatisfied with the rude behavior of the guest who flew from afar. However, he was slightly afraid and didn't dare to be too impudent with his words. Get lost! An angry shout came from the south sky. Then a yellow shadow appeared and ignored the elder in the sky above Jianghu City. He flew directly towards the Yi family castle in the north of Jianghu City. Oh, I deserve to die. Greetings, clan leader. The elder in black wanted to curse a few more times, but he didn't expect it to be Yi Tianlong. He quickly hid to the side, bowed with his hands folded in front, and said in fear and trepidation. Yi Tianlong was in a hurry. He didn't even pay attention to the elder. He flew straight into the Yi family castle and disappeared quickly. The elder in black touched his beard in confusion. He looked very upset. Although the clan leader was old-fashioned, he didn't have to treat him like this. Could it be that something happened? The people of Jianghu City were also discussing. Although they rarely saw Yi Tianlong with his status, actually cursed and left in such a hurry. Could it be that something big happened? Yi Tianlong's roar had already alerted all the elders who were guarding the Yi family castle. The elders put on their clothes as fast as they could. Without bothering to wash up, they soared into the air to welcome Yi Tianlong. Greetings, Patriarch. Seeing Yi Tianlong flying over with a gloomy face, all the elders hurriedly bowed to him respectfully, not daring to make a sound. He quietly waited for Yi Tianlong's instructions. Yi Tianlong didn't stop. He flew directly to the mountain behind the Yi family after leaving a few words. Everyone disperse. Seal the Yi family's castle. Don't tell anyone what happens later. Yes. The elders saw that Yi Tianlong had brought more than 10 people with him, but now only one returned. They all secretly wondered what had happened. However, under Yi Tianlong's furious expression, no one dared to say anything. They had to disperse quickly and seal the Yi family castle in an instant. They were waiting for Yi Tianlong's next instructions. Patriarch, what happened? Yi Baihu had woken up long ago and noticed Yi Tianlong immediately. Seeing that Yi Tianlong had come back alone, he knew something was wrong. He hurried to greet him and asked, "Don't ask so much first. I'll explain to you later. Activate the sanctuary and seal the back mountain." Yi Tianlong didn't explain too much. He directly flew over the lake in the back mountain and flew to the empty space behind the lake that was surrounded by a wall. The wall was not high, only about 1 meter high, and it was all painted black. Inside the perimeter wall was an empty plain. There were countless small mounds of earth on the empty plain, and in front of each mound was a stone stele. There were already countless sacrificial offerings. This was the ancestral grave of the Yi family. Only the heroes and famous people of the Yi family had the opportunity to be buried here. What is Patriarch trying to do? Yi Baihu's fair face was full of doubt and confusion. Not only did Yi Tianlong come back alone, but he also walked directly to the ancestral grave of the Yi family without saying anything. What was he trying to do? Although he was confused, Yi Baihu still followed Yi Tianlong's instructions. He activated the sanctuary and enveloped the back mountain of the Yi family. Yi Tianlong directly walked to the front of the black wall. However, he didn't enter the gate in the middle of the wall. Instead, he knelt down and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. Ancestors, Yi Tianlong is unfilial. I've disturbed your souls. If you can see me in heaven, please don't blame the disciples of the Yi family. Just punish the heavenly dragons. After saying that, Yi Tianlong deeply bowed again. After that, he opened his left fist and opened his palm. With a yellow light, he directly released his battle chi and hit the black wall with his palm. Being hit by Yi Tianlong's battle chi, the black wall didn't collapse. Instead, it gave out a dazzling light, which counteracted Yi Tianlong's fierce battle chi. Bang! Yi Tianlong didn't stand up. Instead, he released his battle chi and hit the wall twice. With another flash, the black wall counteracted Yi Tianlong's battle chi. However, this time the light was a bit dimmer than before. Bang! 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 After several strikes from Yi Tianlong, the light of the black wall finally disappeared completely. At the same time, that part of the wall was finally broken into pieces by the powerful battle chi, causing dust in the air. Seeing that the wall was finally destroyed, Yi Tianlong hurriedly withdrew his palm. At the same time, he knelt down on the ground motionlessly as if he was waiting for something. Clan head, are you crazy? Yi Baihu couldn't believe his eyes as he watched Yi Tianlong hitting the wall of the ancestral grave with his battle chi again and again. Why did the patriarch go crazy after going out for a while? What's inside the wall? That's the heroic souls of the ancestors of the Yi family. Only after a short while, when he saw Yi Tianlong kneeling down on the ground as if he was waiting for something, Yi Baihu faintly sensed something. Therefore, he hurriedly put away his sacred realm and knelt down together with Yi Tianlong silently. After a long while, which might be a few seconds or a few hours, Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu finally sensed the faint sound of mosquitoes flying through the air. Then they felt a terrifying pressure descending on the back mountain of the Yi clan. This pressure was like a mountain pressing on their shoulders. It made them feel as if someone had grabbed their necks and lifted them into the air to suffocate them. They felt weak all over and their hearts almost stopped beating. Humph! You're disciples of the Yi family. Why did you destroy the ancestral grave of the Yi family? You'd better give me a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, this old man will use the clan rules that I haven't used for 500 years on you too. A cold voice rang out from nowhere. At the same time, the pressure on Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never been there. Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu didn't have time to wipe off the cold sweat on their faces. Instead, they slightly raised their heads and bowed down heavily once again as they said respectfully, I, Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu, the 36th generation descendant of the Yi family, pay my respects to forefather Yi Ruoshui. Chapter 176. Get up. A few hundred years have passed and the Yi family actually has 36 generations of descendants. Your name is Yi Tianlong, right? Your comprehension of the laws of Earth is pretty good. It seems like you aren't trying to destroy the ancestral grave. You are trying to lure me out? What's the matter? Other than Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu, there was no one else in the back mountain of the Yi family. However, the cold and old voice of the Yi family's ancestor seemed to come out of nowhere and directly entered Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu's ears. It was as though the voice was right beside them. Ancestor, please come out of seclusion and save a Yi family descendant. Yi Tianlong didn't waste any time. He immediately bowed to the front and impatiently begged. Reason. The voice continued to echo coldly. There was no trace of emotion in the cold voice. It seemed to be blaming Yi Tianlong for disturbing his seclusion and destroying the ancestral grave just to save a Yi family descendant. When his bloodline awakened, a 9-colored halo appeared. He summoned a sacred beast and a soul attack type of combined combat technique. Most importantly, he is currently 16 years old and has already reached the first level of the martial realm. Not long ago, during the prefecture battle, his combined combat technique was upgraded again. Now his overall strength is invincible under the imperial realm. Yi Tianlong didn't dare to waste any more time and simply explained Yi Qinghan's heaven-defying sacred beast and cultivation speed. Swish. As soon as Yi Tianlong finished speaking, the air trembled slightly. Then a middle-aged man in white appeared out of thin air in front of Yi Tianlong. This middle-aged man looked delicate and pretty. Based on his skin, he seemed to be in his 30s or 40s. However, the strange thing was that his eyebrows were snow white and they were so long that they drooped down. His eyes were icy cold, and he seemed to have aged through the vicissitudes of life. Greetings, Ancestor Yi Ruoshui. Although Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu were puzzled as to why Ancestor Yi Ruoshui didn't look old, he was already more than 500 years old. He was more than 500 years old, but he looked much younger than the two of them who were in their 80s or 90s. However, they had already seen Ancestor Yi Ruoshui's portrait a long time ago. Moreover, Other than ancestor Yi Ruoxue who was at the heavenly god realm, there was probably no one else who could suddenly teleport in front of them. That's right, this person was the Yi family's ancestor Yi Ruoxue, who had summoned the holy beast White Tiger 500 years ago and led the Yi family to dominate Song City and the prefecture war for 200 years. A god realm martial artist who had already broken through to the heavenly god realm, the strongest martial artist of the Yi family. Get up. Are you sure that disciple summoned a saint beast? What kind of beast was it? Tell me more about the body fusion technique. Yi Ruoxue stood there calmly, but Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu felt as if there was a peak in front of them. Yi Ruoxue didn't release any of her aura, but they felt a formless pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. Yi Tianlong took 2 deep breaths to calm himself down. He lowered his head and quickly replied, "The 9-colored halo has been confirmed." As for the saint beast, it was a beast that looked exactly like the lion-nosed dog, but it had an additional black horn on its head. He said that it was the saint beast's soul-devouring beast, but we have never seen this beast even after looking through the information. He said that the body fusion technique was called soul dizziness, which ignores the defense of the soul of a person of the same level as him and causes dizziness directly. Moreover, it was said that it had leveled up and changed from a single target attack to a group attack. In the elite prefecture war not long ago, it killed a large group of monster emperors and barbarian emperors. Where is he now? Bring me to see him immediately. Yi Ruoxue's expression was still cold, but there was a hint of surprise, excitement, and urgency in her tone. Sky Dragon is guilty. Because he killed the son of a saint venerable from the monster race in the elite prefecture war, he was ambushed by the monster race's saint venerable Xianxia at the foot of the god-slaying mountain. At this time he has already been swallowed by the white fog restriction. Although he will not be in danger for the time being, this is not the time for the heavens road to open. The hallucinatory realm of the god-slaying mountain is estimated to be 3 times that of the heavens road. I am afraid that he will not be able to withstand it, so I have no choice but to ask for your help. I hope that you can save him. Yi Tianlong once again knelt down and bowed deeply. His old face was full of shame and hope. Idiot. If this kid dies, you will be the sinners of the Yi family. Yi Ruoxue's long white eyebrows suddenly stood up and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. Her body suddenly surged with killing intent, making Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu suddenly feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their bodies were cold and their blood seemed to have frozen. After speaking, Yi Ruoxue slowly closed her eyes and remained motionless, as if she had fallen asleep. This made the shivering Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu feel even colder. They crawled on the ground, not daring to make the slightest sound or move their bodies. After a long time, Yi Ruoxue still kept her eyes closed and did not speak. Just as Yi Tianlong could not help but beg again, Yi Ruoxue finally opened her eyes slowly. How is it, ancestor? Yi Baihu did not dare to speak. Yi Tianlong could only look at Yi Ruoxue and speak with a face full of hope. This kid's life is temporarily not in danger. Yi Ruoxue sighed slightly and her eyes were no longer so cold. Instead, she looked at Yi Tianlong curiously and asked, "This kid's recovery ability is terrifying. I used my divine sense to check just now. This kid's injuries are healing at 100 times the speed of an ordinary person." Yi Tianlong immediately relaxed when he heard this and awkwardly rubbed his head. This we're not very sure either. I reckon that he has a divine weapon that can heal. You are very competent as a clan leader. Yi Ruoxue glanced at Yi Tianlong indifferently, causing Yi Tianlong's face to turn red. Yi Ruoxue's meaning was very clear. The Yi family had produced such a talented youth, yet you did not protect and nurture him. Instead, you brought him into the god-slaying mountain. Now, you are not even sure that he has a divine weapon on him? This clan leader was obviously very incompetent. Patriarch, when are you going to save him? Yi Tianlong felt ashamed for a while and asked again with a thick face. Rescue? I can't rescue him. Yi Ruoxue shook her head slightly and said something that almost made Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu fall to the ground. Ancestor Yi Ruoxue said that he couldn't rescue him? Since he could detect the situation of Yi Qinghan thousands of miles away within the white fog of the god-slaying mountain, how could he not rescue him? Wasn't he a god-level expert? Yi Qingyo, a saint realm expert, could break the restrictions of the god-slaying mountain. Xianxia, a demon saint, could break a 2-meter-wide hole in the restrictions of the god-slaying mountain and swallow Yi Qinghan. How could Yi Ruoxue, an expert who had stepped into the heavenly god realm hundreds of years ago, not be able to rescue Yi Qinghan? Oh, ancestor, aren't you a heavenly god realm expert? How could you not rescue him? Yi Tianlong became anxious and hurriedly begged. But after a moment he seemed to think of something and his expression became extremely ugly. He cautiously asked, "Ancestor, have you not recovered from your injuries hundreds of years ago?" Yi Ruoshui shook her head again and said helplessly, "It has nothing to do with my injuries. It's just that I can't enter the god-slaying mountain. Not just me but no god-level expert in the fire dragon plane can enter. I can't, the god city lord can't, the island lord of the hidden island can't, and I'm afraid that even the king of the dark forest, Lord Devour, won't help him. So, no one can save him." Chapter 177. No one can save him. As Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu heard this, their faces instantly turned deathly pale. If Yi Qinghan were to perish like this, then they were destined to become the sinners of the Yi family. "Don't be depressed, this boy may not necessarily die." Yi Ruoshui looked at the two pale faces and continued, "Moreover, there may be a great lucky chance. Of course it's life? Or death. Whether or not he can obtain the most precious treasure will depend on his perception and luck." "Oh? Old ancestor, what do you mean?" Hearing that there was still a glimmer of hope, Yi Tianlong hurriedly stood up and asked eagerly, "You must have heard the legend of Fallen God Mountain. But what I want to tell you is that the legend is actually true. Fallen God Mountain is in fact a passage that connects to the small divine pavilion in the turbulent space. There is a divine sword in the small divine pavilion, and this divine sword is the key to entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion. As long as you can obtain this divine sword, you will have 3 chances to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. You may even be able to obtain this almighty Soul Emperor's heaven-shaking treasure as well as his inheritance. And the function of Fallen God Mountain is actually very obvious. There are several checkpoints set up in Fallen God Mountain to test the potential, perception, character, and luck of the person who enters. The Soul Emperor will not allow some trash or someone with a bad character to obtain his treasure and inheritance. Just now, I used my divine sense to investigate this boy's information in your mind. This boy named Yi Qinghan has potential and perception, and can be considered an extreme talent of the Flame Dragon continent. From his series of actions I can tell that this boy is loyal, kind-hearted, but also resolute in killing. This is a very good character. So, combining all of this, I can determine that this boy will most likely not die. Moreover, there is a chance that he will pass the 3 checkpoints and enter the small divine pavilion to obtain the divine sword. Of course, the final result will depend on his luck and perception." Yi Ruoshui nodded slightly, her eyes slightly warm. She seemed to admire Yi Qinghan very much. Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu looked at each other, speechless. Although Luotian Mountain and Yi Ruoshui had a vague guess, they were not completely sure. They were also shocked by Yi Ruoshui's terrifying ability. Yi Ruoshui had actually directly probed Yi Tianlong's soul and obtained information about Yi Qinghan. What kind of divine ability was this? Yi Tianlong sighed for a while and then asked the question in his mind again, "But, ancestor, when the heavenly road opens, isn't it a dead end to break the restriction and enter the god-slaying mountain? In the past, no one had been able to walk out alive after breaking through the restrictions. And why is it that a Peak Saint Realm expert can break through the white fog restriction of the god-slaying mountain, but a God Realm expert can't?" Yi Ruoshui pondered for a moment, then slowly explained, "There are 2 ways to enter the god-slaying mountain. The first is called the Path of Life. The heavenly path opens once every 10 years. For 10 days all martial artists below the Sage Realm can enter. Of course, most of the time only the Emperor Realm martial artists can enter. Martial artists below the Emperor Realm will be in much more danger due to their low soul realm. Under normal circumstances, as long as one isn't greedy and doesn't barge in recklessly, it won't be too dangerous. After 10 days one can safely exit the heavenly path. The second method is different. It's called a dead end. As long as you did not enter from the heavenly road, or if you left the god-slaying mountain every day for 10 days after the heavenly road opened, you would not be able to enter. You have to keep moving forward until you pass the 3 tests, enter the small divine pavilion, and obtain the godly sword. Otherwise, you will never be able to leave the god-slaying mountain. The second method was that the lower one's realm and the higher one's soul realm, the less dangerous it would be for an Emperor Realm martial artist to enter. Yi Qinghan is in this situation. His true realm is only at the first level of the martial realm, but if he fuses with his battle beast, his soul realm can reach the Duke realm. That's why I said that he won't be in any danger for the time being. The killing realm of the psychedelic realm is formed according to one's realm, and its power is not inferior to the illusory realm. As for the next 2 tests, whether he can pass or not will depend on his comprehension and luck. It's useless for you to think too much. I will pay attention to this brat's situation at all times. If there's any news, I will send a sound transmission to you. Is there anything else? Yi Ruoshui's explanation finally allowed Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu to understand Yi Qinghan's current situation. Although Yi Qinghan was fine for the time being, it was still unknown whether he could safely leave the god-slaying mountain. The two were vexed, but at the same time, they felt an unprecedented anger towards the evil that caused the situation. Ancestor, we cannot forgive Yi Qinghan for being in such a dangerous situation. However, this evil has broken the blood oath between the three clans and openly ambushed the Yi family's disciples. I want to lead the elders of the clan to the demon clan and teach them a lesson in blood. Otherwise, the continent will treat the Yi family as nothing and look down on the Yi family. Moreover, I reckon that the divine city has also played a role in this matter. I don't know how we should deal with this. Yi Tianlong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke in a resolute tone. The divine city. Don't provoke the divine city. I can only make my own decisions. As for the evil? Yi Ruoshui pondered for a moment, then took out a red token from her bosom and threw it to Yi Tianlong. She then said coldly, "This is the war god's blood token. Use this token to go to Dragon City and find the current house master of the House of Ares. Then use this token to summon all the Sage Realm experts of the House of Ares to play with the demon clan. Remember, we are in the right this time. Go ahead and kill them. However, every debt has a debtor. Kill the evil but don't touch the other clans. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you if you provoke the old monsters of the demon god mountain. Also, if the people of the divine city show themselves, then forget about this matter." "Yes, ancestor." Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu immediately nodded in agreement. "This is a communication jade talisman. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Tianlong, focus on your cultivation and try to break through to the divine realm before your lifespan ends." Yi Ruoshui threw a jade talisman over and waved her hand at the black walls of the ancestral tomb. After repairing the restriction that Yi Tianlong had destroyed, her figure disappeared in front of the two of them. "Farewell, ancestor." Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed to him. Both of them had heartfelt respect and admiration for the Yi clan's most powerful force and most powerful backer. "Patriarch, what should we do now?" Yi Baihu hadn't said anything since Yi Tianlong came back, but he had learned the whole story from the conversation between Yi Tianlong and Yi Ruoshui. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "What should we do?" Yi Tianlong raised the blood-red token in his hand and coldly smiled. Originally, he wanted to report to Yi Ruoshui and bring all the experts of the Yi family to sneak into the demon clan. Even if he had to risk his life, he would slaughter some of the evil clans to take revenge for hurting Yi Qinghan and the members of the Yi family. But now that Yi Ruoshui had thrown him a war god blood token that could command all the experts of the House of Ares, he naturally wouldn't be polite. He coldly snorted and coldly said, "Wait for Yi Qingyo and the rest at home. They should be here in a few days. I will go to the Dragon City now and look for Old Dragon. Then I will gather all the experts of the House of Ares and kill our way to the Divine Demon Mansion. I swear that I will not rest until the Golden Lion clan is completely annihilated." Chapter 178. Yi Qingyo was very angry, very angry. It was not because of the faint injuries in his body, nor was it because of the spring rain that had not stopped since yesterday. It was because of the fire in his heart and the two girls in the carriage. At the foot of the god-slaying mountain, Xianxia's golden hair flashed and transformed into a golden spear, sending Yi Qinghan into the god-slaying mountain. The accompanying martial artists from the four clans and the Dragon City did not suffer heavy losses. Furthermore, Xiaoxia's accompanying demon the Arch and demon sage had been killed. Xiaoxia's strength had been greatly reduced and he had broken both his legs. But none of this could appease the fire of anger in Yi Qingyo's heart. If he had not been conceited, he would have rushed back to Tsang City with the others. If he had not been careless and asked them to stay several hundred meters away from him. If he had fought Xiaoxia with all his might from the start and used the kuei slash to kill or severely injure Xiaoxia, perhaps Yi Qinghan would not be in such a predicament where his life was uncertain. He would also have made the two girls in the carriage so sad and pained. After Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu woke up, to his surprise they did not make a fuss. They only calmly asked if Yi Qinghan could still be saved. After receiving an uncertain answer from Yi Qingyo, the two of them fell silent. They remained silent for the entire journey. "Cough. I say, you two girls talk to each other. It's been a few days and you haven't said a word. Do you want me to die of anxiety?" As they were about to reach Tsang City, Yi Qingyo could not help but sigh and speak to the two girls. Yu Qingqing did not reply. She continued to stare blankly at the southwest sky through the curtain. Her lively eyes had lost their color and were somewhat numb and lifeless. Jianghu rested her chin on her hand and continued to stare at a fruit platter on the table in the carriage. It was as if she had not heard Qingyo's question. It was as if the white, tender, nameless fruit on the platter had become someone's face. Creak. Half an hour later, the carriage slowly came to a stop. Noises of people and horses could be heard outside the carriage. Then, a series of footsteps could be heard in front of the carriage, followed by Yi Chang's voice. "Supreme Elder, we've arrived at the Yi family castle. Let's go, girls. Let's go and see if the clan leader has found a way to deal with little Han." Qingyo slowly stood up and walked out of the carriage. When Yu Qingqing heard this, her eyes finally regained a hint of color, and Qingwu also stopped staring blankly. The two of them looked at each other, then hurriedly stood up and followed Qingyo out of the carriage. "Greetings, Supreme Elder." The gate of the Yi family castle was still majestic and imposing, and the two huge stone lions at the gate were still majestic and domineering. Outside the gate, all the elders and important figures of the Yi family had gathered together to welcome Qingyo and the esteemed guests of the other clans. "Brother Nyo, are you all right?" Yi Baihu immediately walked over and held Qingyo's hand. He sent a wisp of battle chi into Qingyo's arm and began to examine Qingyo's injuries. He won't die. Don't make a fuss. Go in first and don't neglect the esteemed guests." Qingyo lightly patted Yi Baihu's hand to reassure him. Then, he nodded at Long Sinan and the others beside him and said, "Miss Long, please enter the castle and rest. This old man will probably need to recuperate for a while. Yichang, take good care of them." "Yes, Supreme Elder, please enter the castle." Yichang hurriedly nodded and welcomed the young ladies, young masters and elders into the castle to rest. "Grandpa White Tiger, why don't I see Grandpa Sky Dragon? Do you know what happened to little Han? Is there a way to save him?" Qingwu asked anxiously as soon as everyone entered the Yi family's meeting hall. Everyone in the hall also looked at Yi Baihu, who was sitting at the head of the table, as if they were hoping to receive good news from him. "The patriarch has gone to Dragon City." Yi Baihu sighed helplessly when he saw everyone's hopeful gazes. "As for Yi Qinghan, we have confirmed that his life is not in danger for the time being. Whether he can walk out of the god-slaying mountain depends on his luck, but, according to our estimates, he has a 60% chance of walking out of the god-slaying mountain when the heavenly road opens in 5 years. Grandpa White Tiger, are you sure? You're not lying to me, are you?" Yi Baihu's words caused the eyes of Qingwu, Yu Qingqing and everyone else in the hall to brighten, but a trace of doubt arose in their hearts. Yi Qinghan had suffered such serious injuries, almost all the bones in his body were broken, and he had lost so much blood. Moreover, he had forced his way into the god-slaying mountain's restriction. They all knew that no one had ever walked out of the god-slaying mountain after forcefully breaking the restriction. "White Tiger, are you sure?" Yi Qingyo's eyes widened in obvious disbelief and he hurriedly transmitted his voice to Yi Baihu. "The patriarch and I have already met the ancestor. This is what the ancestor told us, but we estimate that the chance of Yi Qinghan walking out is only 40%. I'll tell you the details later." Yi Baihu nodded at Yi Qingyo and transmitted his voice to him. He then turned to the crowd and said, "My patriarch obtained this information through a certain channel. Of course, whether or not Yi Qinghan can walk out in 5 years will probably require the help of the Emperor Realm experts of the various clans. Yes, I can prove that White Tiger's information channel is absolutely not a lie. Xiao Wu, Qingqing, if you want Yi Qinghan to have a higher chance of returning safely, you need to cultivate hard and strive to enter the god-slaying mountain with the Emperor Realm elders of your clans to rescue Yi Qinghan when the heavenly road opens in 5 years. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu looked at each other when they saw the sincerity in Yi Baihu's eyes and the seriousness in Yi Qingwu's expression. The two of them were so happy that they cried tears of joy. Yi Qingqing was still alive and there was hope that he could come back alive. This was the best news they had received in the past few days. As long as there was hope, it was fine. They would fight for even 10%, let alone 60%. The two of them made up their minds at the same time to cultivate as hard as they could so that they could be of some help to Yi Qinghan in 5 years. That's great. This news is like rain after a long drought. I've been holding it in for the past few days. Yes, 5 years. I'll cultivate hard during these 5 years and strive to welcome young Master Han back in 5 years. Feng Zi slapped her thigh and stood up, her eyes shining with passion. Long Sinan also stood up and said, 5 years later, Sinan will do her best to save young Master Han. Wuxia also said, count me in. Thank you everyone. If Yi Qinghan can come back safely in 5 years, the Yi family will definitely reward you handsomely. Yi Baihu cupped his hands to express his gratitude. At the same time, he silently gave Yi Qinghan a thumbs up in his heart. This brat had stayed in the Yi family for more than 10 years and had always kept a low profile. He didn't expect that in just a year he would not only bring back the holy maiden of the Yu family, but also have a good relationship with the popular young master and young mistress of the Feng family and Dragon City's Hua family. Yu Qingqing secretly bit her red lips and finally asked Yi Qingyo, Elder Qingyo, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if I can see Miss Yi Qingyu. Chapter 179. In the back mountain of the Yi family. Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu brought Yi Qingwu and the other young masters and ladies to the back mountain of the Yi family. The other elders were not qualified to enter, so they were received well by Yi Qiqiang in the Yi family castle. After all, this was a forbidden area of the Yi family. Normally, even the elders were not qualified to enter. Long Sainan, Hua Qinfeng, Ziyu Qingqing and the others were different. They were basically the future chiefs of their families, and Yu Qingqing was Yi Qinghan's future wife. Therefore, after a short discussion, Yi Baihu and Yi Qingyo decided to make an exception and let them enter. The scenery in the back mountain of the Yi family was as beautiful as ever. The wall that Yi Tianlong had destroyed a few days ago had already been repaired. In a small pavilion by the lake, they saw the woman they had heard of for a long time but had never seen. Looking at Yi Qingyu, who was quietly lying on the bed with white clothes and white hair, they felt an indescribable pain in their hearts. Back then, Shui Wuhan and Yi Qinghuang had actually laid their hands on such a pure and pitiful little girl? Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing's eyes started to become misty. Thinking of Yi Qinghan, who had been trapped in the sacred mountain, tears streamed down their faces. Brother Nyo, the spiritual pills that Yi Qinghan exchanged for are with you, right? Yi Baihu noticed that the atmosphere in the room was somewhat depressing and hurriedly diverted everyone's attention. Yes, with me. Do you have the spiritual pills that the chief asked for? Yi Qingyo took out a green jade box from his bosom. This item had been thrown out by Yi Qinghan with the last bit of his battle chi when he had been sucked into the god-slaying mountain. If they could not save his sister in time, they would feel sorry for Yi Qinghan. Yes, the chief gave it to me some time ago and told me to wake up Yi Qingyu as soon as you came back and fulfill Yi Qinghan's wish. I will make some preparations to save Yi Qingyu in a few days. With 2 spiritual pills, Yi Qingyu will definitely wake up. Yi Baihu nodded and said. They stayed in the small loft for a while before Yi Baihu led them down the back of the mountain. They settled down in the Yi family castle, while Yi Qingyo began to recuperate. Yi Baihu said that he would need a few days to prepare, but on that very night, he woke up Yi Qingyo, who was in seclusion, to treat his injuries. He also secretly sent a message to a few elders of the Yi clan to the back of the mountain to protect him. He was going to use a secret technique to revive Yi Qingyu. After being forced by Yi Qingxia to hit the wall, Yi Qingyu had awakened the inheritance of the jade spirit body in her body in advance. Then she had forcefully activated the soul sacrifice skill without fully mastering it, which had caused her soul to suffer a backlash and almost perish. Yi Baihu had been using soul-nourishing elixirs to keep her alive over the past year. Now that he had the spiritual pills, Yi Baihu naturally did not dare to delay and decided to perform a secret skill for her overnight. He would instill the vast and pure soul energy contained in the spiritual pills into her brain and stabilize and strengthen the remnant soul in her brain to the level of a normal person's soul. Then she would be able to wake up. Grandpa Baihu, will Sister Qingyu wake up tomorrow after tonight? Yi Qingwu had been accompanying her grandpa all this time, so she naturally knew what Yi Baihu was doing. Yi Qingyo also did not object to her coming to watch the ceremony and seemed to approve of it. Girl, don't talk. Watch carefully from the side. If there is any excess soul energy, remember to use the secret technique I told you to absorb it. Before Yi Baihu could say anything, Yi Qingyo glared at Yi Qingwu. Yi Qingyu probably would not be able to completely absorb such a large amount of energy from the spiritual pills, so Yi Qingyo brought Yi Qingwu here in the hope that she would benefit from it. Yes, it would be a pity to let this energy go. Absorb as much as you can. Brother Nyo, help me watch over her, I'm about to start. Yi Baihu nodded and glanced at Yi Qingyo. Although Yi Qingyo's vitality had been injured, his soul was still intact. So Yi Baihu called Yi Qingyo over, hoping that he would watch over her from the side. With that, he took out a white jade box and instantly activated his saint domain in the pavilion. A white transparent stream of air slowly emerged from his left hand and slowly attached itself to Yi Qingyu's head. A few minutes later, Yi Baihu retracted his left hand and directly opened the white jade box. Immediately, an intoxicating fragrance filled the entire pavilion. However, because Yi Baihu had activated his saint domain, the fragrance did not seep out. Yi Baihu quickly formed 2 hand seals and did not dare to hesitate. He turned his palm into a claw and reached for the white jade box. Once again, a white, almost transparent stream of air emerged from his claw and wrapped around a fingernail-sized gem-like object that shone with rainbow light. Then he slowly controlled the gemstone to fly above Yi Qingyu's forehead. Yi Qingwu looked at the dazzling gemstone on Yi Qingyu's forehead that shone with rainbow light. Her mouth was wide open in shock. Was this a spiritual pill? How could it be so beautiful? Moreover, the aura and energy it emitted made people feel very comfortable. They felt warm all over, like a baby lying in their mother's embrace. Their hearts were at peace. Yi Qingwu did not dare to be careless. She hurriedly followed the secret skill that Yi Qingyo had taught her and began to meditate. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu looked at each other and saw a trace of doubt and shock in each other's eyes. Although they had never seen a spiritual pill with their own eyes, it was clearly described in their clan's information. Although they could feel that the rainbow gemstone before them contained powerful and pure soul energy, it did not seem to be the same as described in their clan's information. Although both of them had a spiritual pill on them, they would not open the jade box unless they needed it. Usually, when they used their divine senses to examine it, they would only feel the pure soul energy emitted from within. This was the first time they had seen the real thing. They did not expect it to be different from what was described in their information. Just as the two of them were at a loss as to what to do. Just as they were wondering whether they should continue using the secret skill, the rainbow gemstone on Yi Qingyu's forehead suddenly flashed and disappeared into Yi Qingyu's forehead. A moment later, Yi Qingyu's body suddenly emitted an auspicious white light, and her face slowly became ruddy. What's going on? Yi Qingyo stood up in shock and looked at Yi Qingyu with an ugly expression. When Yi Qinghan had been sucked into the god-slaying mountain, he had said that he must help him wake up Yi Qingyu. Now that such a strange situation had occurred, he did not know what to do if something unexpected happened. Yi Baihu did not move but quickly stretched out his left hand, wanting to use the transparent airflow in his palm to check on Yi Qingyu's condition. However, before the transparent airflow could enter Yi Qingyu's mind, it was suddenly forcibly ejected. Oh no! I can't even detect the condition of Yi Qingyu's soul. This ghost stone is definitely not a spiritual pill. The information on the spiritual pill is completely different. What is this? Yi Baihu also panicked and jumped to his feet. A trace of shock flashed through his eyes as he pointed at Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyo's expression turned from ugly to ashen. He asked in confusion, "Didn't you say that this is a spiritual pill that the clan leader exchanged with the Lord of Hidden Island? This isn't a spiritual pill? What is this?" "This is a divine crystal." Just as Yi Baihu and Yi Qingyo were at a loss, a voice rang out. At the same time, their vision blurred and a black figure appeared out of thin air in the pavilion. Chapter 180. This is a divine crystal. A person suddenly appeared in the small attic in such a weird situation. Yi Qingyo's heart suddenly quivered. His first response was to run his remaining battle chi and prepare to launch an attack at any time. This was an instinct formed from many years of fighting, and it was an immediate response when encountering unknown danger. "Greetings, old ancestor." Yi Baihu's action stunned Yi Qingyo. When he saw that Yi Baihu's first reaction was not to prepare for battle, but to respectfully kneel before the middle-aged man before him, Yi Qingyo was a little confused. However, he instantly came to his senses and hurriedly knelt down as well. He said in fear and trepidation, "Yi Qingyo pays his respects to the great ancestor. Get up, all of you. Where did you get this divine crystal?" Yi Ruoshui's expression was as cold as ever. His long white eyebrows fluttered even though there was no wind. He stared at Yi Qingyu, who was lying on the bed, and a trace of astonishment and doubt flashed through his eyes. "Divine crystal? Ancestor, are you talking about the 7-colored stone that I took out just now?" Yi Baihu hurriedly said respectfully. Yi Ruoshui nodded her head and continued to explain, "This is something the patriarch obtained from the hidden island of the Eastern Sea. Isn't this a spiritual pill?" "Spirit pill? This thing is tens of thousands of times more valuable than spirit pills. This thing. Even if you sell off the Yi family, you still wouldn't be able to get it." Yi Ruoshui's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. Yi Baihu's explanation had not only failed to dispel his confusion, it had instead made him even more confused. Strange? How could that old bastard of the hidden island have such a treasure and even give it to you? What was the purpose of spending so much money? Strange, very strange. Yi Ruoshui's words struck Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu like they had been struck by lightning. They looked at each other and saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. It was worth tens of thousands of times more than a spirit pill. Even if the Yi family was sold, they wouldn't be able to exchange for it. What kind of treasure was this? Why did the Lord of the Hidden Island give such a treasure to the Yi family so easily? Also, what on earth was this divine crystal? What was its use? Will Yi Qingyu be alright? So this old thing actually did something to the jade box. No wonder I didn't notice. Yi Ruoshui's sunlight swept through the small attic, finally stopping at the white jade box containing the multicolored stone. She then looked at Yi Qingyu on the bed and after a while said to Yi Qingyu and Yi Baihu, "There are many mysteries in this matter. I need to go to the Eastern Sea to understand. Protect this girl well and appoint her as the next clan leader. Remember, do not leak any information about her. Before she completely grows into the Saint Realm, she is not allowed to leave the Yi family castle. If nothing goes wrong, the Yi family will have another God Realm warrior in 10 years. After Yi Ruoshui finished speaking, her figure flashed and she directly disappeared from the small pavilion, leaving behind Yi Baihu and Yi Qingyu, who looked like dumbfounded chickens. Old ancestor, what did he say? After a long while, Yi Baihu finally reacted. His lips trembled as he stammered at Yi Qingyu. I think he said that this girl would be the next clan leader and something like the Saint Realm, God Realm warrior and so on. Baihu? Did I hear wrongly? The young man's lips were also trembling, and his eyes were filled with confusion. He spoke carefully as if he wanted to get confirmation from Yi Baihu that he did not hear wrong. Yi Baihu heard Yi Qingyu's words and confirmed that he had not heard wrongly, so he hurriedly said, "The old ancestor said that in 10 years, the Yi clan will have another god-level warrior, and this person seems to be Yi Qingyu?" After saying this, both he and Yi Qingyu widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at the white-haired, white-clothed girl on the bed. They both gulped. Dragon City, City Lord's residence. Long Unhufu still had the appearance of a kind-looking, skinny old man. His small body was dressed in a long gray robe, and he looked like an old man who ran a street stall. He was not at all surprised by Yi Tianlong's arrival. Long Sinan and the elders of the other large clans had sent him messages some time ago, so he had long since learned of everything that had happened in the prefecture battle. Moreover, he had also received all the information about the sudden incident at the foot of the God-Fallen Mountain a few days ago. He understood Yi Tianlong, and knew that once this old dragon provoked him, he would definitely take revenge at all costs. The Xue family had produced such an outstanding young master who had actually colluded with the demon race and barbarian race to murder the young master of the Yi family. And not long ago, the demons at the foot of the God-Fallen Mountain had directly thrown Yi Qinghan, whom Yi Tianlong valued the most, into the God-Fallen Mountain. At present, it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. How could Yi Tianlong, who had always been protective of his own people and would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, remain silent? Therefore, when he sensed that Yi Tianlong was flying quickly towards Dragon City, he immediately went out of the city and welcomed Yi Tianlong into the city lord's residence. "Old Yi, don't worry too much. Perhaps that boy of yours has profited from this disaster and obtained a great treasure from the God-Fallen Mountain? Besides, there's no point in worrying, right?" Dragon Coward called down and served 2 cups of tea. He did not pretend to be stupid and directly went into the main topic, comforting Yi Tianlong. "Old dragon, I won't say much nonsense and I'm not in the mood. This time I have 2 things I hope you can help me with. First, gather the patriarchs of the major clans and put the Xue family on trial. The Xue family has done such a thing, and if they don't give me an explanation, I will not swallow this anger. Second, gather all the Saint Realm experts of the House of Ares and follow me to attack the demon race and destroy the evil golden-haired lion clan." Yi Tianlong did not even take a sip of tea and directly stated the purpose of his visit. He was very straightforward and did not give Dragon Coward the slightest chance to beat around the bush. This. Long Huofu shook his head slightly. He picked up the cup of tea and took a sip. Then he looked at the furious Yi Tianlong and said with a bitter smile, "First, I can gather the patriarchs to discuss this matter. As for the second, I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult. After all, those old monsters on the Demon God Mountain are not to be trifled with. The experts of the major clans might not be willing to help." Dragon Coward's meaning was very clear. The Xue family's matter had already aroused public anger. If the Xue family did not give an explanation, they would not be able to withstand this calamity. As for killing their way to the demon race, this was no small matter. Not to mention whether the Divine City would interfere, even if the Divine City did not intervene. If the commotion in the demon race was too great and the old monsters on the Demon God Mountain were drawn out, it would be unknown if the people who went would be able to return. Therefore the experts of the major clans might not agree. After all, the Saint Realm experts were the backbone of the major clans. Old Dragon, this was given to me by the old ancestor. The old ancestor said that we can kill as much as we want, but only those from the golden-haired lion clan. There is no need to worry about anything else. Yi Tianlong directly took out a blood-red token and threw it to Dragon Coward. War God blood token? Senior Yi Ruoxue has come out of seclusion? Dragon Coward received the blood-red token from Yi Tianlong and looked at the mysterious pattern on it, as well as the large blood-red kill character. His expression immediately became serious. This War God blood token had only been issued 3 times in the history of the House of Aries. Only those who had made outstanding contributions to the House of Aries and the majority of the city lords of the House of Aries voted together could be awarded. This token could summon all the experts of the House of Aries to do something together. Of course, this matter could not violate the rules of the House of Aries. Hundreds of years ago, Yi Ruoxue had relied on her holy beast, the white tiger, and her astonishing strength to lead the House of Aries to 5 consecutive victories in the prefecture battle. That was how the House of Aries had bestowed this token upon her. This time Yi Tianlong had taken out the token and Yi Ruoxue had spoken. Of course, Dragon Coward did not dare to object. After pondering for a moment, he stood up and nodded. Good, since Ancestor Yi Ruoxue has spoken, the second matter should not be a problem. I will send out a message to gather all the Saint Realm experts in the House of Aries in Dragon City. We will first judge the crimes of the Shui clan, then we will attack the Demon God Palace together. Chapter 181. The Floating Snow City was not originally called the Floating Snow City. It was located at the northernmost part of the House of Aries, close to the dark forest. Due to the high terrain, the city was covered in snow all year round, hence the name was changed. The ruler of the Floating Snow City was the Shui clan. The Shui clan had been in this city for thousands of years. This city had long become the symbol of the Shui clan. Today, beautiful snowflakes were still drifting about in the Drifts Now city. In addition, the snowflakes these few days seemed to be even heavier compared to the past. The entire city seemed to be clad in a pure white robe, radiating an astonishing charm and mystery. However, no one from the Shui clan was interested in such a beautiful scene. All the elders and clan leader of the Shui clan knelt down on the side of a mountain behind the Floating Snow City. Dozens of people knelt down in front of a cave in the middle of the mountain, not saying a word. The scene was both spectacular and strange. Sigh. After a long time, a deep sigh came from the cave. The people who were kneeling on the ground all lifted their heads and looked at the cave with hope. Shui Piao, what a good son you have. Shui Fei, is your brain full of shit? How could you give him such an idea? What's the point of coming to an old man like me? I've been kicked out of the Shui clan long ago. I can't do anything about the Shui clan and I don't want to. The voice from the cave continued, cold and stern. It seemed like the owner of the voice was very arrogant, cursing the clan leader and the great elder of the Shui clan, and neither of them dared to refute. Piao Ro is guilty, second grandpa can punish her. I hope second grandpa can help, or the Shui clan's 1,000 years of foundation will be destroyed today. Shui Piao Ro's face was ashen, she kept kowtowing towards the cave. Her forehead bumped into the ice on the ground. Second uncle, you must think of a way, right? Otherwise the Shui clan will be completely destroyed. I, Shui Fei, am willing to pay any price. Shui Fei was also kowtowing, he no longer had the elegant temperament of an immortal. Old ancestor, please come out and save the Shui family. Shui Fei and all the people behind Shui Piao Ro bowed deeply and said painfully. The cave continued to be silent for a while. After a long time, a deep sigh was heard again. The old and weak voice sounded again, I won't do anything. Even if I did, it would be useless. This time Shui Wuhan has angered everyone. Once I make a move, the old fart from the Yi family, the 2 old farts from Dragon City, and they will also make a move. At that time the Shui family will really be finished. Then what should we do? Could it be that the Shui clan is doomed? Shui Fei's eyes were numb and lifeless as he collapsed to the ground. He had never thought that when he had asked Shui Wuheng to give the Shui clan a cold night when the opportunity presented itself, he would never have thought that such a small matter would escalate to such an extent that the Shui clan would be plunged into a state of eternal damnation. What should we do? The faces of the elders of the Shui clan turned pale. Long Weasel's message was very clear. Shui Wuheng's actions had already been determined. Half a month later, the Shui clan would be judged by the representatives of the 6 main cities and 100 major cities of the God of War Manor. If the Shui clan was found guilty, the God of War Manor would join forces to suppress the Shui clan. At that time, the drifting snow city would not only be filled with snow, but also blood. Trial by vote? In fact, the Shui clan knew that the result was already set in stone. The 100 main cities belonged to the 5 major clans, and they would follow their lead. Furthermore, Shui Wuhan had joined forces with Yao Kaka and Man Gan on the Nether Island. He had almost killed all the young masters and young ladies of the 4 clans. How could the 4 clans tolerate that? Therefore, in half a month, the verdict would definitely be that the Shui clan was guilty. The Shui clan would have to face the powerful forces of the House of Aries. How could the Shui clan fight back? Therefore, after receiving Dragon's message, the Shui clan fell into a state of panic and helplessness. In the end, they had no choice but to follow Shui Piaoro and Shui Fei to the cave. They saw the only surviving elder of the Shui clan, Shui Shiwen, who had been chased out of the clan many years ago. Forget it. Although the Shui clan has nothing to do with me anymore, they have raised me. Take this. Shui Shiwen spoke again just as the Shui clan was about to lose hope. He threw out a red token and said, "There is a way to save the Shui clan. Shui Fei, you and Shui Piaoro take this token to the Dragon City and kill yourselves in front of everyone." The Battle God residence had been very lively recently. The residence battle was held once every 30 years, and this time the elite residence battle had obtained an unprecedented victory. Not only did they obtain the honor of being a high-class residence, but most importantly, the number of casualties this time had reached the lowest in history. More than half of the elites from the various clans who were teleported in at the beginning were killed, but none of the 90,000 ordinary soldiers who were teleported in later were injured. On the other hand, the Monster clan and the Barbarian clan were utterly defeated. Even the son of the Holy Venerable from the Monster clan was killed. Most importantly, all of this had happened because of a single person, a 16-year-old youth. The hero of the House of Aries, the young master of the Yi clan, Yi Qinghan. The prefecture battle was a big event because the 100,000 soldiers were distributed equally across hundreds of cities and tens of thousands of families. Every time the prefecture battle ended, countless families in the House of Aries would look forward to the safe return of their loved ones. Generally speaking, only about 10 to 20,000 people would be able to return safely from the Battle God Manor. But this time, almost all of them had returned safely. How could the people of the Battle God Manor not be lively and happy? Countless families were placed on the pedestal of longevity by Yi Qinghan. Countless young girls began to fantasize about the handsome face of this hero. Countless young men began to idolize Yi Qinghan and vowed to become an indomitable man like him. However, along with this delightful news there was also a bad rumor. There was a traitor in the House of Aries who had colluded with the Outer Palace to harm the disciples of the House of Aries. The young master of the Shui clan had secretly planted a hidden worm on the young master of the Yi clan. He had even given each of the Monster clan and the Barbarian clan a positioning crystal to help the Monster clan and the Barbarian clan hunt down the young master of the Yi clan. He had almost killed Yi Qinghan and all the young masters and young mistresses of the major clans. When the news spread, it immediately caused an uproar in the House of Aries. Countless people cursed and cursed at the sky. Countless people were furious. When they heard that the Shui clan's crimes would be judged in half a month, they all rushed over to Dragon City as fast as they could. They weren't there to vote for the trial but rather to be able to scold the Shui clan and vent their anger. Chapter 182. Song City, the mountain behind the Yi family castle. Yi Baihu handed a message from Dragon City, personally written by Yi Tianlong, to Yi Qingyu. Yi Tianlong briefly explained the results of his discussion with Dragon Butcher and ordered Yi Baihu to lead half of the elders of the Yi family to Dragon City to put the Shui family on trial and then attack the demon Immortal estate. Since the patriarch has sent the message, take your men and go. I'll stay here to guard the family. Yi Qingyu quickly read through Yi Tianlong's letter and said, "This. Brother Nyo, your injuries haven't healed yet, and that girl hasn't woken up yet. If I leave with my men, what if something happens?" Yi Baihu looked worriedly at the neighboring loft. Ever since Yi Qingyu had automatically absorbed the divine crystal a few days ago, her complexion had gradually improved. However, the two of them had been unable to examine the state of her soul. Even the herbs that they had been using to nourish the soul had lost their effect, so Yi Baihu was a little worried. Yi Qingyu knew what Yi Baihu was thinking and consoled, "Don't worry. Since the patriarch didn't say much, he probably knows Yi Qingyu's condition like the back of his hand. Since he said that as long as we guard her well, we don't need to do much. My injuries will heal in about half a month. With me around you can go without worry." "Alright. Keep watch at home. I'll go to Dragon City first and then attack the demon Immortal estate with Brother Dragon to help you vent your anger." Yi Baihu nodded and said helplessly, The next day, dozens of the fastest carriages of the Yi family left Song City. Yi Baihu led the dozen or so elders of the Yi family to Dragon City. Feng Zihua, Long Sainan and the others also set off. Yi Qinghan was not around, and Yi Qingyu had also seen him. They were a little confused as to why Yi Baihu did not wake Yi Qingyu up before going to Dragon City. However, this was a family matter and it was not appropriate for them to pry. They had also seen the message from Dragon City. They were needed to testify for the trial of the Shui family. So, after some discussion, they decided to rush to Dragon City with Yi Baihu as fast as they could. The mighty group of more than 20 carriages traveled day and night without stopping. Unexpectedly, they arrived at Song City in 12 days. Compared to the time when Yi Qinghan spent 2 months to reach Dragon City, it was many times faster. However, Yi Qinghan was not in a hurry at that time, and he had stayed in Enchantment City for a few days, so he had plenty of time. When they arrived at the Dragon City, the people from the Feng clan, Hua clan, Yu clan, and the various city masters were even faster than them. However, the major families and city lords were all at least at the Emperor realm. They all flew in a straight line, so it wasn't surprising that they were faster than them. These few days Dragon City was very lively. This was the first time in hundreds of years that the war god's blood token was used. Moreover, it was obvious that one of the 5 major families, the Shui family, would be put on trial. This was a shocking event. The experts of the House of Aries naturally would not miss out on such a grand event. Even many hidden experts came to Dragon City. The Shui family was the master of one of the 6 major cities, the Fluttering Snow City. They also had the authority to rule the 20 major cities and 100 minor cities nearby. This time, if the Shui family fell, the Fluttering Snow City would belong to a huge piece of cake. If the family obtained the cake, they might become another Shui family in a few hundred years. Hence, these few days the Dragon City was in a turbulent state. The 4 major families and the city lord's mansion had an endless stream of visitors. Countless people were rubbing their fists and waiting for the trial to be held in a few days. They wanted to completely destroy the Shui family, and then everyone would divide the cake that was the Fluttering Snow City. At this moment, Yi Tianlong didn't care about the fate of the Shui family. From his point of view, the Shui family that had angered the public was no longer a concern. Once the war god's blood token was used, the experts of Dragon City would gather. After the trial, his trip to the demon god's residence wouldn't be too bumpy. He was thinking about Yi Qingyu's problem. The news that Yi Baihu brought him directly stunned him. The thing he asked for from the Hidden Island Lord wasn't a spirit pill? It was a divine crystal? What was a divine crystal? He actually didn't know. But since Yi Ruoxue said that this thing couldn't be exchanged even if the Yi family was sold, then it must be a very valuable treasure. Was it a treasure that could turn Yi Qingyu, a person who had never cultivated, into a God realm expert? Moreover, there was another matter that made him very puzzled. A year ago, when he went to the Eastern Sea to ask for a spirit pill, the Hidden Island Lord didn't actually give it to him. Instead, he perfunctorily said that he didn't have it for the time being and told him to come back in the future. And when he helplessly turned around to leave the Yi family, just when he was about to return to Tsang City, the Hidden Island Lord suddenly teleported in front of him and directly exchanged for the spirit pill with him. He didn't even look at the treasure he took out. Why was there such a big difference in attitude? The most important thing was that the Hidden Island Lord didn't give him a spirit pill. Instead, he gave him a divine crystal that was tens of thousands of times more expensive than a spirit pill? What kind of secret was hidden inside? Why did the Hidden Island Lord's attitude change so much? Why did he give such a precious treasure to the Yi family for free? What kind of treasure was this divine crystal? Why did old ancestor Yi Ruoxue say that Yi Qingyu would become a god after 10 years? But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand it. The mystery behind it was too mysterious and had already exceeded the scope of his knowledge. He could only hope that old ancestor Yi Ruoxue would come back from the hidden island and solve the riddle for him. After thinking hard for a night, he still couldn't understand it. Yi Tianlong slowly withdrew his thoughts. Outside the window, the rising sun had already begun to shine on the earth. Today was the day of trial for the Shui family. It was also the day to protect the supreme dignity of the Yi family. When he walked out of the room, Yi Baihu and the elders of the Yi family were already waiting for him in the hall. Yi Tianlong tidied up his clothes and nodded to everyone. He took the lead and walked out of the hall towards the square outside the city lord's mansion. At this time, the Dragon City Square was already filled with a sea of people. Martial artists from all over the House of Aries swarmed over and surrounded the square so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. It was even more crowded than before the City Lord's Mansion battle a year ago. Of course, Most of the people were here to watch the excitement. They liked to watch the excitement. It seemed that this habit had existed since the birth of the human race. The people of the Hua family arrived. They were all dressed in black and wore the same cold expression. They stood next to the city lord's mansion with incomparable coldness. The people of the Feng family also arrived. They all carried long swords on their backs and wore white robes that fluttered in the wind. They looked like sword immortals. The women of the Yu family also arrived. They all wore white silk scarves. Their figures were graceful and their temperament was out of this world. They looked like fairies. The people of the three big families stood proudly in front of the city lord's mansion. Yi Tianlong nodded to the people behind him and walked straight to the place where the three big families were standing. He nodded to the leaders of the three big families one by one. His expression was full of gratitude. Even though the Shui family had incurred public anger this time and Shui Wuhan had almost caused the deaths of the young masters and young ladies of the three big families, they had still helped the Yi family a lot by openly expressing their stance. Yi Tianlong, of course, was not someone who didn't know how to be grateful. Chapter 183. Xiao. As soon as Yi Tianlong arrived, the city lord's mansion's dragon butcher naturally didn't put on any airs. He flew out of the mansion and stood in the air above the square. His skinny face didn't have the benevolent expression he used to have. Instead, it was filled with a chilling, killing intent. His body emitted a chilling aura that enveloped everyone in the square, causing the noisy square to fall silent in an instant. Ladies and gentlemen, the House of Aries achieved a great victory in the Elite Mansion tournament. It should have been a joyous occasion. However, something unpleasant happened during this time. The Shui family's Shui Wuhan actually colluded with the monster race and barbarian race to harm our mansion's disciples. This mansion lord and the other patriarchs have investigated this matter thoroughly and confirmed that there is no mistake. This mansion lord has issued a kill order for Shui Wuhan. This time I have gathered everyone here for two things. First, we will vote on whether the Shui family is guilty or not, and if they are guilty, how to punish them. Second, the Yi family's patriarch Yi Tianlong has used the war god's blood order to summon the experts of the House of Aries to subdue the Golden Lion tribe. The dragon butcher's straightforward words caused a commotion in the square, especially the ordinary cultivators who didn't know what had happened. What did he mean by investigated thoroughly? What did he mean by confirmed? Wasn't this a clear verdict on the Shui family's crimes? The Shui family would have to defend themselves and vote. Wasn't it just a formality? Your mansion lord had already confirmed that the Shui family was guilty, so the Shui family was definitely guilty. It was just a matter of how they would be sentenced. The dragon butcher raised his hand to silence the crowd below. He continued, "Now let's move on to the first matter, the trial of the Shui family. Where are the witnesses? I'm Long Sainan and I'm willing to testify that this matter is absolutely true." On that day Yi Qinghan found 4 invisible worms on his body, which were planted by Shui Wuhan. Moreover, we also went to the headquarters of the barbarian race and asked them personally in the headquarters of the demon race. The son of the barbarian god, Mangan, and the commander of the demon race personally admitted that Shui Wuhan had given them positioning crystals. I'm willing to swear to God that everything I said is true. If it's not true, I'll be forsaken by both God and ghost. I'm Feng Zi from the Feng family. I'm willing to testify that everything Miss Long said is true. I, Hua family's Hua Ji, am willing to testify. Yu Qingqing of the Yu clan is willing to testify. I, by Jiang of Luoyang City, am willing to testify. The leaders of the young masters and ladies who had followed Yi Qinghan to the headquarters of the barbarian race did not go back on their word. They all stood up to testify against Shui Wuhan. They also told everyone that Shui Wuhan had secretly escaped when the elites of the House of Aries returned to the temporary base in the disordered area. This made the tens of thousands of people in the square even more certain that Shui Wuhan had colluded with other races to harm his own people. The testimonies of more than 10 witnesses from different cities of the House of Aries had confirmed that Shui Wuhan's case was completely set in stone. There was no suspense at all. The testimonies of the witnesses are done. The Shui family will begin to defend themselves. Where are the people of the Shui family? If they don't defend themselves, we'll vote directly. The dragon butcher waited for the witnesses to finish testifying before he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes widened as they looked around. They wanted to see if the Shui family would fight for the last time. If they defended themselves, how would they defend themselves? I'm guilty. While everyone was looking around, an old voice came from the northern sky of the Dragon City. At the same time, 3 figures appeared in the sky above the square. Shui Fei, Shui Ying, and Shui Piao Ro, the head of the Shui family, are here to greet you, Patriarch Long. Greetings, everyone. the three of us will defend the Shui family once again. The three people who came were Shui Fei, who looked like a celestial being, Shui Piao, the head of the Shui family, and Shui Piao, the head of the Shui family, Shuang. All right, let's begin. The dragon butcher replied indifferently. He was not surprised. If the people of the Shui family did not show up, he would be surprised. After all, Shui Wuhan had done such an infuriating thing. If the people of the Shui family did not show up to defend themselves, the people of the Shui family would be furious. The worst result would be the destruction of the Shui family. Yi Tianlong and the other family heads were not surprised that the people of the Shui family had shown up. The people of the Shui family were not fools. Of course, they were also curious about what the Shui family would do and what price they would pay to appease the people of the Shui family. When the people of the Shui family appeared, the people below the square became restless. However, they did not start cursing. When the people of the Shui family were not present, they cursed fiercely. However, when the people of the Shui family arrived, they quieted down. They just looked at the three people in the sky angrily. After all, the Shui family was one of the 5 giants of the House of Aries. They had been oppressing people for a long time. Before the Shui family completely collapsed, of course, no one dared to provoke them. I am Shui Wuhan, my disciple. I gave him the positioning crystal. In fact, Shui Wuhan and Yi Qinghan used to have some small conflicts. Shui Wuhan once told me that he wanted to teach Yi Qinghan a lesson in the mansion battle. However, I thought it was just a fight between the young masters of the family, so I did not stop it. In the end, I did not expect that the bastard Shui Wuhan would do such an infuriating thing. I am guilty. Shui Fei was the first to speak. To everyone's surprise, Shui Fei did not defend himself or Shui Wuhan at all. Instead, he admitted his mistake in a surprisingly good manner. This surprised Yi Tianlong and the people below the square. However, before they could think too much, Shui Fei laughed bitterly. His eyes flashed and he spoke again. I am guilty. As a teacher, I did not teach my disciple well. As an elder of the Shui family, I did not discipline my disciple well. Today, I am here to give everyone an explanation. I am willing to commit suicide to apologize to the world. After he finished speaking, Shui Fei let out a bitter laugh. His aura suddenly soared and countless snow swords shot out from all parts of his body. A moment later, they fell heavily onto the plaza along with the rain of blood that filled the sky. They landed heavily on the ground and raised a cloud of dust. Shui Fei's eyes were wide open. His dead body not only caused the dust on the ground to fly into the air. The tens of thousands of people in the square were so shocked that their hearts were in their throats. A Sage Realm expert killed himself just like that? Did he die just like that? Did he just commit suicide in front of tens of thousands of people? However, before everyone could recover from their shock, the voice that came from the sky completely stunned everyone once again. I am the patriarch of the Shui family, Shui Piao. Shui Wuhan is my son. It is the father's fault for not teaching his son well. I did not give birth to this son well. Today I will commit suicide to give everyone an explanation. Bang! Another rain of blood and another body fell heavily on the ground. Another cloud of dust rose. The patriarch of the Shui family, a peak emperor realm expert, Shui Piao committed suicide to apologize. Chapter 184. Silence. Silence. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone could only hear the rapid beating of their hearts, as well as the sound of their saliva being swallowed. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu exchanged glances. They both felt a sense of helplessness and an indescribable feeling. Shui family was too ruthless. They sacrificed a pawn to save the king and even played the pity card. This move was too beautiful. They had sent out a peak Emperor Realm clan leader and a Saint Realm Grand Elder to protect the Shui family's foundation for 100 generations. Also, look at how well they put it. One said that they didn't discipline their disciple well and the other said that they gave birth to the wrong son. They completely separated Shui Wuhan's actions from Shui family. Someone else's family had an unfilial disciple. Their father and master committed suicide on his behalf. No matter what, you would be too embarrassed to cause trouble for them, right? Actually, Shui Wuhan wanting to kill Yi Qinghan wasn't that big of a deal. It was just that he was stupid to collude with outsiders. He even dragged the young masters and young mistresses of Feng Hua and Yu family into this mess. This matter had such a huge impact. It could be said that the big families were the ones who pushed it in the dark. Of course, Yi Qinghan also had something to do with it. Colluding with outsiders to kill a hero of the House of Aries was a huge crime. Moreover, Shui Wuhan was nowhere to be found. Everyone was prepared to vent their anger on Shui family. If Shui family didn't put on a show just now, not defending themselves or arguing that they weren't guilty and retaliating, Then they would have completely angered the people of the House of Aries and razed drifting Snow City to the ground. Shui family would have been finished. Now, in front of tens of thousands of people, Shui family's grand elder and clan leader committed suicide to appease the world. Moreover, their words were very dignified. They weren't disciplined well and they weren't born well. Because there was a scum in their family, even the master who had taught him, the father who had given birth to him, had to commit suicide. If other clans also produced such a scum in the future, would their clan leaders and grand elders also have to commit suicide in front of everyone to apologize to the world? I am the great elder of the Shui clan Shuang. Our Shui clan is ashamed to have such a scum. Half a month ago, our Shui clan issued a kill order against Shui Wuhan. Also, our Shui clan is willing to use the blood badge of the divine god of battle to eliminate everyone's hostility toward our Shui clan. Meanwhile, our Shui clan promises to compensate the clans that have been harmed. Just as everyone's enmity towards the Shui clan started to weaken, Shuang, who had been silent all this while, once again shocked everyone. The Shui clan sure is generous to use the blood badge of the divine battle god to compensate for the Shui clan's crime. One had to know that there were only 3 blood badges of the god of war, and 2 of them had been used consecutively. Dragon Stubborn took the blood badge of the god of war from Shuang and examined it. Then he started to secretly transmit his voice to the clan leaders. A moment later he said coldly, "After my discussion with the clan leaders, since the Shui clan has paid such a heavy price and even used the blood badge of the god of war, the trial against the Shui clan will end here. I hope everyone will take this as a warning and never commit such a crime again." After Dragon Stubborn finished speaking, Shuang finally relaxed as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Then he let out a bitter smile and flew down, carrying Shui Fei and Shui Piao's corpses and flew towards the north. A moment later he disappeared from everyone's sight. After the matter with the Shui clan was settled, Dragon Stubborn took out Yi Tianlong's blood badge of the god of war and summoned all the experts in the house to gather together and prepare to attack the demon god's residence tomorrow. Of course, this gathering order was not mandatory and the experts of the House of Aries respected this badge very much. After all, this badge was only bestowed upon those who had made great contributions to the House of Aries. If no one responded, then who would fight for the House of Aries in the future? Countless clans had sent out countless experts, and many experts who had been living in seclusion and wandering among the commoners had also responded to the call. The next day the army of revenge led by Dragon Stubborn Yi Tianlong totaled hundreds of Emperor Realm experts and dozens of Sage Realm experts. They set out from Dragon City and directly attacked the demon god's residence. This time, the demons first broke the agreement between the 3 clans and ambushed the disciples of the House of Aries in the Luotian Mountain. Moreover, the popular young master of the Yi clan, the young hero of the House of Aries, directly attacked the Luotian Mountain and seriously injured several Emperor Realm elders of the House of Aries. The House of Aries could be said to have a good reason to send troops. Moreover, they were fighting under the banner of revenge against the demons and the Golden Lion clan. This plan was very clever. It could prevent the other clans from panicking and unite against the main force of the House of Aries. At the same time, it wouldn't arouse the resentment of the few old clans on the demon god's mountain. At the same time, they could slaughter the demons in large numbers and raise the prestige of the House of Aries. It could be said that they had killed many birds with one arrow. Hundreds of people flew in the sky, covering the sky with an extraordinary momentum. In just a few days, they arrived at the intersection between the demon god's residence and the House of Aries. Dragon Stubborn was even more ruthless. He directly ordered for them to rest and reorganize in the same place for 3 days. Then he flew alone into the demon god's residence and entered the nearest city. Then he directly submitted a declaration of war and explained the cause and effect of this matter. Then he informed them that 3 days later, the experts of the House of Aries would attack the demon god's residence. All the martial artists of the Golden Lion clan would become the target of this attack. If the other demon clans didn't obstruct the army of the House of Aries, they wouldn't be attacked. If they obstructed or attacked, then the House of Aries would be declaring war on the House of Aries. Once this notice was issued, the demon god's residence was instantly in chaos. The patriarchs of the 12 clans of the demon god's residence gathered in the holy city of the demon race that night for a secret discussion. However, the other holy venerate of the demon race was in seclusion and Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. The patriarchs of the various clans decided to adopt a wait-and-see policy. If Xianxia didn't show himself, what right did they have to stop him? In any case, the people the House of Aries killed weren't their people. After Xianxia became a holy venerate for dozens of years, the Golden Lion clan had been tyrannical in the demon race. At this moment, no one from the demon race would stand up for them. 3 days later, the main army of the House of Ares appeared in the demon god's residence. Just like what Long Bifu had said, they specifically targeted the martial artists of the Golden Lion clan. As long as the other demon clans didn't obstruct them or attack them, they didn't kill indiscriminately. Even the old and weak of the Golden Lion clan didn't make a move as long as they didn't have any combat strength. This phenomenon made the patriarchs of the other 11 clans even more certain that they should sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. They all sent out messages to the clans in the various cities not to engage in battle with the army of the House of Ares. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences. The main army of the House of Ares was like a hot knife through butter. They killed their way in from the outermost perimeter. No one could stop them. Hundreds of Emperor Realm experts and dozens of Sage Realm experts had gathered the majority of the strongest forces of the House of Ares. The Golden Lion clan couldn't stop them even if they wanted to. The Golden Lion clan retreated in defeat and fled frantically. For a moment, the demon god's residence was engulfed in flames and smoke. Chapter 185. Yi Qinghan had many dreams. In fact, he had been dreaming ever since he entered this godforsaken place. At the beginning, when he was sucked in by the black hole of white fog in the god-slaying mountain, his body was seriously injured, so much so that he almost died. Fortunately, the bronze ring on his left hand's ring finger was constantly emitting a mysterious stream of air that kept him alive and continuously healed his injuries. It was just that his body was extremely weak in the past few days, so he often slept and dreamed. These days his injuries had improved a lot. He could basically sit up and occasionally walk a few steps. But he was still constantly dreaming. These dreams, some sweet, some sad, some angry, some fearful. All kinds of dreams constantly shrouded him, constantly hovering in his mind. He dreamed that his sister was saved. Yi Qingyu's soft and weak figure appeared in front of him, affectionately calling him brother. He dreamed that he and Yu Qingqing had consummated their marriage. Yu Qingqing's graceful and enchanting waist was constantly swaying on his body. He dreamed of Shui Wuhan. Shui Wuhan smiled and told him that he was living well now, and that he would definitely not let himself live well. He dreamed of Yi Tianlong. Yi Tianlong told him that his father did not die by accident, but was killed by someone. All kinds of dreams filled his mind. At first they were all illusory, but then they slowly became real. Everything seemed to have really happened. Sweet dreams intoxicated him and he refused to wake up. Sad dreams made his heart break. He inexplicably had a mentality that he did not want to live alone. Angry dreams filled his heart with endless killing intent. He wanted to tear everything in front of him to pieces. Fearful dreams made him not dare to open his eyes. He did not dare to believe that this was real. He would rather stay in the dream forever and never wake up. Many times he was almost intoxicated in the dream. He almost committed suicide in the dream. He almost lost his mind and almost never woke up again. It was just that every time he was in the most dangerous situation, the bronze ring would timely release a cool stream of air, causing him to immediately wake up. He was covered in cold sweat and shocked. He knew that this was not a dream. This was the land of illusion of the god-slaying mountain. The first trial of the god-slaying mountain, the psychedelic realm. It was an illusion that could make people die unknowingly and go crazy. However, he couldn't avoid this kind of dream. Every once in a while he would automatically enter a dream that seemed real. Moreover, this dream seemed to have an invisible magic that made him involuntarily sink into it. He did not know what to do. He did not know what to do. He did not know that he would suddenly die in his dream one day, until one morning. Today, as usual, he cultivated his battle chi for a while and walked a few steps on the spot to warm up his body. He didn't dare to go too far because there was a faint white mist everywhere. He didn't know where the danger was and where the road to death was. Then he took out the few dry rations and fresh water he had and ate them hastily. There wasn't much fresh water and dry rations left. These days he only ate a little bit every day to maintain his body's necessary nutrients. He did not know how many days he could last. He did not know if he would starve to death on Mount Luotian when he ran out of fresh water and dry food. Perhaps he would die in his dreams that day. Just as he was at a loss and his heart was filled with sorrow, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Are you Yi Qinghan?" The sudden sound caused Yi Qinghan's body to tremble. He looked around in confusion for a while before scratching his head. He was a little puzzled. It seemed that today's illusion was activated a little too early. In the past, it would normally take an hour before it would activate. So he shook his head and continued to ignore it. He sat cross-legged on the ground and prepared to continue cultivating for a while. "Are you Yi Qinghan?" The voice sounded again, making Yi Qinghan somewhat impatient. He thought that the illusion this time was quite special. Unexpectedly, there wasn't a human figure, but an inexplicable voice. Moreover, the voice had asked him twice in a silly manner. So he sighed and said, "I am Yi Qinghan. Who are you?" The voice paused for a moment before it sounded again, "I am your ancestor." *CK. Yi Qinghan stood up with a thump. She was furious. How could the land of illusion of the god-slaying mountain be like this? Every time it changed a trick. This time it was pretending to be his ancestor. So he unceremoniously retorted, I am your ancestor. I really am your ancestor, Yi Ruoshui. *CK. I'm your ancestor. Yi Ruoshui? Who are you trying to fool? Yi Ruoshui has been dead for hundreds of years. How could this idiotic illusion be so idiotic this time? There is no depth at all. Change to another one. How do I explain it to you? In fact, you are not in an illusion right now. I am Yi Ruoshui, I am not dead, and I am transmitting my voice to you right now. This really is not an illusion. Well, this is not an illusion. You are Yi Ruoshui, you are not dead, you have been resurrected. Who would believe this? Well, if you don't believe me, then wait until you have experienced the illusion and I will explain it to you in detail. The voice suddenly stopped. It came softly and left silently as if it had never been there. Yi Qinghan was also puzzled. After sitting there for a while, the other inexplicable situations did not occur. Only then did he have some doubts. Could it be that it was not an illusion? However, this idea was immediately rejected by him. He knew Yi Ruoshui. She was the famous clan leader of the Yi family 500 years ago. Like him, she had also summoned a sacred beast. But a person from 500 years ago had suddenly appeared. If he wanted to make others believe that it was really him speaking, he would have to be a ghost or a god. Half an hour later, the first illusion of the day arrived as scheduled. The white fog that filled the sky slowly dissipated, and the surrounding scene slowly changed into the scene of the savage mountain range. Behind him, a group of fire wolves continuously charged towards him. In front of him, 5 masked men dressed in black slowly appeared. Under the invisible influence of the scene, Yi Qinghan's eyes gradually turned blood red. His entire body emitted a cruel and bloodthirsty aura. He took out the dagger in his hand and slowly walked towards the 5 people in front of him. Half an hour later, the ground was filled with countless wolf corpses and the corpses of the 5 men dressed in black. The corpses of the wolves and the men dressed in black began to slowly fade. The countless flowers and trees in the vicinity also began to disappear, and the white fog slowly shrouded the space. However, Yi Qinghan's eyes were still red. He continued to stab and slash as if he did not know fatigue. Perhaps he would only stop when he had no more strength to brandish the dagger in his hand. However, at that moment he might really die. The power of the illusion seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. The white fog in the sky also seemed to be thicker. Chapter 186. The moment the illusion finally stopped, the ring on Yi Qinghan's left hand also flashed slightly. A white stream of air quickly passed through his ring finger, entered his body and finally entered his mind. A cool feeling suddenly enveloped Yi Qinghan's soul, causing his whole body to tremble. At the same time, his dagger-wielding hand began to slow down, and the redness in his eyes began to fade. Finally, he regained his consciousness. Phew, phew. Yi Qinghan bent over and gasped for breath. The torment just now had consumed a lot of his physical strength, and the mental torture had made him exhausted. In the illusion just now, he had actually maintained a trace of consciousness, but that trace of consciousness was too weak and could not shake the fanatical killing intent that filled his mind. This was just like a lot of people with weak willpower. When they wanted to do something even though they knew it was wrong, they still couldn't control themselves and did it, only to regret it afterward. The only difference was that Yi Qinghan's mood was affected by the external scene and the strange maze of Mount Luotian. He had no choice but to do it. It seemed that in the illusion, his soul had been possessed and was no longer under his control. Boss, you survived again. This ring is too awesome, it can actually affect the soul. Xiaohei comforted Yi Qinghan through telepathy. Xiaohei also had a soul, so of course he would be attacked in the illusion. Therefore, Yi Qinghan had asked Xiaohei not to come out of the warbeast space to avoid being implicated. This illusion is getting stronger and stronger. If it goes on like this, we will die sooner or later. Yi Qinghan sat paralyzed on the ground and said helplessly. He was at a loss and at a loss. You've woken up so soon? It seems that your warbeast soul realm is really high. A moment later, the voice that had sounded out of nowhere in the morning sounded again. This time, the voice that was transmitted over made Yi Qinghan jump in fright. At the same time, An expression of surprise appeared on his face. This voice was not an illusion. It was definitely not an illusion. Yi Qinghan was very sure of this. Because every time after the illusion ended, the moment when the magical airflow gushed out from his ring was the moment when he was the most clear-headed. He was very sure that every time the illusion ended, it would never appear again. Combined with the voice transmission in the morning, he was even more certain that this was the real voice. Senior, where are you? How could you transmit your voice to me? Can you get me out? Now that he had confirmed that this was not an illusion, Yi Qinghan was very excited and happy. He kept shouting at the air. The voice rang out quickly. It was a little gentle but also faintly happy. It seemed that Yi Qinghan was very happy to confirm that he was not in an illusion. Don't get excited. I can't enter the god-slaying mountain and I'm not nearby. I'm on my way to the hidden island. Furthermore, I can't save you. The only one who can save you is yourself. You're not at god-slaying mountain? Can't you save me? When Yi Qinghan heard this voice transmission, he immediately became dispirited. Relying on himself? Could he get out of this damn place by himself? After a moment he said again, Are you really Yiruashui, my ancestor? But aren't you a person who has lived for 500 years? How can you live for 500 years? Or are you a ghost? Haha, but other than ghosts, other things can't live for 500 years? Yi Ruoshui's voice came again. It was a little funny and a little angry. Other than ghosts? There are other things that can live for 500 years? Yi Qinghan blinked, a little confused. After a moment he suddenly thought of something and shouted, Other than ghosts there are also gods. Heavens, are you a god? I'm not a god. I'm just a divine realm martial artist. Think about it, if I'm not Yi Ruoshui, who would be bored enough to care about your life? Yi Ruoshui was very satisfied with Yi Qinghan's sudden enlightenment. Her voice was full of laughter. That's right. Divine realm martial artists can live for 10,000 years. Heavens, our Yi family actually has a divine realm martial artist. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of the information about divine realm martial artists that Yi Qingyo had told him in the Divine City. That day, Yi Qingyo seemed to have said that there were 3 divine realm martial artists in the Fire Dragon continent on the surface. There were 3 on the surface. Didn't that mean that there were many more in the dark? For example, there was one in the Yi family? After thinking things through, Yi Qinghan was immediately overjoyed. The Yi family didn't abandon him. Yi family's divine realm martial artist had suddenly appeared for him. If it wasn't Yi Ruoshui who would care about his life? He hurriedly kowtowed to the ground, then said loudly, Ancestor, you have to think of a way to save me. You're a divine realm martial artist, you must have a way. If I continue to stay in this place I'll go crazy. Moreover, my food and water are running out. I'll starve to death. Yi Ruoshui was silent for a moment, then slowly transmitted her voice. Don't worry. Since I've transmitted my voice to you, I won't ignore you. Yi Ruoshui continued, What I want to tell you is that you must first understand one thing. The God-slaying mountain was created by a divine realm martial artist. No divine realm martial artist can enter. Moreover, no martial artist can enter unless the heavens road is opened. Therefore no one can enter to save you. Secondly, you won't starve to death. There are many ancient trees growing everywhere in the God-slaying mountain. They are full of fruits. Not only are they not poisonous, they are also spiritual fruits. Eating them can increase one's cultivation. Therefore you won't starve to death. Thirdly, if you want to leave, it's very simple. You just have to pass 3 tests, enter the small divine pavilion and obtain the divine sword. Then, you will naturally be able to leave. Apart from this, there is no other way. No one could enter, including divine realm martial artists? I won't starve to death? I have to pass 3 tests to obtain the divine sword? Yi Ruoshui's explanation was very clear. After a moment, Yi Qinghan understood his current situation. He wouldn't starve to death, but he couldn't leave. If he wanted to leave, he had to pass 3 tests to enter the small divine pavilion? But, why did he have to pass 3 tests? Couldn't he spend 5 years here and wait for the heavens road to open before leaving through it? Moreover, how could he pass 3 tests? He had heard that countless martial artists at the peak of the Emperor realm had died in the 3rd test. With his strength, wouldn't he die for sure? After he threw out all his doubts, Yi Ruoshui was silent for a moment before explaining to him. Didn't you notice that as time goes by, the illusion of the 1st test is getting stronger and stronger? I can tell you clearly that if you can't pass the 1st test after a year, the illusion of the psychedelic realm will directly annihilate your soul, leaving you no chance at all. Therefore you have no other way. You can only move forward bravely and pass 3 tests in one go. Only then can you come out and see your sister and your woman. No other way. Move forward bravely and pass 3 tests. Otherwise die. Chapter 187. As for the method to clear the first stage, I can tell you. You can wander around and you will find 7 very tall ancient trees. They don't have leaves, only 7 fruits. They represent the 7 emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and lust. As long as you break through the 7 emotions illusion and pick these 7 spirit fruits, you will have passed the first stage. Remember, the closer you get to the ancient trees, the stronger the illusion. Don't try to be brave and slowly adapt. You must maintain a calm heart and retreat when the situation is not good. Yi Ruoxue began to explain the secret of passing the first stage in detail. Yi Ruoxue had entered the god-slaying mountain several times and was able to quickly pass the first and second stages every time. However, she was always defeated at the 3rd stage. Helping Yi Qinghan to understand the knack of it was naturally very easy. Your current problem is that your soul cultivation is too low. After merging with your battle beast, you will probably be able to resist the attacks of ordinary illusions. However, once you get close to the ancient trees, you will probably fall into an illusion and go crazy forever. Therefore, your task now is to cultivate and rely on the endless spirit fruits in the god-slaying mountain to break through to the Duke realm within a year. After merging with your battle beast, your soul will reach the Emperor realm. Otherwise, you will definitely die here a year later. Yi Ruoxue once again pointed out the path for Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan was very puzzled. He hadn't actually relied on merging with his battle beast to resist the illusions. Instead, he had relied on the bronze ring in his hand. However, he obviously wouldn't reveal this secret. After all, this was his deepest hidden trump card. Yi Ruoxue explained to him for a moment and then stopped transmitting. Instead, she told him that she would transmit once every half a month to answer Yi Qinghan's doubts. After all, even a god-rank expert like him would find it very difficult to transmit from such a distance. Yi Qinghan sat where he was. After digesting the knowledge Yi Ruoxue had taught him, he stood up and began to walk around. With the blue dragon dagger in hand, he merged with his battle beast and moved through the thick white fog. Yi Ruoxue had told him that if he didn't pass the first stage, he would forever linger in the first stage. Moreover, there were no other dangers besides the illusions. However, Yi Qinghan still wanted to be careful and began to investigate carefully. That's the spirit fruit? After walking for more than 10 minutes, Yi Qinghan finally found a small tree. The small tree was only about 2 meters tall, but there were 4 to 5 white, vaguely transparent, nameless fruits growing on it. Yi Qinghan carefully circled around the small tree a few times. After confirming that there was no danger around the tree, Yi Qinghan plucked a fruit and thought for a moment before taking a bite. He knew that if he didn't eat the fruit, he would definitely starve to death. If the fruit was poisonous, he would also die. Since he was going to die anyway, why not give it a try? The white fruit was oval in shape and about the size of an apple. The skin of the fruit was slightly transparent, and the flesh inside could be vaguely seen. As soon as Yi Qinghan took a bite, he immediately felt the fragrance in his mouth and tongue. A sweet and cloying taste immediately surged into his heart. At the same time, the flesh of the fruit melted in his mouth and flowed into his esophagus like a sweet spring, making Yi Qinghan feel incomparably comfortable. Delicious, this is the most delicious food in the world. Yi Qinghan finished the fruit in a few bites and quickly grabbed another fruit with a wave of his left hand to eat. It was so delicious that he would be willing to die even if he was poisoned to death. Moments later, the 5 fruits on the tree were in his stomach. Yi Qinghan licked his lips as if he hadn't had enough, as if he was still reminiscing about the taste just now. However, the sudden surge of heat in his stomach left him with no time to search for other fruits. He was very familiar with this feeling of heat. It was just like the sudden surge of heat in his chest on Nether Island, but this time, it was much smaller and lasted for a very short time. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly sat up cross-legged and guided the heat in his stomach into his meridians, which were then stored in his dantian. In the general realm, one needed to turn one's battle chi into liquid battle chi. In the martial realm, one needed to further condense the liquid battle chi into solid battle chi and finally condense a core. Only then could one step into the Duke realm. In order to turn battle chi into liquid, one needed to accumulate massive amounts of battle chi. In order to condense liquid battle chi into solid battle chi, one needed to condense liquid battle chi by 100 times. At this moment, the spirit fruits on Mount Luotian could actually produce weak and pure energy, which could be converted into large amounts of battle chi. After taking some spiritual fruits, Yi Qinghan's battle chi was almost a bit more powerful than that of Yi Qinghan's battle chi after sitting in meditation for one day. Just now, Yi Qinghan had eaten a few spirit fruits and converted them into battle chi, which was almost a bit more powerful than Yi Qinghan's battle qi after meditating for a whole day. After wandering around for a long time, he found many spirit fruits, but Yi Qinghan couldn't eat them, nor did he want to eat them. This was because he found that after eating more than 10 at a time, his stomach no longer produced heat. Instead, he felt very full and had no appetite. If he couldn't eat them, then he wouldn't eat them. After wandering around for a while, Yi Qinghan had confirmed that there was no danger nearby. Instead, it was very safe. He gradually started to believe in Yi Ruoshui's words. The danger of the dreamland was only the illusion attack 3 times a day. At other times it was very safe. Now that he was safe, he could walk around and figure out the terrain of the dreamland as well as the location of the 7 ancient trees. Therefore he continued to wander around. In the dense white fog he gradually moved forward. The white fog was very dense and the visibility was only dozens of meters. The terrain of the psychedelic realm was very strange. It was like a flat land that could never be walked out of. Apart from the soil, there were only small trees with spirit fruits growing on them. There were no flowers, no grass, no water, no stones, only a blood-red plain. After an hour he finally found the first tree. Actually, it couldn't be said that he found it, because this tree was really huge. In the white fog where the visibility was only dozens of meters, he could still vaguely see a huge shadow like a door pillar from hundreds of meters away. This tree is at least dozens of meters tall and a few meters thick. Looking at the huge shadow from afar, Yi Qinghan thought for a while and decided to slowly approach it. Although he knew that he might not be able to approach it now, if he didn't try, how would he be able to get close to the ancient tree and obtain the 7 emotions fruit in the future? He dismembered his beast and let Xiaohei return to the beast space. He didn't dare to take the risk before he completely understood the damage the dreamland could do to Xiaohei. After all, the bronze ring could save him, but he didn't know if it could save Xiaohei, who was in a merged state with his beast. What if it didn't save him? Not only would Xiaohei be affected, he would also be implicated. At that time he would really be finished. He slowly moved his body, walking 2 steps and then stopping. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he continued to move 2 steps. Chapter 188. 10 minutes later he had advanced tens of meters, and the black figure in the distance became clearer. However, he knew that he could not advance any further. This was because he realized that the scenery around him had started to change. The white fog gradually dispersed, and the scenery around him slowly turned into a very familiar one. It was the Dark Moon Hotel in Man City. Then he realized that a woman was slowly walking out from the front. She was completely naked. It was the coquettish lady boss, Dark Moon. Looking at the body that could make one want to vomit blood and hearing her increasingly rough breathing, Yi Qinghan's body gradually heated up, and his lower body gradually became firm. "Boss, this is an illusion." Xiaohei transmitted his voice in time. However, even without his transmission, Yi Qinghan knew that although his body had a natural reaction to the attack of the illusion, his mind was still very clear. With a smile, his legs shook a few times, and his body suddenly retreated more than 10 meters. Then he immediately sat cross-legged and started to circulate his battle qi. After a few circulations, he completely expelled the lust in his mind. He opened his eyes, and the corners of his lips curled up into a bitter arc. He sighed and said, "I found the tree of desire of the 7 emotions tree, but it's at least 100 meters away. If I want to break through this distance and pluck the fruit of desire from the tree, I'm afraid it will be very difficult." He continued to wander around and try. Half an hour later, he had a rough idea of the situation of the tree of desire. As soon as he stepped within a radius of 100 meters of the tree, he would be attacked by the illusion. The deeper he went, the greater the effect the illusion would have on him. The sense of clarity in his soul would become weaker and weaker. Right now, he could only advance more than 10 meters forward at most, and he could still maintain his clarity and control his actions. If he continued to advance, he would probably fall into the state of desire and would never be able to wake up. Even the mysterious airflow of the bronze ring could not save him. This was because the illusion attack of the ancient tree was ever present and would never stop. Therefore, if he forced his way in, he would be trapped in it forever until he died. After figuring out the situation of the tree of desire, he started to sit cross-legged under a tree with spirit fruits. One morning had already passed, and according to the usual situation, the second illusion attack would arrive soon. He plucked a few spirit fruits and took a bite. To his surprise, after a few hours, the spirit fruits had taken effect again. There was a warm current in his stomach that made him feel comfortable. With no time to rejoice, he hurriedly operated his battle qi and began to absorb this energy. A moment later, the second illusion attack came as expected. The white fog nearby slowly faded, and the scene began to change. Yi Qinghan began to dream again. Yi Tianlong had been having a lot of fun recently. Not just him, even the 100 or so people accompanying him were having a great time. They had killed their way from the Battle God's Manor and had already visited more than 10 demon cities of the Demon God's Manor. Every time they arrived at a city, the Sage Realm experts in the team would first use their spiritual senses to scan the city. After making sure there weren't any ambushes or super experts, they would leave. The accompanying Emperor Realm experts were like locusts rushing into the city. As long as it was a martial artist of the Golden Lion race, they would all be slaughtered. The other demon race experts in each city only watched coldly from the side. They didn't even dare to make a sound in case they attracted the crazed people of the House of Ares who would slaughter them as well. The other demon race experts only dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak. This made the martial artists of the House of Ares even more excited. The 3 residences had been fighting for thousands of years, but there had never been such a satisfying battle in history. However, the number of Golden Lion race martial artists in the cities they passed by these 2 days was decreasing. This made them very unhappy. They hadn't even had their fill yet and there was no one to kill anymore? Therefore, some people began to kill indiscriminately. The first person to do so was the leader of a small family. When this leader rushed into the city again, he discovered that because he was too slow, the dozen or so Golden Lion race martial artists in the city had already been killed by the martial artists of the House of Ares who rushed in first. Therefore, he unhappily waved his palm at a young lion race child on the street. In an instant, the young child turned into a bloody mess. However, just as he was about to laugh in excitement, 3 beams of light suddenly flashed in the sky, directly freezing his smile. Long Hufu Yi Tianlong and the Yu family's leader directly activated their sacred domains to control his movements. Then, a huge palm fell from the sky and directly smashed him into a pile of minced meat. This is a battle of revenge. We have only declared war on the Golden Lion race martial artists. If anyone dares to kill the weak or attack other demon race members, this will be the outcome. Long Hufu's stern words and cruel and cold-blooded palm completely shocked the martial artists of the House of Ares. At the same time, it also shocked the demon race. The demon race was in awe of Dragon Stubborn's formidable strength, but they also secretly admired his upright character. At the same time, they were even more certain that they would not participate in the bloody battle between the Golden Lion race and the House of Ares. That night, hundreds of messages were sent from Celestial Demon City to the various regions. The leaders of the various demon race immediately issued a strict order not to fight the House of Ares. The main force continued flying west. After flying for a day, they arrived at the 3rd largest city of the demon race, Blood Demon City. Here, the House of Ares' forces encountered their first strong resistance. The 2 demon sages of the Golden Lion race who were in charge of this city refused to retreat. They only transferred their descendants to Celestial Demon City. The 2 demonic emperors flew above the city in an imposing manner, ready to reason with the dragon brat. They knew about what had happened 2 days ago. They were surprised that Long Hufu was so reasonable that he had actually killed an Emperor Realm expert of the House of Ares for a young demon race child. Therefore, they held on to a sliver of hope that Long Hufu was a reasonable person and that they could reason with Long Hufu. The content was simple. It was nothing more than the incident at Luotian Mountain. It was Xiaoxia's doing. The demon sages of their race had objected to his actions and tried to dissuade him. They were also very sad that things had turned out this way. Now that the people of the House of Ares had killed so many people, they hoped that Long Hufu would bring the child back and that the Golden Lion race would forever remember his great kindness. Long Hufu's answer was simple. He wanted them to hand over Xiaoxia and this matter would be over. However, even the demon race didn't know where Xiaoxia was hiding. How were they supposed to capture him and hand him over? If they couldn't hand over the child, then there was nothing to talk about. Long Hufu waved his hand and dozens of demon sages behind him swarmed forward. They were about to tear the 2 demon emperors into pieces. This time the Golden Lion race was completely panicked. All the Golden Lion race members retreated to the strongest city of the Golden Lion race. It was also the holy city of the demon race, Celestial Demon City. At the same time, several demon sages of the Golden Lion race left the city overnight and rushed to the Demon God Mountain in the north of Celestial Demon City. When they received the news, Long Hufu and Yi Tianlong looked at each other and smiled. The 2 of them looked as if their plan had succeeded. At the same time, the 2 of them gave the order not to go to other demon cities. Instead, the main force headed straight for Celestial Demon City. They were prepared to do something big. Since they were already here, it wouldn't make sense if they didn't do something, right? Chapter 189. As the sky brightened, rain began to fall near Celestial Demon City. The chill of early spring had yet to fade, so the rain made the sky even colder. Demon God Mountain wasn't actually a mountain, but a valley in the mountains behind Celestial Demon City. It was drizzling incessantly and seemed to be getting heavier. However, the few tall men outside the valley were not in the mood to care about these things. Even when the rainwater had washed their golden hair and stuck it to their faces, and their expensive robes were stained by the mud on the ground, they did not have the mood to care about it. They stubbornly knelt outside the valley and stared unblinkingly at the entrance. Their faces were full of urgency and pleading. They were all peak experts of the Golden Fur Lion tribe. Of course, with their cultivation level, they could casually control their demon energy to blow the rain away. With their status, no one could make them kneel. They hadn't been in such a sorry state for many years. However, they didn't dare to move and willingly knelt. They even wished that the rain would get heavier and make them look even more miserable. In order to avenge his precious son, Xianxia had disregarded the tribe's opposition and brought 2 of his subordinates to the fallen god mountain. He had vented his anger, but he had brought the Golden Fur Lion tribe into a dangerous situation where they were on the verge of extinction. The lion tribe had always been one of the strongest tribes in the demon race. After Xianxia became a holy venerate a few hundred years ago, he became even more arrogant and had a bad reputation among the demon race. Right now, the dragon had gathered all the experts from the demon god mountain and slaughtered their way over. They had no path of retreat, no path of escape. In the end, they could only lower their old faces and kneel here, hoping that the seniors of the demon god mountain would be able to help them survive this crisis. It was just that the few top experts who were usually awe-inspiring in the demon god manor had knelt here for an entire night and had been drenched by the rain for an entire morning. Yet, there was still no movement in the valley, not even the sounds of the nearby beasts. Great demon god, please be magnanimous and save your people. My tribe has been deeply indebted to you for generations and will never forget it. As time passed, the demon sages finally lost their patience. The dragon was about to arrive. If they were any later, Celestial Demon City would probably be filled with rivers of blood. The valley was still silent, as if there was no one inside. A demonic saint became anxious. He took out a dagger and said, "Lord Demonic God, if you don't do anything, I will commit suicide here. In any case, I will die anyway." Seeing that there was still no response from the demon saint, he turned around. Gritting his teeth, he raised the dagger and slid it down his neck. However, when his dagger was about to pierce his neck, he suddenly felt that his hand couldn't move. Then he felt an invisible force hit his chest and he was sent flying. "Don't let your dirty blood stain the land here. Otherwise, I won't wait for the people from the House of Ares to come. I'll directly annihilate your entire lion clan." At the same time, a cold voice sounded faintly. Although the voice was calm, the content of the voice sent a chill down the spines of all the demon sages present. The few of them didn't care about the life and death of the demon sage that was sent flying. They quickly kowtowed again and shouted, "Lord, please save our tribe. Lord, please be merciful. Since we are all from the demon clan, please help us this once." The valley fell into silence once again like a stagnant pond. Occasionally there would be a ripple caused by a falling rock, but it would instantly die down. The demon sages didn't dare to move. They just stared at the valley, hoping that the voice would be heard again. "Disperse. We won't do anything. Moreover, we can't do anything." After a long time, the voice sounded again. However, it wasn't the same voice as before. Instead, it was a delicate woman's voice. "Can't do anything?" The few of them looked at each other in surprise. They hurriedly asked, "Lord, why can't you do anything? Won't you do anything even if the entire demon clan is annihilated?" "So, you have your rules and we have ours. If we do anything, those old farts from the House of Ares will have an excuse to join forces with all the god-rank powerhouses of the Flame Dragon continent to kill us. When that happens, I'm afraid the demon clan will really be annihilated." The female demon seemed to be more patient than the owner of the voice. She sighed deeply and explained to them. Could it be that the heavens really want the lion clan to die?" The few of them understood and instantly cried out in despair. It seemed that god-rank powerhouses had their own rules. They probably couldn't do anything in a secular war. They probably wouldn't interfere even if their tribe was annihilated. However, it was easy to understand after thinking about it. God-rank powerhouses were so powerful that they could probably destroy an entire city with a casual strike. If God-rank powerhouses acted recklessly, the 3 tribes would probably have been annihilated long ago. Who asked the Lion Clan to be so overbearing? You have only yourself to blame for the current situation. Go back, there's no point in staying here. As for whether the Lion Clan will be annihilated or not, that will depend on whether the Divine City's emissary is fast enough. The delicate woman transmitted this sentence again before completely falling silent. She refused to speak again. The few demon sages shook their heads helplessly. They helped the heavily injured demon sage up and rushed back to Heaven Demon City. Where did the Golden Lion Clan come from? Come out and accept your death. The few of them had just entered Heaven Demon City. Before they could return to the Lion Clan's manor, a group of people flew over from afar. They were like a dark cloud that covered the sky above Heaven Demon City. At the same time, an earth-shattering roar resounded through the sky. A violent killing intent instantly enveloped the entire Heaven Demon City. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before the dark cloud floated over, countless powerhouses had already soared into the sky from Heaven Demon City. However, when these Demon Clan powerhouses saw the mighty House of Ares, they all hid to the side and adopted a posture as if they were watching a show. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Immediately after, all the powerhouses above the arch level rose into the sky and followed their respective patriarchs to occupy a corner of the sky. All the powerhouses of the Lion Clan also rapidly rose into the sky and began to confront the powerhouses of the House of Ares. Today is a battle for revenge. The House of Ares will only take revenge on the Lion Clan. The other clans, please retreat 5 kilometers to avoid being implicated. This dragon is extremely grateful. Once this battle is over, we will immediately return to the House of Ares and will not linger. The dragon bastard's short body passed through the crowd and stood proudly as he spoke leisurely. Although his body was small, none of the demon clan present dared to underestimate him. After fighting him several times in the prefecture battles, they already knew that the outcome of underestimating him was death without exception. Apart from the Lion Clan powerhouses, the other powerhouses all retreated 5 kilometers. At the same time, they issued orders for all the clansmen to quickly leave the city to avoid being implicated. After all, this was a real battle. The battle would definitely be intense later on. Anyone who didn't run would be a fool. The Lion Clan didn't run. As one of the strongest races in the Demon God residence, the Lion Clan naturally had their pride. Furthermore, Heaven Demon City was already the headquarters of their race. Where could they run to? Chapter 190. Dragon, don't push us too far. If you push us too far, we'll all perish together. One of the demon saints sighed helplessly. He looked at the surrounding demon clan members and felt dejected. Hand over Xianxia, or the Lion Clan will be exterminated today. The demon saint's threat didn't faze the dragon in the slightest. He continued to stand proudly in front of him as he spoke coldly. Hand over Xianxia, or the Lion Clan will be exterminated today. As soon as Dragon finished speaking, the powerful figures of the House of Ares behind him shouted. At the same time they began to release their murderous aura. It was as if they were determined to take action at the slightest disagreement and dye Heaven Demon City red. Ha! Well, let alone you, if Xianxia appears now, we'll tear him apart with our own hands. This demon saint laughed bitterly. At the same time he cursed Xianxia's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. However, a moment later he felt that something was wrong. It seemed that Xianxia's ancestors were also his ancestors. After a moment of silence, he looked at the increasingly murderous aura of the House of Ares. He looked at the few demon saints and dozens of demon emperors beside him. He knew that they were definitely not a match for the House of Ares' army. Although the House of Ares said that they would stop the battle if they handed over Xianxia, he knew very well that this was just an excuse. The House of Ares had made such a big fuss. How could they be satisfied without seeing some blood? The House of Ares had always done things this way. Even if they were prostitutes, they still had to set up a chastity shop, but these idiots from the demon clan actually believed it and cooperated so well. If you want to kill my people, you'll have to kill me first. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in this demon saint's eyes. He suddenly flew out of the Lion Clan's army and charged towards the House of Ares alone. Halfway there, his entire body began to release a monstrous aura. At the same time, flames began to appear on the surface of his body. At the same time, the determination and madness in his eyes became more obvious. Ao? At the same time, another 2 sacred beasts pounced out from behind him and rushed toward the divine battle manor in a frenzy. Their bodies were also engulfed in raging flames as if they were going to burn the people of the divine battle manor. Not good, they're going to self-destruct. Run! The experts on the side of the House of Ares reacted one after another. Sensing the surging waves of demonic energy from the 3 of them, as well as the monstrous aura that seemed like it could destroy the world, their expressions changed and they quickly retreated. Some retreated, but of course some didn't. The saint-stage powerhouses of the House of Ares did not move. Instead they watched as the three people charged at them like monkeys. Finally, their gazes fell on Dragon Rider, who was standing in front of them, as well as Yi Tianlong, who took a few steps forward and stood side by side with Dragon Rider. Bang! A khaki-colored light radiated from Yi Tianlong's body. Then a khaki-colored halo suddenly formed, enveloping everyone in the House of Ares. Beside him, Dragon Rider also moved. His skinny hands quickly formed a few hand seals in the air. At the same time, his body suddenly erupted with an aura that was not inferior to that of the three demon saints who had self-destructed. A golden palm of a few meters in size suddenly formed in front of him. The palm quickly left his body and pounced towards the three demon saints. The golden palm expanded with the wind and finally turned into a huge palm of more than 10 meters in size. It directly grabbed the three demon saints and threw them towards the lion tribe as if they were toys. Boom! 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 Three loud sounds were heard amidst the exclamations of countless demons. Three huge mushroom clouds appeared in the sky out of nowhere. The loud sounds resounded throughout the world. Even the celestial demon city below seemed to be shaking. At the same time, countless broken limbs began to fall towards the celestial demon city like a rain of blood. The entire sky above the celestial demon city was covered in blood. The other demons who were watching from afar all looked over in shock. At the same time, they were glad that they had made a wise choice. This dragon rider was actually so fierce. His dragon catcher hand could actually directly capture the three self-destructing demon saints and then throw them away like sandbags. His cultivation of the law of wood was almost at the great perfection stage. It seemed that this old man had already reached the peak of the sage realm and was half a step into the divine realm. If they were to fight him, they would definitely die. Swish! The two lion demon saints who had been blown away by the explosion flew up again in a sorry state. When they saw the sky full of blood and the falling limbs, they could not help but spit out blood. The result of the self-destruction of the three strongest demon saints of the lion tribe had actually resulted in the death of more than half of the lion tribe's experts. At this moment, the two of them began to have the determination to die. Their eyes turned blood red. They began to gather the few remaining experts and prepared to fight together. They would kill as many as they could. The pride of the lion tribe made them decide that they would rather die in pieces than live in dishonor. Attack! Dragon Rider's expression was calm, but there was a trace of exhaustion in his eyes. He calmly waved his hand, indicating for everyone to attack and kill all the remaining lion tribe members. Then he would completely end this battle of revenge. All of you stop. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the southeast sky. Four figures instantly flew over. The two sides that were originally flying at high speed immediately stopped. When the two demon emperors saw the figures, they were immediately overjoyed. They hastily cried out, "Lord Divine Guards, you must help us." Dragon Rider and Yi Tianlong looked at each other. The corners of their lips curled into a mocking smile. Dragon Rider waved his hand, indicating for the experts from the House of Ares to retreat. Then he cupped his hands towards the newcomers and said, "Dragon Rider pays his respects to the four guards of the Divine City. Greetings to the four guards of the Divine City. Greetings to the four guards of the Divine City." The experts from the House of Ares followed Dragon Rider and cupped their hands in greeting respectfully. Meanwhile, the demon race members that were 5 kilometers away hurriedly flew over and greeted in unison. They all knew that since the Divine City had made an appearance, it was the four great divine guards who had made an appearance. This battle was definitely not going to happen. Although everyone appeared to be very respectful towards the four guards, they were cursing in their hearts. The battle was almost over, yet they had only arrived. It was obvious that they weren't here to stop the fight. They were here to clean up the mess. Dispense with the formalities. The tall, purple-haired massacre god guard was the leader of the four. At this moment he was naturally the one to speak. He looked at the severed limbs on the ground with a pained expression. At the same time, he looked at the experts from the House of Ares with a reproachful expression. He sighed and said, "Old Dragon Rider, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you have indeed gone overboard this time. I have already investigated this matter. The demon race is indeed in the wrong, but you shouldn't have brought people over to exterminate them. If there's anything you can appeal to the Divine City. We will definitely uphold justice for you." Then he turned to look at the lion race inside again. He said helplessly, "Your lion race is the same. Why didn't you run when they came to kill you? If we had come a step later, would your lion race have rather been exterminated? Wouldn't you be willing to give up your so-called pride?" "I have already investigated this matter. It was all because of Xianxia and we came a step too late. We were also in pursuit of Xianxia. Although we rushed over as fast as we could after killing Xianxia, we didn't expect that we would still be too late and cause such a tragedy. Zai, how sad, how sad.